Section 0 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Shakespeare's Ovid by Arthur Golding, translator's front matter. To the Right Honourable and his singular good Lord, Robert, Earl of Leicester, Baron of Denbigh, Knight of the Most Noble Order of the Garter, etc. Arthur Golding, gentleman, wisheth continuance of health and prosperous estate and felicity. The Epistle. At length my chariot wheel about the mark hath found the way, and at their weary race's end my breathless horses stay. The work is brought to end by which the author did account, and rightly, with eternal fame above the stars to mount. For whatsoever hath been writ of ancient time in Greek by sundry men dispersedly, and in the Latin eke, of this same dark philosophy of turned shapes, the same hath Ovid into one whole mass in this book brought in frame. Four kind of things in this his work the poet doth contain: that nothing under heaven doth in steadfast state remain, and next, that nothing perisheth, but that each substance takes another shape than that it had. Of these 2 points he makes the proof by showing, through his work, the wonderful exchange of gods, men, beasts, and elements to sundry shapes right strange, beginning with the creation of the world and man of slime, and so proceeding with the turns that happened till his time. Then showeth he the soul of man from dying to be free, by samples of the noblemen who for their virtues be accounted and canonized for gods by heathen men, and by the pains of limbo lake, and blissful state again of spirits in the Elysian fields. And though that of these 3 he make discourse dispersedly, yet specially they be discussed in the latter book, in that oration where he bringeth in Pythagoras, dissuading men from fear of death, and preaching abstinence from flesh of living things. But as for that opinion which Pythagoras there brings of souls removing out of beasts to men, and out of men to birds and beasts, both wild and tame, both to and fro again, it is not to be understood of that same soul whereby we are endued with reason and discretion from on high, but of that soul or life the which brute beasts as well as we enjoy. 3 sorts of life, or soul, for so they term it be, are found in things. The first gives power to thrive, increase, and grow, and this in senseless herbs and trees and shrubs itself doth show. The second giveth power to move, and use of senses 5, and this remains in brutish beasts, and keepeth them alive. Both these are mortal, as the which receive it of the air by force of fevers, after death do thither eft repair. The third gives understanding, wit, and reason, and the same is it alonely which with us of soul doth bear the name. And as the second doth contain the first, even so the third containeth both the other twain. And neither beast, nor bird, nor fish, nor herb, nor tree, nor shrub, nor any earthly wight, save only man, can of the same partake the heavenly might. I grant that when our breath doth from our bodies go away, it doth eftsoons return to air, and of that air there may both bird and beast participate, and we of theirs likewise. For while we live, the thing itself appeareth to our eyes, both they and we draw all one breath. But for to deem or say our noble soul, which is divine and permanent for aye, is common to us with the beasts, I think it nothing less than for to be a point of him that wisdom doth profess. Of this I am right well assured, there is no Christian wight that can by fondness be so far seduced from the right. And finally he doth proceed in showing that not all that bear the name of men, how strong, fierce, stout, bold, hardy, tall, how wise, fair, rich, or highly born, how much renowned by fame, soe'er they be, although on earth of gods they bear the name, are for to be accounted men, but such as under awe of reason's rule continually do live in virtue's law, and that the rest do differ not from beasts, but rather be much worse than beasts, because they do abase their own degree. To natural philosophy the foremost three pertain, the fourth to moral, and in all are pithy, apt, and plain instructions, which import the praise of virtues and the shame of vices, with the due rewards of either of the same. As, for example, in the tale of Daphne turned to bay, a mirror of virginity appear unto us may, which, yielding neither unto fear, nor force, nor flattery, doth purchase everlasting fame and immortality. In Phaeton's fable, unto sight the poet doth express the natures of ambition blind and youthful wilfulness, the end whereof is misery, and bringeth at the last repentance, when it is too late that all redress is past. And how the weakness and the want of wit in magistrate confoundeth both his commonweal and eke his own estate. This fable also doth advise all parents, and all such as bring up youth, to take good heed of cockering them too much. It further doth commend the mean, and willeth to beware of rash and hasty promises, which most pernicious are, and not to be performed. And in fine, it plainly shows what sorrow to the parents and to all the kindred grows by disobedience of the child. And in the child is meant the disobedient subject that against his prince is bent. The transformations of the crow and raven do declare that clawbacks and coal-carriers ought wisely to beware of whom, to whom, and what they speak. For sore against his will can any friendly heart abide to hear reported ill the party whom he favoureth. This tale doth eke bewray the rage of wrath and jealousy to have no kind of stay, and that light credit to reports in no wise should be given, for fear that men too late to just repentance should be driven. The fable of Okyrie by all such folk is told as are in searching things to come, too curious and too bold. A very good example is described in Battus' tale for covetous people, which for gain do set their tongues to sale. All such as do in flattering freaks, and hawks and hounds delight, and dice and cards, and for to spend the time both day and night in foul excessive chamber work, or too much meat and drink, upon the piteous story of Actaeon ought to think. For these, and their adherents used excessive, are indeed the dogs that daily do devour their followers on with speed. Tiresias wills inferior folk in any wise to shun to judge between their betters, lest in peril they do run. Narcissus is of scornfulness and pride a mirror clear, where beauty's fading vanity most plainly may appear. And Echo, in the self-same tale, doth kindly represent the lewd behaviour of a bawd, and his due punishment. The piteous tale of Pyramus and Thisbe doth contain the heady force of frantic love, whose end is woe and pain. The snares of Mars and Venus show that time will bring to light the secret sins that folk commit in corners or by night. Hermaphrodite and Salmacis declare that idleness is chiefest nurse and cherisher of all voluptuousness, and that voluptuous life breeds sin, which linking all together make men to be effeminate, unwieldy, weak, and lither. Rich Pierre's daughter turned to pies, to openly declare that none so bold to vaunt themselves as blindest byards be. The Muses plainly do declare again, at t'other side, that whereas chiefest wisdom is, most mildness doth abide. Arachne may example be that folk should not contend against their betters, nor persist in error to the end. So doth the tale of Niobe and of her children, and the transformation of the carles that dwelt in Lycia land, together with the flaying off of Piper Marsy's skin. The first do also show that long it is ere God begin to pay us for our faults, and that he warns us oft before to leave our folly, but at length his vengeance striketh sore, and therefore that no wight should strive with God in word, nor thought, nor deed, but pride and fond desire of praise have ever wrought confusion to the parties which account of them do make. For some of such a nature be, that if they once do take opinion, be it right or wrong, they rather will agree to die than seem to take a foil, so obstinate they be. The tale of Tereus, Philomel, and Procne doth contain that folk are blind in things that to their proper weal pertain, and that a man in whom the fire of furious lust doth reign doth run to mischief like a horse that getteth loose the rein. It also shows the cruel wreak of women in their wrath, and that no heinous mischief long delay of vengeance hath. And lastly, the distress doth drive a man to look about and seek all corners of his wits, what way to wind him out. The good success of Jason in the land of Colchis, and the doings of Medea since, do give to understand that nothing is so hard but pain and travel do it win. For fortune ever favoureth such as boldly do begin, that women both in helping and in hurting have no match when they to either bend their wits. And how that for to catch an honest meaner under fair pretence of friendship is an easy matter. Also there is warning given of this, that men should never hastily give ear to fugitives, nor into hands of sorcerers commit their state or lives. It shows in fine of stepmothers the deadly hate in part, and vengeance most unnatural that was in mother's heart. The deeds of Theseus are a spur to prowess, and a glass how princes, sons, and noblemen their youthful years should pass. King Minos shows that kings in hand no wrongful wars should take, and what provision for the same they should beforehand make. King Aeacus gives also there example how that kings should keep their promise and their leagues above all other things. His grave description of the plague and end thereof expressed the wrath of God on man for sin, and how that nevertheless he doth us spare and multiply again for good men's sakes. The whole discourse of Cephalus and Procris mention makes that married folk should warily shun the vice of jealousy, and of suspicion should avoid all causes utterly, reproving by the way all such as causeless do misdeem the chaste and guiltless for the deeds of those that faulty seem. The story of the daughter of King Ninus setteth out what wicked lust drives folks unto to bring their wills about. And of a righteous judge is given example in the same, who for no meed nor friendship will consent to any blame. We may perceive in Daedalus how every man by kind desires to be at liberty, and with an earnest mind doth seek to see his native soil, and how that strait distress doth make men wise, and sharps their wit to find their own redress. We also learn by Icarus how good it is to be in mean estate, and not to climb too high, but to agree to wholesome counsel. For the hire of disobedience is repentance, when it is too late for thinking things amiss. And Partridge tells that excellence in anything procures men envy, even among those friends whom nature most assures. Philemon and his fear are rules of godly patient life, of sparing thrift and mutual love between the man and wife, of due obedience, of the fear of God, and of reward for good or evil usage showed to wandering strangers' ward. In Ericthone doth appear a lively image both of wickedness and cruelty, which any wight may loathe, and of the hire that longs thereto. He showeth also plain that whereas prodigality and gluttony doth reign, a world of riches and of goods are ever with the least to satisfy the appetite and eye of such a beast. In Hercules and Achilles' encounters is set out the nature and behaviour of two wooers that be stout, wherein the poet comfortably taunts such as, being base, do seek by forged pedigrees to seem of noble race, who, when they do perceive no truth upon their side to stand, instead of reason and of right, use force and might of hand. This fable also signifies that valiantness of heart consisteth not in words but deeds, and that all sleight and art give place to prowess. Furthermore, in Nessus we may see what breach of promise cometh to, and how that such as be unable for to wreak their harms by force, do oft devise to wreak themselves by policy in far more cruel wise. And Deianira doth declare the force of jealousy deceived through too light belief and fond simplicity. The process following painteth out true manliness of heart, which yieldeth neither unto death, to sorrow, grief, nor smart. And finally, it shows that such as live in true renown of virtue here, have after death an everlasting crown of glory. Con and Byblis are examples contrary, the maid of most outrageous lust, the man of chastity. The 10th book chiefly doth contain one kind of argument, reproving most prodigious lusts of such as have been bent to incest most unnatural. And in the latter end it showeth in Hippomenes how greatly folk offend that are in great for benefits which God or man bestow upon them in the time of need. Moreover, it doth show that beauty, will they, nill they, aideth men in danger throw, and that it is of foolishness to strive against the thing which God before determineth to pass in time to bring. And last of all, Adonis' death doth show that manhood strives against forewarning, though men see the peril of their lives. The death of Orphe showeth God's just vengeance on the vile and wicked sort which horribly with incest them defile. In Midas, of a covetous wretch the image we may see, whose riches justly to himself a hellish torment be, and of a fool whom neither proof nor warning can amend, until he feel the shame and smart that folly doth him send. His barber represents all blabs which seem with child to be, until that they have blazed abroad the things they hear or see. In Ceyx and Alcyone appears most constant love, such as between the man and wife to be it doth behoove. This Ceyx also is a light of princely courtesy and bounty toward such whom need compelleth for to fly. His voyage also doth declare how vainly men are led to utter peril through fond toys and fancies in their head. For idols, doubtful oracles, and soothsayers' prophecies do nothing else but make fools feign and blind their bleared eyes. Tidalian's daughter warns to use the tongue with modesty, and not to vaunt with such as are their betters in degree. The siege of Troy, the death of men, the razing of the city, the slaughter of King Priam, stalk, without remorse of pity, which in the 12th and 13th books be written, to declare how heinous wilful perjury and filthy whoredom are in sight of God. The frantic fray between the Lapiths and the Centaurs is a note whereby is given to understand the beastly rage of drunkenness. Ulysses doth express the image of discretion, wit, and great advisedness, and Ajax, on the other side, doth represent a man stout, heady, ireful, halt of mind, and such a one as can abide to suffer no repulse, and both of them declare how covetous of glory and reward men's natures are. And finally it showeth plain that wisdom doth prevail in all attempts and purposes when strength of hand doth fail. The death of fair Polyxena doth show a princely mind and firm regard of honour rare, and graft in womankind. And Polymestor, king of Thrace, doth show himself to be a glass for wretched covetous folk wherein themselves to see. This story further witnesseth that murder crieth aye for vengeance, and itself one time or other doth betray. The tale of giant Polypheme doth evidently prove that nothing is so fierce and wild which yieldeth not to love, and in the person of the selfsame giant is set out the rude and homely wooing of a country clown and lout. The tale of apes reproves the vice of wilful perjury, and willeth people to beware they use not for to lie. Aeneas, going down to hell, doth show that virtue may in safety travel where it will, and nothing can it stay. The length of life in Sibyl doth declare it is but vain to wish long life, sith length of life is also length of pain. The Grecian Achaemenides doth learn us how we ought be thankful for the benefits that any man hath wrought, And in this Achaemenides the poet doth express the image of exceeding fear in danger and distress. What else are Circe's witchcrafts and enchantments than the vile and filthy pleasures of the flesh, which do our souls defile? And what is else herb mole than the gift of steadfastness and temperance, which doth all foul concupiscence express? The tale of anorexity wills dames of high degree to use their lovers courteously, how mean soe'er they be, and Iphis learns inferior folks too fondly not to set their love on such as are too high for their estate to get. Alemon's son declares that men should willingly obey what God commands, and not upon exceptions seem to stay, for he will find the means to bring the purpose well about, and in their most necessity dispatch them safely out of danger. The oration of Pythagoras implies the sum of all the former work. What person can devise a notabler example of true love and godliness to one's own native country than Sippus doth express? The turning to a blazing star of Julius Caesar shows that fame and immortality of virtuous doing grows, and lastly, by examples of Augustus and a few of other noble princes' sons, the author there doth show that noblemen and gentlemen should strive to pass the fame and virtues of their ancestors, or else to match the same. These fables out of every book I have interpreted, to show how they and all the rest may stand a man instead, not adding over curiously the meaning of them all, for that were labour infinite, and tediousness not small, both unto your good lordship and the rest that should them read, who well might think I did the bounds of modesty exceed, if I this one epistle should with matters overcharge, which scarce a book of many quires can well contain at large. And whereas in interpreting these few I attribute the things to one which heathen men to many gods impute, concerning mercy, wrath for sin, and other gifts of grace, described for example's sake in proper time and place, let no man marvel at the same. For though that they, as blind through unbelief, and led astray through error even of kind, knew not the true eternal God, or if they did him know, yet did they not acknowledge him, but vainly did bestow the honour of the Maker on the creature, yet it doth behove all us, who rightly are instructed in the sooth, to think and say that God alone is he that rules all things, and worketh all in all, as Lord of lords and King of kings, with whom there are no other gods that any sway may bear, no fatal law to bind him by, no fortune for to fear. For gods and fate and fortune are the terms of heathenness, if men usurp them in the sense that paynims do express. But if we would reduce their sense to right Christian law, to signify three other things these terms we well may draw. By gods we understand all such as God hath placed in chief estate to punish sin, and for the godly folks' relief. By fate, the order which is set and stablished in things by God's eternal will and word, which in due season brings all matters to their falling out, which falling out or end, because our curious reason is too weak to comprehend the cause and order of the same, and doth behold it fall unwares to us, by name of chance or fortune we it call. If any man will say these things may better learned be out of divine philosophy or scripture, I agree that nothing may in worthiness with Holy Writ compare, howbeit so far forth as things no whit impeachment are to virtue and to godliness, but furtherers of the same, I trust we may them safely use without desert of blame. And yet there are, and those not of the rude and vulgar sort, but such as have of godliness and learning good report, that think the poets took their first occasion of these things from Holy Writ, as from the well from whence all wisdom springs. What man is he but would suppose the author of this book the first foundation of his work from Moses' writings took? Not only in effect he doth with Genesis agree, but also in the order of creation, save that he makes no distinction of the days. For what is else at all that shapeless, rude, and pestered heap which chaos he doth call, than even that universal mass of things which God did make in one whole lump, before that each their proper place did take, of which the Bible saith, that in the first beginning God made heaven and earth, the earth was waste, and darkness yet abode upon the deep, which holy words declare unto us plain, that fire, air, water, and the earth did undistinct remain in one gross body at the first. For God the Father, that made all things, framing out the world according to the plat, conceived everlastingly in mind, made first of all both heaven and earth uncorporal, and such as could not fall as objects under sense of sight, and also air likewise, and emptiness. And for these twain apt terms he did devise. He called air darkness, for the air by kind is dark, and emptiness by name of depth, full aptly he did mark, for emptiness is deep and waste by nature. Overmore he formed also bodiless, as other things before, the natures both of water and of spirit, and in fine the light, which being made to be a pattern most divine, whereby to form the fixed stars and wandering planets 7, with all the lights that afterward should beautify the heaven, was made by God both bodiless, and of so pure a kind, as that it could alonely be perceived by the mind. To this effect are Philo's words, and certainly the same is it that poets in their work confused chaos name. Not that God's works at any time were packed confusedly together, but because no place nor outward shape whereby to show them to the feeble sense of men's deceitful sight was yet appointed unto things, until that by his might and wondrous wisdom God in time set open to the eye the things that he before all time had everlastingly decreed by his providence. But let us further see how Ovid's scantlings with the whole true pattern do agree. The first day by his mighty word, saith Moses, God made light. The second day the firmament, which heaven or welcome height. The third day he did part the earth from sea, and made it dry, commanding it to bear all kind of fruits abundantly. The fourth day he did make the lights of heaven to shine from high, and established a law in them to rule their courses by. The fifth day he did make the whales and fishes of the deep, with all the birds and feathered fowls that in the air do keep. The sixth day God made every beast, both wild and tame, and worms that creep on ground, according to their several kinds and forms, and in the image of himself he formed man of clay, to be the Lord of all his works, the very selfsame day. This is the sum of Moses' words. And Ovid, whether it were by following of the text aright, or that his mind did bear him witness that there are no gods but one, doth plain uphold that God, although he knew it not, was he that did unfold the former chaos, putting it in form and fashion new, as may appear by these his words which underneath ensue. This strife did God and nature break and set in order due. The earth from heaven, the sea from earth he parted orderly, and from the thick and foggy air he took the lightsome sky. In these few lines he comprehends the whole effect of that which God did work the first 3 days about this noble plat. And then by distributions he entreateth by and by more largely of the selfsame things, and paints them out to eye with all their bounds and furniture. And whereas we do find the term of nature joined with God, according to the mind of learned men, by joining so is meant none other thing but God the Lord of nature, who did all in order bring. The distributions being done right learnedly, anon to show the other 3 days' works, he thus proceedeth on. The heavenly soil to gods and stars and planets first he gave. The waters next, both fresh and salt, he let the fishes have. The subtle air to flickering fowls and birds he hath assigned. The earth to beasts both wild and tame of sundry sorts and kind. Thus partly in the outward phrase, but more in very deed, he seems according to the sense of Scripture to proceed. And when he comes to speak of man, he doth not vainly say, as some have written, that he was before all time, for A, ne mentioneth mo gods than one in making him, but thus he both in sentence and in sense his meaning doth discuss. Howbeit, yet of all this while, the creature wanting was far more divine, of nobler mind, which should the residue pass in depth of knowledge, reason, wit, and high capacity, and which of all the residue should the lord and ruler be. Then either he that made the world, and things in order set, of heavenly seed engendered man, or else the earth as yet young, lusty, fresh, and in her flower, and parted from the sky but late before, the seeds thereof as yet held inwardly, the which Prometheus tempering straight with water of the spring did make in likeness to the gods that govern everything. What other thing means Ovid here by terms of heavenly seed than man's immortal soul, which is divine, and comes indeed from heaven, and was inspired by God, as Moses showeth plain? And whereas of Prometheus he seems to add a vain device, as though he meant that he had formed man of clay, although it be a tale put in for pleasure by the way, yet by the interpretation of the name we well may gather he did include a mystery and secret meaning rather. This word Prometheus signifies a person sage and wise, of great foresight, who headily will nothing enterprise. It was the name of one that first did images invent, of whom the poets do report that he to heaven upwent, and there stole fire, through which he made his images alive, and therefore that he formed men the paynims did contrive. Now when the poet read perchance that God Almighty, by his providence and by his word, which everlastingly is his wisdom, made the world and also man to bear his image, and to be the lord of all the things that were erst made, and that he shaped him of earth or slimy clay, he took occasion in the way of fabling for to say that wise Prometheus, tempering earth with water of the spring, did form it like the gods above that govern everything. Thus may Prometheus seem to be the eternal word of God, his wisdom and his providence, which formed man of clod. And where all other things behold the ground with groveling eye, he gave to man a stately look, replete with majesty, and willed him to behold the heaven with countenance cast on high, to mark and understand what things are in the starry sky. In these same words both parts of man the poet doth express as in a glass, and giveth us instruction to address ourselves to know our own estate, as that we be not born to follow lust, or serve the paunch like brutish beasts forlorn, but for to lift our eyes, as well of body as of mind, to heaven, as to our native soil, from whence we have by kind our better part, and by the sight thereof to learn to know and knowledge him that dwelleth there, and wholly to bestow our care and travel to the praise and glory of his name, who for the sakes of mortal men created first the same. Moreover, by the golden age, what other thing is meant than Adam's time in paradise, who, being innocent, did lead a blessed and happy life until that through a sin he fell from God, from which time forth all sorrow did begin. The earth, accursed for his sake, did never after more yield food without great toil. Both heat and cold did vex him sore, disease of body, care of mind, with hunger, thirst, and need, fear, hope, joy, grief, and trouble fell on him and on his seed, and this is termed the Silver Age. Next which there did succeed the Brazen Age, when malice first in people's hearts did breed, which never ceased growing till it did so far outrage that nothing but destruction could the heat thereof assuage. For why men's stomachs, waxing hard as steel against their God, provoked him from day to day to strike them with his rod. Proud giants also did arise, that with presumptuous wills heaped wrong on wrong and sin on sin, like huge and lofty hills, whereby they strove to climb to heaven, and God from thence to draw, in scorning of his holy word and breaking nature's law. for which anon ensued the flood, which overflowed all the whole round earth, and drowned quite all creatures, great and small, excepting few that God did save, as seed whereof should grow another offspring. All these things the poet here doth show in colour, altering both the names of persons, time, and place. For where, according to the truth of Scripture in this case, the universal flood did fall but 1600 years and 56 after the creation, as appears by reckoning of the ages of the fathers, under Noe, with whom 7 other persons like safeguard did enjoy within the ark, which at the end of 1 whole year did stay upon the hills of Armony. The poet, following the fables of the glorying Greeks, who shamelessly did take the praise of all things to themselves, in fabling wise doth make it happen in Deucalion's time, who reigned in Thessaly 800 winters since Noe's flood, or thereupon well nigh, because that in the reign of him a mighty flood did fall, that drowned the greater part of Greece, towns, cattle, folk, and all, save few that by the help of boats attained it unto him, and to the highest of the forked Parnassus top did swim. And for because that he and his were driven a while to dwell among the stony hills and rocks, until the water fell, the poets hereupon did take occasion for to feign that he and Pyrrha did repair mankind of stones again. So in the 6th book afterward, Amphion's harp is said the first foundation of the walls of Thebe to have laid, because that by his eloquence and justice, which are meant by true accord of harmony and musical consent, he gathered into Thebe town, and into order knit the people, that dispersed and rude in hills and rocks did sit. So Orphe in the 10th book is reported to delight the savage beasts, and for to hold the fleeting birds from flight, to move the senseless stones, and stay swift rivers, and to make the trees to follow after him, and for his music's sake to yield him shadow where he went. By which is signified that in his doctrine such a force and sweetness was implied, that such as were most wild, stour, fierce, hard, witless, rude, and bent against good order, were by him persuaded to relent, and for to be conformable to live in reverent awe, like neighbours in a commonweal by justice under law. Considering then of things before rehearsed the whole effect, I trust there is already showed sufficient to detect that poets took the ground of all their chiefest fables out of Scripture, which they, shadowing with their glosses, went about to turn the truth to toys and lies. And of the selfsame rate are also these, their phlegeton, their Styx, their blissful state of spirits in the Elysian fields, of which the former twain seem counterfeited of the place where damned souls remain, which we call hell. The third doth seem to fetch his pedigree from paradise, which Scripture shows a place of bliss to be. If poets then with leasings and with fables shadowed so the certain truth, what letteth us to pluck those visors for their doings, and to bring again the darkened truth to light, that all men may behold thereof the clearness shining bright? The readers therefore earnestly admonished are to be, to seek a further meaning than the letter gives to see. The travel ta'en in that behalf, although it have some pain, yet makes it double recompense with pleasure and with gain. With pleasure, for variety and strangeness of the things, with gain, for good instruction which the understanding brings. And if they, happening for to meet with any wanton word or matter lewd, according as the person doth afford in whom the evil is described, do feel their minds thereby provoked to vice and wantonness, as nature commonly is prone to evil, let them thus imagine in their mind, behold, by scent of reason and by perfect sight, I find a panther here, whose painted coat with yellow spots like gold and pleasant smell allure mine eyes and senses to behold. But well I know his face is grim and fierce, which he doth hide to his intent, that while I thus stand gazing on his hide, he may devour me unbewares. Now let them more offended vices in this present work in lively colours penned, than if that in a crystal glass foul images they found, resembling folks' foul visages that stand about it round. For sure these fables are not put in writing to the intent to further or allure to vice, but rather this is meant, that men beholding what they be when vice doth reign instead of virtue, should not let their lewd affections have the head. For as there is no creature more divine than man, as long as reason hath the sovereignty, and standeth firm and strong, so is there none more beastly, vile, and devilish than is he, if reason, giving over, by affection made it be. The use of this same book, therefore, is this, that every man, endeavouring for to know himself as nearly as he can, as though he in a chariot sat well ordered, should direct his mind by reason in the way of virtue, and correct his fierce affections with the bit of temperance, lest perchance they, taking bridle in the teeth, like wilful jades, do prance away, and headlong carry him to every filthy pit of vice, and drinking of the same defile his soul with it, or else all headlong harry him upon the rocks of sin, and overthrowing forcibly the chariot he sits in, do tear him worse than ever was Hippolytus, the son of Theseus, when he went about his father's wrath to shun. This worthy work, in which of good examples are so many, this orchard of Hercules, in which there wants not any herb, tree, or fruit that may man's use for health or pleasure serve, this plenteous horn of alkaloy, which justly doth deserve to bear the name of treasury of knowledge, I present to your good lordship once again, not as a member rent or parted from the residue of the body any more, but fully now accomplished, desiring you therefore to let your noble courtesy and favour countervail my faults, where art or eloquence on my behalf doth fail. For sure the mark whereat I shoot is neither wreaths of bay, nor name of poet, nor no meed, but chiefly that it may be liked well of you, and all the wise and learned sort, and next that every wight that shall have pleasure for to sport him in this garden may as well bear wholesome fruit away, as only on the pleasant flowers his reckless senses stay. But why seem I these doubts to cast, as if that he that took with favour and with gentleness a parcel of the book would not likewise accept the whole, or even as if that they who do excel in wisdom and in learning would not weigh a wise and learned work aright, or else as if that I ought to have a special care how all men do apply my doings to their own behoof. As of the former twain I have great hope and confidence, so would I fain the other should according to good meaning find success. If otherwise, the fault is theirs, not mine, they must confess. And therefore, briefly to conclude, I turn again to thee, O noble Earl of Leicester, whose life God grant may be as long in honour, health, and wealth as ancient Nestor's was, or rather as Tithonius's, that all such students as do travel to enrich our tongue with knowledge heretofore not common, to our vulgar speech, may daily more and more proceed through thy good furtherance and favour in the same, to all men's profit and delight, and thy eternal fame. And that, which is a greater thing, our native country may long time enjoy thy counsel and thy travel to her stay. At Barwick, the 20th of April, 1567. Your good L. most humbly to command, Arthur Golding. The Preface to the Reader. I would not wish the simple sort offended for to be, when in this book the heathen names of feigned gods they see. The true and ever-living God the paynims did not know, which caused them the name of gods on creatures to bestow. For nature, being once corrupt, and knowledge blinded quite by Adam's fall, those little seeds and sparks of heavenly light that did as yet remain in man, endeavouring forth to burst, and wanting grace and power to grow to that they were at first, to superstition did decline, and drave the fearful mind strange worships of the living God and creatures for to find, the which by custom taking root, and growing so to strength, through Satan's help possessed the hearts of all the world at length. Some worshipped all the host of heaven, some dead men's ghosts and bones, some wicked fiends, some worms and fowls, herbs, fishes, trees, and stones, the fire, the air, the sea, the land, and every running brook, each queachy grove, each craggy cliff the name of Godhead took. The night and day, the fleeting hours, the seasons of the year, and every strange and monstrous thing for gods mistaken were. There was no virtue, nor no vice, there was no gift of mind or body, but some god thereto or goddess was assigned. Of health and sickness, life and death, of neediness and wealth, of peace and war, of love and hate, of murder, craft and stealth, of bread and wine, of slothful sleep, and of their solemn games, and every other trifling toy, their gods did bear the names. And look how every man was bent to goodness or to ill, he did surmise his foolish gods inclining to his will. For God, perceiving man's perverse and wicked will to sin, did give him over to his lust, to sink or swim therein. By means whereof it came to pass, as in this book ye see, that all their gods with whoredom, theft, or murder blotted be, which argues them to be no gods, but worser in effect than they whose open punishment their doings doth detect. Who, seeing Jove, whom heathen folk do arm with triple fire, in shape of eagle, bull, or swan, to win his foul desire, or grisly Mars, their god of war, entangled in a net by Venus' husband, purposely to trap him warely set? Who, seeing Saturn eating up the children he begat, or Venus dallying wantonly with every lusty mate? Who, seeing Juno play the scold, or Phoebus mourn and rue for loss of her whom in his rage through jealous mood he slew? Or else the subtle Mercury, that bears the charmed rod, conveying neat and hiding them, would take him for a god? For if these faults in mortal men do justly merit blame, what greater madness can there be than to impute the same to gods, whose natures ought to be most perfect, pure, and bright, most virtuous, holy, chaste, and wise, most full of grace and light? But as there is no Christian man that can surmise in mind that these or other such are gods, which are no gods by kind, so would to God there were not now of Christian men professed that worshipped in their deeds these gods whose names they do detest. Whose laws we keep, his thralls we be, and he our God indeed, so long is Christ our God as we in Christian life proceed. But if we yield to fleshly lust, to lucre, or to wrath, or if that envy, gluttony, or pride the mastery hath, or many other kind of sin, the thing the which we serve, to be accounted for our God most justly doth deserve. Then must we think the learned men that did these names frequent some further things and purposes by those devices meant. By Jove and Juno understand all states of princely port, by Ops and Saturn ancient folk that are of elder sort, by Phoebus young and lusty brutes of hand and courage stout, by Mars the valiant men of war that love to fight it out, by Pallas and the famous troop of all the Muses 9, such folk as in the sciences and virtuous arts do shine, by Mercury the subtle sort that use to filch and lie, with thieves and merchants who to gain their travel do apply, by Bacchus all the meaner trades and handicrafts are meant, by Venus such as of the flesh to filthy lust are bent, by Neptune such as keep the seas, by Phoebe maidens chaste, and pilgrims such as wanderingly their time in travel waste, by Pluto such as delve in mines, and ghosts of persons dead, by Vulcan smiths, and such as work in iron, tin, or lead, by Hecate witches, conjurers, and necromancers read, with all such vain and devilish arts as superstition breed, by satyrs, sylphans, nymphs, and fauns, with other such beside, the plain and simple country folk that everywhere abide. I know these names to other things oft may and must agree, in declaration of the which I will not tedious be, but leave them to the reader's will, to take in sundry wise, as matter rising giveth cause constructions to devise. Now, when thou readst of God or man in stone, in beast or tree, it is a mirror for thyself thine own estate to see. For under feigned names of gods it was the poet's guise the vice and faults of all estates to taunt in covert wise, and likewise to extol with praise such things as do deserve, observing always comeliness, from which they do not swerve. And as the person greater is of birth, renown, or fame, the greater ever is his laud, or fouler is his shame. For if the states that on the earth the room of God supply decline from virtue unto vice, and live disorderly, to eagles, tigers, bulls, and bears, and other figures strange, both to their people and themselves, most hurtful do they change. And when the people give themselves to filthy life and sin, what other kind of shape thereby than filthy can they win? So was Lycaon made a wolf, and Jove became a bull, the Tone for using cruelty, the t'other for his troll. So was Elpenor and his mates transformed into swine, for following of their filthy lust in women and in wine. Not that they lost their manly shape, as to the outward show, but for that in their brutish breasts most beastly lusts did grow. For why this lump of flesh and bones, this body is not we. We are a thing which earthly eyes denied are to see. Our soul is we, endued by God with reason from above. Our body is but as our house, in which we work and move. Tone part is common to us all, with God of heaven himself. The t'other common with the beasts, a vile and stinking pelf. The Tone bedecked with heavenly gifts and endless, t'other gross, frail, filthy, weak, and born to die as made of earthly dross. Now look, how long this clod of clay to reason doth obey, so long for men by just desert account ourselves we may. But if we suffer fleshly lusts as lawless lords to reign, then are we beasts, we are no men, we have our name in vain. And if we be so drowned in vice that feeling once be gone, then may it well of us be said we are a block or stone. This surely did the poets mean, when in such sundry wise the pleasant tales of turned shapes they studied to devise. Their purpose was to profit men, and also to delight, and so to handle everything as might best like the sight. For as the image, portrayed out in simple white and black, though well proportioned, true, and fair, if comely colours lack, delighteth not the eye so much, nor yet contents the mind so much, as that shadowed is with colours in his kind. Even so a plain and naked tale or story simply told, although the matter be indeed of value more than gold, makes not the hearer so attent to print it in his heart, as when the thing is well declared with pleasant terms and art. All which the poets knew right well, and for the greater grace, as Persian kings did never go abroad with open face, but with some lawn or silken scarf for reverence of their state, even so they, following in their works the self-same trade and rate, did under covert names and terms their doctrines so imply, as that it is right dark and hard their meaning to espy. But being found, it is more sweet, and makes the mind more glad, than if a man of tried gold a treasure gained had. For as the body hath his joy in pleasant smells and sights, even so in knowledge and in arts the mind has much delights. Whereof abundant hoards and heaps in poets' packet been, so hid that, saving unto few, they are not to be seen. And therefore whoso doth attempt the poet's works to read, must bring with him a stayed head and judgment to proceed. For as there be most wholesome hests and precepts to be found, so are there rocks and shallow shelves to run the ship aground. Some naughty person, seeing vice shew'd lively in his view, doth take occasion by and by like vices to ensue. Another, being more severe than wisdom doth require, beholding vice to outward show exalted in desire, condemneth by and by the book, and him that did it make, and wills it to be burned with fire for lewd example's sake. These persons overshoot themselves, and other folks deceive, not able of the author's mind the meaning to conceive. The author's purpose is to paint and set before our eyes the lively image of the thoughts that in our stomachs rise. Each vice and virtue seems to speak and argue to our face with such persuasions as they have their doings to embrace. And if a wicked person seem his vices to exalt, esteem not him that rate the work in such defaults to halt, but rather with an upright eye consider well thy thought. See if corrupted nature ha'n the like within thee wrought. Mark what affection doth persuade in every kind of matter. Judge if that even in heinous crimes thy fancy do not flatter. And were it not for dread of law, or dread of God above, most men, I fear, would do the things that fond affections move. Then take these works as fragrant flowers most full of pleasant juice, the which the bee, conveying home, may put to wholesome use, and which the spider, sucking on, to poison may convert, through venom spread in all her limbs, and native in her heart. For to the pure and godly mind are all things pure and clean, and unto such as are corrupt the best corrupted been. Like as the finest meats and drinks that can be made by art, in sickly folks to nourishment of sickness do convert. And therefore, not regarding such whose diet is so fine that nothing can digest with them unless it be divine, nor such as to their proper harm do rest and wring awry the things that to a good intent are written pleasantly, through Ovid's work of turned shapes I have with painful pace passed on, until I had attained the end of all my race. And now I have him made so well acquainted with our tongue, as that he may in English verse as in his own be sung. Wherein, although for pleasant style I cannot make account to match mine author, who in that all other doth surmount, yet, gentle reader, I do trust my travel in this case may purchase favour in thy sight, my doings to embrace, considering what a sea of goods and jewels thou shalt find, not more delightful to the ear than fruitful to the mind. For this do learned persons deem of Ovid's present work, that in no one of all his books the which he rate do lurk mo dark and secret mysteries, mo counsels wise and sage, mo good examples, mo reproofs of vice in youth and age, mo fine inventions to delight, mo matters clerkly knit, no, nor more strange variety to show a learned wit, the high, the low, the rich, the poor, the master and the slave, the maid, the wife, the man, the child, the simple and the brave, the young, the old, the good, the bad, the warrior strong and stout, the wise, the fool, the country clown, the learned and the lout. And every other living wight shall in this mirror see his whole estate, thoughts, words, and deeds expressly shewed to be. Whereof, if more particular examples thou do crave, in reading the epistle through thou shalt thy longing have. Moreover, thou mayst find herein descriptions of the times, with constellations of the stars and planets in their climes, the sights of countries, cities, hills, seas, forests, plains, and floods, the natures both of fowls, beasts, worms, herbs, metals, stones, and woods, and finally whatever thing is strange and delectable. The same conveyed shall you find most featly in some fable, and even as in a chain each link within another winds, and both with that went before and that follows binds, so every tale within this book doth seem to take his ground of that was rehearsed before, and enters in the bound of that follows after it. And every one gives light to other, so that whoso means to understand them right must have a care as well to know the thing that went before, as that the which he presently desires to see so sore. Now to the intent that none have cause hereafter to complain of me, as setter out of things that are but light and vain, if any stomach be so weak as that it cannot brook the lively setting forth of things described in this book, I give him counsel to abstain until he be more strong, and for to use Ulysses' feat against the mermaid's song. Or if he needs will hear and see, and wilfully agree, through cause misconstrued, unto vice allured for to be, then let him also mark the pain that doth thereof ensue, and hold himself content with that to his fault is due. Finis. End of section 0. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 1 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 1. The first book of Ovid's Metamorphoses, translated into English metre. Of shapes transformed to bodies strange I purpose to entreat. Ye gods, vouchsafe, for you are they that wrought this wondrous feat, to further this mine enterprise, and from the world begun, grant that my verse may to my time his course directly run. Before the sea and land were made, and heaven that all did hide, in all the world one only face of nature did abide, which chaos hight, a huge rude heap, and nothing else but even a heavy lump and clottered clot of seeds together driven, of things that strife among themselves for want of order due. No sun as yet with lightsome beams the shapeless world did view, no moon, in growing, did repair her horns with borrowed light, nor yet the earth amidst the air did hang by wondrous sleight, just paced by her proper weight. Nor winding in and out did Amphitrite with her arms embrace the earth about. For where was earth was sea and air, so was the earth unstable, the air all dark, the sea likewise to bear a ship unable. No kind of thing had proper shape, but each confounded other. For in one self-same body strove the hot and cold together, the moist with dry, the soft with hard, the light with things of weight. This strife did God and nature break, and set in order straight. The earth from heaven, the sea from earth he parted orderly, and from the thick and foggy air he took the lightsome sky, which when he once unfolded had, and severed from the blind and clodded heap, he, setting each from other, did them bind in endless friendship to agree. The fire, most pure and bright, the substance of the heaven itself, because it was so light, did mount aloft, and set itself in highest place of all. The second room, a fright to air, for lightness did befall. The earth, more gross, drew down with it each weighty kind of matter, and set itself in lowest place. Again, the waving water did lastly challenge for his place the utmost coast and bound of all the compass of the earth, to close the steadfast ground. Now when he in this foresaid wise, what God so ere he was, had broke, and into members put this rude confused mass, then first, because in every part the earth should equal be, he made it like a mighty ball in compass, as we see. And here and there he cast in seas, to whom he gave a law to swell with every blast of wind and every stormy flaw, and with their waves continually to beat upon the shore of all the earth within the mighty bounds enclosed by them afore. Moreover, springs and mighty meres and lakes he did augment, and flowing streams of crooked brooks and winding banks he pent, of which the earth doth drink up some, and some with restless race do seek the sea, where finding scope of larger room and space, instead of banks they beat on shores. He did command the plain and champion grounds to stretch out wide, and valleys to remain underneath, and eke the woods to hide them decently with tender leaves, and stony hills to lift themselves on high. And as two zones to cut the heaven upon the righter side, and other twain upon the left likewise the same divide, the middle in outrageous heat exceeding all the rest, even so likewise through great foresight to God it seemeth best, the earth included in the same should so divided be, as with the number of the heaven her zones might full agree, of which the middle zone in heat, the utmost twain in cold, exceeds so far, that there to dwell no creature dare be bold. Between these two so great extremes, two other zones are fixed, where temperature of heat and cold indifferently is mixed. Now over this doth hang the air, which as it is more flighty than earth or water, so again than fire it is more weighty. There hath he placed mist and clouds, and for to fear men's minds, the thunder and the lightning eke, with cold and blustering winds. But yet the Maker of the world permitteth not alway the winds to use the air at will. For at this present day, though each from other placed be in sundry coasts aside, the violence of their boisterous blasts things scarcely can abide. They so turmoil as though they would the world in pieces rend, so cruel is those brothers' wrath when that they do contend. And therefore to the morning grey, the realm of Nabothi, to Persis, and to other lands and countries that do lie far underneath the morning star, did Eurus take his flight. Likewise the setting of the sun and shutting in of night belong to Zephyr, and the blasts of blustering Boreas reign in Scythia, and in other lands set under Charles's wane. And unto Auster doth belong the coast of all the south, who beareth showers and rotten mists continual in his mouth. Above all these he set aloft the clear and lightsome sky, without all dregs of earthly filth or grossness utterly. The bounds of things were scarcely yet by him thus pointed out, but that appeared in the heaven stars glistering all about, which in the said confused heap had hidden been before. And to the intent with lively things each regions for to store, the heavenly soil to gods and stars and planets first he gave. The waters next, both fresh and salt, he let the fishes have. The subtle air to flickering fowls and birds he hath assigned. The earth to beasts, both wild and tame, of sundry sort and kind. Howbeit, yet of all this while the creature wanting was, far more divine, of nobler mind, which should the residue pass in depth of knowledge, reason, wit, and high capacity, and which of all the residue should the Lord and ruler be. Then either he that made the world and things in order set, of heavenly seed engendered man, or else the earth, as yet young, lusty, fresh, and in her flowers, and parted from the sky but late before, the seed thereof as yet held inwardly, the which Prometheus, tempering straight with water of the spring, did make in likeness to the gods that govern everything. And where all other beasts behold the ground with grovelling eye, he gave to man a stately look replete with majesty, and willed him to behold the heaven with countenance cast on high, to mark and understand what things were in the starry sky. And thus the earth, which late before had neither shape nor hue, did take the noble shape of man, and was transformed new. Then sprang up first the golden age, which of itself maintained the truth and right of everything, unforced and unconstrained. There was no fear of punishment, there was no threatening law in brazen tables nailed up to keep the folk in awe. There was no man would crouch or creep to judge with cap in hand. They lived safe without a judge in every realm and land. The lofty pine tree was not hewn from mountains where it stood, in seeking strange and foreign lands to rove upon the flood. Men knew none other countries yet than where themselves did keep. There was no town enclose it yet, with walls and ditches deep. No horn nor trumpet was in use, no sword nor helmet worn. The world was such that soldiers' help might easily be forborne. The fertile earth as yet was free, untouched of spade or plough, and yet it yielded of itself of everything's enow. And men themselves contented well with plain and simple food, that on the earth by nature's gift without their travel stood. did live by raspis, heps, and haws, by cornels, plums, and cherries, by sloes and apples, nuts and pears, and loathsome brambleberries, and by the acorns dropped on ground from Jove's broad-treed field. The springtime lasted all the year, and Zephyr, with his mild and gentle blast, did cherish things that grew of own accord. The ground, untilled, all kinds of fruits did plenteously afford. No muck nor tillage was bestowed on lean and barren land, to make the corn of better head and ranker for to stand. Then streams ran milk, then streams ran wine, and yellow honey flowed from each green tree whereon the rays of fiery Phoebus glowed. But when that into limbo once Saturnus being thrust, the rule and charge of all the world was under Jove unjust, and that the silver age came in, more somewhat base than gold, more precious yet than freckled brass, immediately the old and ancient spring did Jove abridge, and made thereof anon 4 seasons, winter, summer, spring, and autumn, off and on. Then first of all began the air with fervent heat to swelt, then icicles hung roping down, then, for the cold was felt, men gan to shroud themselves in house. Their houses were the thicks and bushy queaches, hollow caves, or hardles made of sticks. Then first of all were furrows drawn, and corn was cast in ground. The simple ox, with sorry sighs, to heavy yoke was bound. Next after this succeeded straight the third and brazen age, more hard of nature, somewhat bent to cruel wars and rage, but yet not wholly past all grace. Of iron is the last, in no part good and tractable as former ages past. For when that of this wicked age once opened was the vein, therein all mischief rushed forth. Then faith and truth were fain, and honest shame to hide their heads. For whom stepped stoutly in craft, treason, violence, envy, pride, and wicked lust to win. The shipman hoist his sails to wind, whose names he did not know, and ships that erst in tops of hills and mountains had agrow, did leap and dance on uncouth waves. And men began to bound with duels and ditches drawn in length the free and fertile ground, which was as common as the air and light of sun before. Not only corn and other fruits for sustenance and for store were now exacted of the earth, but eft they gan to dig, and in the bowels of the ground unsatiably to rig for riches, couched and hidden deep in places near to hell, the spurs and stirrers unto vice, and foes to doing well. Then hurtful iron came abroad, then came forth yellow gold, more hurtful than the iron far. Then came forth battle bold, that fights with both, and shakes his sword in cruel bloody hand. Men live by ravin and by stealth. The wandering guest doth stand in danger of his host, the host in danger of his guest, and fathers of their son-in-laws. Yea, seldom time doth rest between born brothers such accord and love as ought to be. The good man seeks the good wife's death, and his again seeks she. The stepdames fell, their husbands' sons with poison to assail, to see their fathers live so long, the children to bewail. All goodliness lies under foot, and Lady Astray, last of heavenly virtues, from this earth in slaughter drowned passed. And to the intent the earth alone should not be thus oppressed, and heaven above in slothful ease and careless quiet rest, men say that giants went about the realm of heaven to win, to place themselves to reign as gods and lawless lords therein. And hill on hill they heaped up, aloft into the sky, till God Almighty from the heaven did let his thunder fly, the dint whereof the airy tops on high Olympus brake, and pressed Pelion violently from under Ossa strake. When whelmed in their wicked work those cursed caitives lay, the earth, their mother, took their blood, yet warm, and, as they say, did give it life. And for because some imps should still remain of that same stock, she gave it shape and limbs of men again. This offspring eke against the gods did bear a native spite. In slaughter and in doing wrong was all their whole delight. Their deeds declared them of blood engendered for to be, the which, as soon as Saturn's son from heaven aloft did see, he fetched a sigh, and therewithal revolving in his thought the shameful act which at a feast Lycaon later wrought, as yet unknown or blown abroad, he gan thereat to storm and stomach like an angry Jove. And therefore, to reform such heinous acts, he summoned straight his court of parliament, whereto resorted all the gods that had their summons sent. High in the welkin is a way apparent to the sight in starry nights, which of his passing whiteness milky hight. It is the street that to the court and princely palace leads of mighty Jove, whose thunderclaps each living creature dreads. On both the sides of this same way do stand in stately port the sumptuous houses of the peers. For all the common sort dwell scattering here and there abroad, the face of all the sky the houses of the chief estates and princes to supply. And sure, and if I may be bold to speak my fancy free, I take this place of all the heaven the palace for to be. Now when the gods assembled were, and each had ta'en his place, Jove, standing up aloft and leaning on his ivory mace, right dreadfully his bushy locks did thrice or 4 times shake, wherewith he made both sea and land and heaven itself to quake. And afterward, in wrathful words, his angry mind thus brake: I never was in greater care, nor more perplexity, how to maintain my sovereign state and princely royalty, when with their 100th hands apiece the adder-footed rout did practise for to conquer heaven and for to cast us out. For though it were a cruel foe, yet did that war depend upon one ground, and in one stalk it had his final end. But now, as far as any sea about the world doth wind, I must destroy both man and beast and all the mortal kind. I swear by Styx's holy streams that run within the ground, all other means must first be sought. But when there can be found no help to heal a festered sore, it must away be cut, lest that the parts that yet are sound in danger should be put. We have a number in the world that man's estate surmount, of such whom for their private gods the country folks account, as satyrs, fauns, and sundry nymphs, with sylvans eke beside, that in the woods and hilly grounds continually abide, whom into heaven, since that we as yet vouch not to take, and of the honour of this place co-partners for to make, such lands as to inhabit in we erst to them assigned, that they should still enjoy the same. It is my will and mind. But can you think that they in rest and safety shall remain, when proud Lycaon lay in wait by secret means and train to have confounded me, your lord, who in my hand do bear the dreadful thunder, and of whom even you do stand in fear? The house was moved at his words, and earnestly required the man that had so traitorously against their lord conspired. Even so, when rebels did arise to destroy the Roman name by shedding of our Caesar's blood, the horror of the same did pierce the hearts of all mankind, and made the world to quake, whose fervent zeal on thy behalf, O August, thou didst take as thankfully as Jove doth hear the loving care of his, who, beckoning to them with his hand, forbiddeth them to hiss, and therewithal through all the house attentive silence is. As soon as that his majesty all muttering had allayed, he brake the silence once again, and thus unto them said: Let pass this careful thought of yours, for he that did offend hath dearly bought the wicked act the which he did intend. Yet shall you hear what was his fault, and vengeance for the same. A foul report and infamy unto our hearing came of mischief used in those times, which wishing all untrue, I did descend in shape of man, then famed earth to view. It were a process overlong to tell you of the sin that did abound in every place whereas I entered in. The good was lesser than the truth, and partial in report. The dreadful dens of Menelaus, where savage beasts resort, and Killen had I overpassed, with all the pine trees high of cold Lycius, and from thence I entered by and by the herbulous and cruel house of late Arcadian king, such time as twilight on the earth dim darkness began to bring. I gave a sign that God was come, and straight the common sort devoutly prayed, whereat Lycaon first did make a sport, and after said, by open proof ere long I mind to see if that this wight a mighty God or mortal preacher be. The truth shall try itself. He meant, this equal did declare, to steal upon me in the night, and kill me unbeware. And yet he was not so content, but went and cut the throat of one that lay in hostage there, which was an epirote. And part of him he did to roast, and part he did to stew, which when it came upon the board, forthwith I overthrew the house, with just revenging fire upon the owner's head, who, seeing that, slipped out of doors amazed for fear, and fled into the wild and desert woods, where, being all alone, as he endeavored, but in vain, to speak and make his moan, he fell a howling, wherewithal, for very rage and mood, he ran me quite out of his wits, and waxed furious wood, still practising his wonted lust of slaughter on the poor and silly cattle, thirsting still for blood as heretofore. His garments turned to shaggy hair, his arms to rugged paws. So is he made a ravening wolf, whose shape expressly draws to that the which he was before. His skin is hoary grey, his look still grim with glaring eyes, and every kind of way his cruel heart in outward shape doth well itself bewray. Thus was one house destroyed quite, but that one house alone deserveth not to be destroyed. In all the earth is none but such as vice doth reign therein, as that you would believe that all had sworn and sold themselves to mischief as to grieve. And therefore, as they all offend, so am I fully bent that all forthwith, as they deserve, shall have due punishment. These words of Jove some of the gods did openly approve, and with their sayings more to wrath his angry courage move, and some did give assent by signs. Yet did it grieve them all that such destruction utterly on all mankind should fall, demanding what he purposed with all the earth to do, when that he had all mortal men so clean destroyed, and who on holy altars afterward should offer frankincense, and whether that he were in mind to leave the earth from thence to savage beasts to waste and spoil, because of man's offence. The king of gods bade cease their thought and questions in that case, and cast the care thereof on him. Within a little space he promised for to frame anew another kind of men, by wondrous means, unlike the first, to build the world again. And now his lightning he had thought on all the earth to throw, but that he feared lest the flames perhaps so high should grow, as for to set the heaven on fire, and burn up all the sky. He did remember furthermore how that by destiny a certain time should one day come, wherein both sea and land and heaven itself should feel the force of Vulcan's scorching brand, so that the huge and goodly work of all the world so wide should go to wreck. For doubt whereof, forthwith he laid aside his weapons that the Cyclops made, intending to correct man's trespass by a punishment contrary in effect, and namely, with incessant showers from heaven it poured down. He did determine with himself the mortal kind to drown. In Aeolus' prison by and by he fettered Boreas fast, with all such winds as chafe the clouds, or break them with their blast, and set at large the southern wind, who straight with watery wings, and dreadful face as black as pitch, forth out of prison flings. His beard hung full of hideous storms, all dankish was his head, with water streaming down his hair that on his shoulders shed. His ugly forehead wrinkled was with foggy mists full thick, and on his feathers and his breast a stilling dew did stick. As soon as he between his hands the hanging clouds had crushed, with rattling noise, adown from heaven the rain full sadly gushed. The rainbow, Juno's messenger bedecked in sundry hue, to maintain moisture in the clouds, great waters thither drew. The corn was beaten to the ground. The tillman's hope of gain, for which he toiled all the year, lay drowned in the rain. Jove's indignation and his wrath began to grow so hot, that for to quench the rage thereof his heaven sufficed not. His brother Neptune with his waves was fain to do him ease, who, straight assembling all the streams that fall into the seas, said to them, standing in his house, Sirs, get you home apace. You must not look to have me use long preaching in this case. Pour out your force, for so is need, your heads each one upend, and from your open springs your streams with flowing waters send. He had no sooner said the word, but that returning back, each one of them unloosed his spring, and let his waters slack, and to the sea with flowing streams swollen above their banks, one rolling in another's neck, they rushed forth by ranks. Himself with his three-tined mace did lend the earth a blow that made it shake, and open ways for waters forth to flow. The floods at random where they list through all the fields did stray, men, beasts, trees, corn, and with their gods were churches washed away. If any house were built so strong against their force to stand, yet did the water hide the top. The turrets in that pond were overwhelmed. No difference was between the sea and ground, for all was sea. There was no shore nor landing to be found. Some climbed up to tops of hills, and some rode to and fro in boats, where they not long before to plough the cart did go. One over corn and tops of towns, whom waves did overwhelm, doth sail in ship. Another sits a-fishing in an elm. In meadows green were anchors cast, so fortune did provide, and crooked ships did shadow vines, the which the flood did hide. And where but t'other day before did feed the hungry goat, the ugly seals and porpoises now to and fro did float. The sea nymphs wondered under waves the towns and groves to see, and dolphins played among the tops and boughs of every tree. The grim and greedy wolf did swim among the silly sheep. The lion and tiger fierce were born upon the deep. It booted not the foaming boar his crooked tusks to whet. The running hart could in the stream by swiftness nothing get. The fleeting fowls, long having sought for land to rest upon, into the sea with weary wings were driven to fall anon. The outrageous swelling of the sea the lesser hillocks drowned. Unwonted waves on highest tops of mountains did rebound. The greatest part of men were drowned, and such escaped the flood, forlorn with fasting overlong, did die for want of food. Against the fields of Aeone and Attic lies a land that Phocus hight, a fertile ground, while that it was a land, but at that time a part of sea, and even of champion field of sudden waters, which the flood by forced rage did yield. Whereas a hill with forked top, the which Parnassus hight, doth pierce the clouds, and to the stars doth raise his head upright. When at this hill, for yet the sea had whelmed all beside, Deucalion at his bedfellow, without all other guide, arrived in their little bark, immediately they went, and to the nymphs of Corycus, with full devout intent did honor due, and to the gods to whom that famous hill was sacred, and to Themis eke, in whose most holy will consisted then the oracles. In all the world so round a better nor more righteous man could never yet be found than was Deucalion, nor again a woman, maid, nor wife, that feared God so much as she, nor led so good a life. When Jove beheld how all the world stood like a plash of rain, and of so many thousand men and women did remain but one of each, howbeit those both just and both devout, he brake the clouds, and did command that Boreas with his stout and sturdy blasts should chase the flood, that earth might see the sky, and heaven the earth. The seas also began immediately their raging fury for to cease. Their ruler laid away his dreadful mace, and with his words their woodness did allay. He called Triton to him straight, his trumpeter, who stood in purple robe on shoulder cast, aloft upon the flood, and bade him take his sounding trump, and out of hand to blow retreat, that all the streams might hear, and cease from thence to flow. He took his trumpet in his hand. His trumpet was the shell of some great whelk or other fish, in fashion like a bell, that gathered narrow to the mouth, and as it did descend, did wax more wide and writhen still, down to the nether end. When that this trump amid the sea was set to Triton's mouth, he blew so loud that all the streams, both east, west, north, and south, might easily hear him blow retreat, and all that heard the sound immediately began to ebb and draw within their bound. Then gan the sea to have a shore, and brooks to find a bank, and swelling streams of flowing floods within their channels sank. Then hills did rise above the waves that had them overflow, and as the waters did decrease, the ground did seem to grow. And after long and tedious time, the trees did show their tops, all bare, save that upon the boughs the mud did hang in knops. The world restored was again, which though Deucalion joyed then to behold, yet for because he saw the earth was void and silent like a wilderness, with sad and weeping eyes and ruthful voice, he then did speak to Pyrrha in this wise: O sister, O my loving spouse, O silly woman, left as only remnant of thy sex that water hath bereft, whom nature first by right of birth hath linked to me fast, in that we brothers' children be, and secondly the chaste and steadfast bond of lawful bed, and lastly now of all the present perils of the time that lately did befall. On all the earth from east to west, where Phoebus shows his face, there is no mo but thou and I of all the mortal race. The sea hath swallowed all the rest, and scarcely are we sure that our two lives from dreadful death in safety shall endure. For even as yet the dusky clouds do make my heart adrad. Alas, poor wretched silly soul, what heart wouldst thou have had to bear these heavy haps, if chance had let thee scape alone? Who should have been thy comfort then? Who should have rued thy moan? Now trust me truly, loving wife, had thou as now been drowned, I would have followed after thee, and in the sea been found. Would God I could my father's art of clay to fashion men, and give them life that people might frequent the world again. Mankind, alas, doth only now within us two consist, as moulds whereby to fashion men, for so the gods do list. And with these words the bitter tears did trickle down their cheek, until at length between themselves they did agree to seek to God by prayer for his grace, and to demand his aid by answer of his oracle, wherein they nothing stayed but to Cephisus sadly went, whose stream, as at that time, began to run within his banks, though thick with muddy slime, whose sacred liquor straight they took, and sprinkled with the same their heads and clothes, and afterwards to Themis' chapel came, the roof whereof with cindry moss was almost overgrown. For since the time the raging flood the world had overflown, no creature came within the church, so that the altars stood without one spark of holy fire, or any stick of wood. As soon as that this couple came within the chapel door, they fell down flat upon the ground, and trembling kissed the floor, and said, If prayer that proceeds from humble heart and mind may in the presence of the gods such grace and favour find as to appease their worthy wrath, then vouchsafe to tell, O gentle Themis, how the loss that on our kind befell may now eftsoons recovered be, and help us to repair the world which drowned under waves doth lie in great despair. The goddess, moved with their suit, this answer did them make: Depart you hence, go heal your heads, and let your garments slake, and both of you your grandam's bones behind your shoulders cast. They stood amazed at these words, till Pyrrha at the last, refusing to obey the hest the which the goddess gave, brake silence, and with trembling cheer did meekly pardon crave. For sure she said she was afraid her grandam's ghost to hurt, by taking up her buried bones to throw them in the dirt. And with the answer hereupon, eftsoons in hand they go, the doubtful words whereof they scan and canvass to and fro. Which done, Prometheus' son began by counsel wise and sage his cousin German's fearfulness thus gently to assuage. Well, either in these doubtful words is hid some mystery, whereof the gods permit us not the meaning to espy, or questionless, and if the sense of inward sentence deem like as the tenor of the words apparently to seem, it is no breach of godliness to do as God doth bid. I take our grandam for the earth, the stones within her hid I take for bones. These are the bones the which are meaned here. Though Titan's daughter at this wise conjecture of her fear were somewhat moved, yet none of both did steadfast credit give, so hardly could they in their hearts the heavenly hests believe. But what an if they made a proof? What harm could come thereby? They went their ways, and veiled their heads, and did their coats untie, and at their backs did throw the stones by name of bones foretold. The stones, who would believe the thing but that the time of old reports it for a steadfast truth, of nature tough and hard, began to war both soft and smooth, and shortly afterward to win therewith a better shape, and as they did increase, a milder nature in them grew, and rudeness gan to cease. For at the first their shape was such as in a certain sort resembled man, but of the right and perfect shape came short, even like to marble images, new drawn and roughly wrought, before the carver by his art to purpose hath them brought. Such parts of them, where any juice or moisture did abound, or else were earthy, turned to flesh, and such as were so sound and hard as would not bow nor bend, did turn to bones. Again, the part that was a vein before doth still his name retain. Thus by the mighty power of gods, ere longer time was past, the mankind was restored by stones the which a man did cast, and likewise also by the stones the which a woman threw, the womankind repaired was, and made again of new. Of these are we the crooked imps, and stony race indeed, bewraying by our toiling life from whence we do proceed. The lusty earth of own accord soon after forth did bring, according to their sundry shapes, each other living thing, as soon as that the moisture once caught heat against the sun, and that the fat and slimy mud in moorish grounds begun to swell through warmth of Phoebus' beams, and that the fruitful seed of things well cherished in the fat and lively soil, indeed, as in their mother's womb, began in length of time to grow to one or other kind of shape wherein themselves to show. Even so, when that the seven-mouthed Nile the watery fields forsook, and to his ancient channel eft his bridled streams betook, so that the sun did heat the mud, the which he left behind, the husbandman that tilled the ground among the clods did find of sundry creatures sundry shapes, of which they spied some even in the instant of their birth, but newly then begun, and some unperfect, wanting breast or shoulders in such wise, that in one body oftentimes appeared to the eyes one half thereof alive to be, and all the rest beside, both void of life and seemly shape, stark earth to still abide. For when that moisture with the heat is tempered equally, they do conceive, and of them twain agender by and by all kind of things. For though that fire with water debateth, yet moisture mixed with equal heat all living things createth. And so those discords in their kind, one striving with the other, in generation do agree, and make one perfect mother. And therefore, when the miry earth, bespread with slimy mud, brought over all but late before by violence of the flood, caught heat by warmness of the sun and calmness of the sky, things out of number in the world forthwith it did apply, whereof in part the like before in former times had been, and some so strange and ugly shapes as never erst were seen. In that she did such monsters breed was greatly to her woe, but yet thou ugly Python wert engendered by her, though a terror to the new-made folk, which never erst had known so foul a dragon in their life, so monstrously foregrown, so great a ground thy poison paunch did underneath thee hide. The god of shooting, who nowhere before that present died those kind of weapons put in Europe but at the speckled deer, or at the rose so white of foot, 1,000 shafts well near did on that hideous serpent spend, of which there was not one but forced forth the venomed blood along his sides to gone, so that his quiver almost void, he nailed him to the ground, and did him nobly at the last by force of shot confound. And lest the time might of this work deface the worthy fame, he did ordain in mind thereof a great and solemn game, which of the serpent that he slew of Pythians bare the name, where whoso could the mastery win in feats of strength, or sleight of hand or foot, or rolling wheel, might claim to have of right an oaken garland fresh and brave. There was not anywhere as yet a bay, by means whereof was Phoebus fain to wear the leaves of every pleasant tree about his golden hair. Pinion Daphne was the first where Phoebus set his love, which not blind chance, but Cupid's fierce and cruel wrath did move. The Delian god, but late before, surprised with passing pride for killing of the monstrous worm, the god of love espied, with bow in hand, already bent and letting arrows go, to whom he said, And what hast thou, thou wanton baby, so with warlike weapons for to toy? It were a better sight to see this kind of furniture on my 2 shoulders bright, who when we list with steadfast hand both man and beast can wound, who t'other day with arrows keen have nailed to the ground the serpent Python, so forswoln, whose filthy womb did hide so many acres of the ground in which he did abide. Content thyself, son, sorry loves to kindle with thy brand, for these our praises to attain thou must not take in hand. To him quoth Venus' son again, Well, Phoebus, I agree thy bow to shoot at every beast, and so shall mine at thee. And look how far that under God each beast is put by kind, so much thy glory less than ours in shooting shalt thou find. This said, with drift of feathered wings in broken air he flew, and up the forked and shady top of Mount Parnassus drew. There from his quiver full of shafts 2 arrows did he take, of sundry works. Tone causeth love, the t'other doth it slake. That causeth love is all of gold, with point full sharp and bright. That chaseth love is blunt, whose steel with leaden head is dight. The god this fired in the nymph Aeneas for the nones, the t'other pierced Apollo's heart, and overraft his bones. Immediately in smouldering heat of love the Tone did swelt. Again the t'other in her heart no spark nor motion felt. In woods and forests is her joy the savage beasts to chase, and as the price of all her pain to take the skin and case. Unwedded Phoebe doth she haunt and follow as her guide, unordered do her tresses wave, scarce in a fillet tied. Full many a wooer sought her love, she loathing all the rout, impatient and without a man, walks all the woods about. And as for Hymen, or for love and wedlock often sought, she took no care, they were the furthest end of all her thought. Her father many a time and oft would say, My daughter dear, thou owest me a son-in-law to be my lawful fear. Her father many a time and oft would say, My daughter dear, of nephews thou my debtor art, their grandsire's heart to cheer. She, hating as a heinous crime the bond of bridely bed, demurely casting down her eyes, and blushing somewhat red, did fold about her father's neck with fawning arms, and said, Dear father, grant me, while I live, my maidenhead for to have, as to Diana heretofore her father freely gave. Thy father, Daphne, could consent to that thou dost require, but that thy beauty and thy form impugn thy chaste desire, so that thy will and his consent are nothing in this case, by reason of the beauty bright that shineth in thy face. Apollo loves and longs to have this Daphne to his fear, and as he longs he hopes, but his foredooms do fail him there. And as light hame, when corn is reaped, or hedges burn with brands that passers by, when day draws near, throw loosely for their hands, so into flames the god is gone, and burneth in his breast, and feeds his vain and barren love in hoping for the best. Her hair unkemmed about her neck down flaring did he see. O Lord, and were they trimmed, quoth he, how seemly would she be. He sees her eyes, as bright as fire the stars do represent. He sees her mouth, which to have seen he holds him not content. Her lily arms, mid-part and more above the elbow bare, her hands, her fingers, and her wrists, him thought a beauty rare. And sure he thought such other parts as garments then did hide excelled greatly all the rest the which he had espied. But swifter than the whirling wind she flees, and will not stay to give the hearing to these words the which he had to say. I pray thee, nymph Peneus, stay. I chase not as a foe. Stay, nymph. The lambs do flee the wolves, the stags the lions so. With flittering feathers silly doves so from the goshawk fly, and every creature from his foe. Love is the cause that I do follow thee. Alas, alas! How would it grieve my heart to see thee fall among the briars, and that the blood should start out of thy tender legs, I, wretch, the causer of thy smart. The place is rough to which thou runn'st. Take leisure, I thee pray. Abate thy flight, and I myself my running pace will stay. Yet would I wish thee take advice, and wisely for to you what one he is that for thy grace in humble wise doth sue. I am not one that dwells among the hills and stony rocks. I am no sheep-herd with a cur attending on the flocks. I am no carle, nor country clown, nor neat-herd taking charge of cattle grazing here and there within this forest large. Thou dost not know, poor simple soul, God wot thou dost not know from whom thou fleest. For if thou knew, thou wouldst not flee me so. In Delphos is my chief abode. My temples also stand in Glauros and at Patara within the Lycian land, and in the isle of Tenedos the people honour me. The king of gods himself is known my father for to be. By me is known that was, that is, and that shall ensue. By me men learn to sundry tunes to frame sweet ditties true. In shooting I have steadfast hand, but surer hand had he that made this wound within my heart, that heretofore was free. Of physic and of surgery I found the arts for need. The power of every herb and plant doth of my gift proceed. Now woe is me that ne'er an herb can heal the hurt of love, and that the arts that others help their Lord doth helpless prove. As Phoebus would have spoken more, away Peneus stale with fearful steps, and left him in the midst of all his tale. And as she ran, the meeting winds her garments backward blew, so that her naked skin appeared behind her as she flew. Her goodly yellow golden hair, that hanged loose and slack, with every puff of air did wave and toss behind her back. Her running made her seem more fair. The youthful god therefore could not abide to waste his words in dalliance any more, but as his love advised him, he gan to mend his pace, and with the better foot before the fleeing nymph to chase. And even as when the greedy greyhound doth course the silly hare amidst the plain and champion field without all covert bare, both twain of them do strain themselves and lay on footmanship, who may best run with all his force, the t'other to outstrip, the tone for safety of his life, the t'other for his prey. The greyhound, I pressed with open mouth to bear the hare away, thrusts forth his snout, and girdeth out, and at her loins doth snatch, as though he would at every stride between his teeth her latch. Again, in doubt of being caught, the hare, shrinking, slips upon the sudden from his jaws, and from between his lips. So fared Apollo and the maid. Hope made Apollo swift, and fear did make the maiden fleet, devising how to shift. Howbeit he that did pursue of both the swifter went, as furthered by the feathered wings that Cupid had him lent, so that he would not let her rest, but pressed at her heels so near, that through her scattered hair she might his breathing feel. But when she saw her breath was gone, and strength began to fail, the colour faded in her cheeks, and beginning for to quail, she looked to Peneus' stream, and said, "Now, father dear, and if yon streams have power of gods, then help your daughter here. Oh, let the earth devour me quick, on which I seem to fare, or else this shape, which is my harm, by changing straight appear." This piteous prayer scarcely said, her sinews waxed stark, and therewithal about her breast did grow a tender bark. Her hair was turned into leaves, her arms in boughs did grow, her feet, that were erewhile so swift, now rooted were as slow. Her crown became the top, and thus of that she erst had been remained nothing in the world but beauty, fresh and green, which when that Phoebus did behold, affection did so move, the tree to which his love was turned he could no less but love. And as he softly laid his hand upon the tender plant, within the bark new overgrown, he felt her heart yet pant, and in his arms embracing fast her boughs and branches lithe, he proffered kisses to the tree did from him writhe. "Well," quoth Apollo, "though my fear and spouse thou cannot be, assuredly from this time forth yet shalt thou be my tree. Thou shalt adorn my golden locks, and eke my pleasant harp, thou shalt adorn my quiver full of shafts and arrows sharp, thou shalt adorn the valiant knights and royal emperors, when for their noble feats of arms, like mighty conquerors, triumphantly with stately pomp up to the Capitol they shall ascend, with solemn train that do their deeds extol. Before Augustus' palace door full duly shalt thou ward, the oak amid the palace yard faithfully to guard. And as my head is never polled, nor nevermore without a seemly bush of youthful hair that spreadeth round about, even so this honour give I thee, continually to have thy branches clad from time to time with leaves both fresh and brave." Now when that Paean of this talk had fully made an end, the laurel to his just request did seem to condescend, by bowing of her new-made boughs and tender branches down, and wagging of her seemly top, as if it were her crown. There is a land in Thessaly, enclosed on every side with woody hills, that Tempe hight, through mid whereof doth glide Peneus, gushing full of froth from foot of Pindus high, which with his headlong falling down doth cast up violently a misty stream like flakes of smoke, besprinkling all about the tops of trees on either side, and makes a roaring out that may be heard a great way off. This is the fixed seat, this is the house and dwelling place and chamber of the great and mighty river. Here he sits in court of people stone, and ministers justice to the waves and to the nymphs he shown that in the brooks and waters dwell. Now hither did resort, not knowing if they might rejoice and unto mirth exhort or comfort him, his country brooks, Sperchius, well beseen with sedgy head and shady banks of poplars fresh and green, Enipius, restless, swift, and quick, old Father Apidaine, Amphrysus with his gentle stream, and Aeus clad with cane, with divers other rivers mow, which, having run their race, into the sea their weary waves do lead with restless pace. From hence the careful Inachus absents himself alone, who in a corner of his cave, with doleful tears and moan, augments the waters of his stream, bewailing piteously his daughter Io, lately lost. He knew not certainly, and if she were alive or dead, but for he had her sought, and could not find her anywhere, assuredly he thought she did not live above the mould, ne drew the vital breath, misgiving worser in his mind, if aught be worse than death, It fortuned on a certain day that Jove espied this maid come running from her father's stream alone, to whom he said, O damsel, worthy Jove himself, like one day for to make some happy person whom thou list unto thy bed to take. I pray thee, let us shroud ourselves in shadow here together. Of this or that, he pointed both, it makes no matter whither, until the hottest of the day and noon be overpast. And if, for fear of savage beasts, perchance thou be aghast to wander in the woods alone, thou shalt not need to fear. A god shall be thy guide, to save thee harmless everywhere. And not a god of meaner sort, but even the same that hath the heavenly sceptre in his hand, who in my dreadful wrath do dart down thunder wanderingly. And therefore make no haste to run away. She ran apace, and had already passed the fen of Lerna and the field of Lindsay set with trees, when Jove, intending now in vain no longer time to leese, upon the country all about did bring a foggy mist, and caught the maiden, whom, poor fool, he used as he list. Queen Juno, looking down that while upon the open field, when in so fair a day such mists and darkness she beheld, did marvel much. For well she knew those mists ascended not from any river, moorish ground, or other dankish plot. She looked about her for her Jove, as one that was acquainted with such escapes, and with the deed had often him attainted. Whom when she found not in the heaven, unless I guess amiss, some wrong against me, quoth she, now my husband working is. And with that word she left the heaven, and down to earth she came, commanding all the mists away. But Jove foresees the same, and to a cow as white as milk his leman he conveys. She was a goodly heifer sure, and Juno did her praise, although God wot she thought it not, and curiously she sought where she was bred, whose cow she was, who had her thither brought, as though she had not known the truth. Her husband by and by, because she should not search too near, devised a cleanly lie, and told her that the cow was bred even now out of the ground. Then Juno, who her husband's shiftless fingers' ends had found, desired to have the cow of gift. What should he do as though? Great cruelness it were to yield his lover to her so, and not to give would breed distrust. As fast as shame provoked, so fast again to t'other side his love his mind revoked. So much that love was at the point to put all shame to flight, but that he feared if he should deny a gift so light as was a cow to her that was his sister and his wife, might make her think it was no cow, and breed perchance some strife. Now, when that Juno had by gift her husband's leman got, yet altogether out of fear, and careless was she not. She had him in a jealousy, and thoughtful was she still, for doubt he should invent some means to steal her from her, till to Argus, old Aristor's son, she put her for to keep. This Argus had 100 eyes, of which by turn did sleep always a couple, and the rest did duly watch and ward, and of the charge they took in hand had ever good regard. What way soever Argus stood with face, with back, or side, to Ioward before his eyes did Io still abide. All day he let her graze abroad, the sun once underground he shut her up, and by the neck with writhen withe her bound. With crops of trees and bitter weeds now was she daily fed, and in the stead of costly couch and good soft feather bed, she sate o' nights upon the ground, and on such ground whereas was not sometimes so much as grass, and oftentimes she was compelled to drink of muddy pits, and when she did devise to Argus for to lift her hands in meek and humble wise, she saw she had no hands at all, and when she did essay to make complaint, she lowed out, which did her so affray, that oft she started at the noise, and would have run away. Unto her father Inach's banks she also did resort, where many a time and oft before she had been wont to sport. Now when she looked in the stream, and saw her horned head, she was aghast, and from herself would all in haste have fled. The nymphs, her sisters, knew her not, nor yet her own dear father, Yet followed she both him and them, and suffered them the rather to touch and stroke her where they list, as one that pressed still to set herself to wonder at and gaze upon their fill. The good old Enoch pulls up grass, and to her straight it bears. She, as she kissed and licked his hands, did shed forth dreary tears, and had she had her speech at will to utter forth her thought, she would have told her name and chance, and him of help besought. But for because she could not speak, she printed in the sand 2 letters with her foot, whereby was given to understand the sorrowful changing of her shape. Which seen, straight cried out her father Enoch, Woe is me! And clasping her about her white and seemly heifer's neck, and crystal horns both twain, he shrieked out full piteously, Now woe is me! again. Alas! art thou my daughter dear, whom through the world I sought and could not find? And now by chance art to my presence brought? My sorrow, certes, lesser far 1,000-fold had been, if never had I seen thee more, than thus to have thee seen. Thou stand'st as dumb, and to my words no answer can thou give, but from the bottom of thy heart full sorry sighs dost drive as tokens of thy inward grief, and dolefully dost moo unto my talk, the only thing left in thy power to do. But I, mistrusting nothing less than this so great mischance, by some great marriage earnestly did seek thee to advance, in hope some issue to have seen between my son and thee. But now thou must a husband have among the herds I see, and eke thine issue must be such as other cattle's be. Oh, that I were immortal white as other creatures are, for then might death in length of time quite rid me of this care. But now, because I am a god, and fate doth death deny, there is no help but that my grief must last eternally. As Enoch made this piteous moan, quick-sighted Argus drave his daughter into further fields, to which he could not have access, and he himself aloof did get him to a hill, from whence he, sitting at his ease, viewed every way at will. Now could no longer Jove abide his lover so forlorn, and thereupon he called his son that Maia had him born, commanding Argus should be killed. He made no long abode, but tied his feathers to his feet, and took his charmed rod, with which he bringeth things asleep, and fetcheth souls from hell, and put his hat upon his head. And when that all was well, he leaped from his father's towers, and down to earth he flew. And there both hat and wings also he lightly from him threw, retaining nothing but his staff, the which he closely held between his elbow and his side, and through the common field went plodding, like some good plain soul that had some flock to feed. And as he went, he piped still upon an oaten reed. Queen Juno's herdman, far in love with this strange melody, bespake him thus, Good fellow mine, I pray thee heartily come sit down by me on this hill, for better feed I know thou shalt not find in all these fields, and as the thing doth show, it is a cool and shadowy plot, for shepherds very fit. Down by his elbow by and by did Atlas' nephew sit, and for to pass the time withal, for seeming over long, he held him talk of this and that, and now and then among he played upon his merry pipe, to cause his watching eyes to fall asleep. Poor Argus did the best he could devise to overcome the pleasant naps, and though that some did sleep, yet of his eyes the greater part he made their watch to keep. And after other talk he asked, for lately was it found, who was the founder of that pipe that did so sweetly sound. Then said the god, There dwelt sometime a nymph of noble fame among the hills of Arcady, that Syrinx had to name. Of all the nymphs of Nonacris, and fairy far and near, in beauty and in personage this lady had no peer. Full often had she given the slip both to the satyrs quick, and other gods that dwell in woods and in the forests thick, or in the fruitful fields abroad. It was her whole desire to follow chaste Diana's guise in maidenhead and attire, whom she did counterfeit so nigh, that such as did her see might at a blush have taken her Diana for to be, but that the nymph did in her hand a bow of cornel hold, whereas Diana evermore did bear a bowl of gold.
And yet she did deceive folk so.
Upon a certain day, god Pan, with garland on his head of pine-tree, saw her stray from Mount Lycaeus all alone, and thus to her did say, Unto a god's request, O nymph, vouchsafe thou to agree, that doth desire thy wedded spouse and husband for to be. There was yet more behind to tell, as how that Syrinx fled through wayless woods, and gave no ear to that Pan had said, until she to the gentle stream of sandy Ladon came, where, for because it was so deep, she could not pass the same. She piteously to change her shape the water nymphs besought, and how, when Pan between his arms to catch the nymph had thought, instead of her he caught the reeds new grown upon the brook, and as he sighed, with his breath the reeds he softly shook, which made a still and mourning noise, with strangeness of the which and sweetness of the feeble sound to the god delighted Mitch, said, Certes, Syrinx, for thy sake it is my full intent to make my comfort of these reeds wherein thou dost lament, and how that there of sundry reeds with wax together knit he made the pipe, which of her name the Greeks call Syrinx yet. But as Silenius would have told this tale, he cast his sight on Argus, and behold, his eyes had bid him all good night. There was not one that did not sleep, and fast he gan to nod. Immediately he ceased his talk, and with his charmed rod so stroked all his heavy eyes, that earnestly they slept. Then with his wood knife by and by he lightly to him stept, and lent him such a parlous blow, whereas the shoulders grew into the neck, that straight his head quite from the body flew. Then tumbling down the headlong hill, his bloody course he sent, that all the way by which he rolled was stained and besprent. There liest thou, Argus, under foot, with all thy 100 lights, and all the light is clean extinct that was within those sights. One endless night thy 100 eyes hath now bereft for aye. Yet would not Juno suffer so her herdman's eyes decay, but in her painted peacock's tail and feathers did them set, where they remain like precious stones and glaring eyes as yet. She took his death in great despite, and as her rage did move, determined for to wreak her wrath upon her husband's love. Forthwith she cast before her eyes right strange and ugly sights, compelling her to think she saw some fiends or wicked sprites, and in her heart such secret pricks and piercing stings she gave her, as through the world from place to place with restless sorrow drave her. Thou, Nilus, wert assigned to stay her pains and travels past, to which as soon as Io came, with much ado at last, with weary knuckles on thy brim she kneeled sadly down, and stretching forth her fair long neck and crystal horned crown, such kind of countenance as she had she lifted to the sky, and there with sighing sobs and tears and lowing dolefully did seem to make her moan to Jove, desiring him to make some end of those her troublous storms endured for his sake. He took his wife about the neck, and sweetly kissing prayed that Io's penance yet at length might by her grant be stayed. Thou shalt not need to fear, quoth he, that ever she shall grieve thee from this day forth, and in this case the better to believe me, the Stygian waters of my words unpartial witness been. As soon as Juno was appeased, immediately was seen that Io took her native shape in which she first was born, and eke became the self-same thing the which she was before, for by and by she cast away her rough and hairy hide, instead whereof a soft smooth skin with tender flesh did bide. Her horns sank down, her eyes and mouth were brought in lesser room, her hands, her shoulders, and her arms in place again did come, her cloven clees to fingers 5 again reduced were, on which the nails like polished gems did shine full bright and clear. In fine, no likeness of a cow save whiteness did remain, so pure and perfect as no snow was able it to stain. She vaunced herself upon her feet, which then was brought to 2, and though she gladly would have spoke, yet durst she not so do without good heed, for fear she should have lowered like a cow. and therefore softly with herself she began to practise how distinctly to pronounce her words that intermitted were. Now as a goddess is she had in honour everywhere among the folk that dwelt by Nile, yclad in linen weed. Of her in time came Epiphus, begotten of the seed of mighty Jove. This noble nymph now jointly with his mother through all the cities of that land have temples ton and t'other. There was his match in heart and years, the lusty Phaeton, a stalwart stripling, strong and stout, the golden Phoebus thun, whom making proud and stately vaunts of his so noble race, and unto him in that respect in nothing giving place, the son of Io could not bear, but said unto him thus: No marvel, though thou be so proud and full of words of us, for every fond and trifling tale the which thy mother makes, thy giddy wit and hair-brained head forthwith for gospel takes. Well, vaunt thyself of Phoebus still, for when that truth is seen, thou shalt perceive that father's name a forged thing to been. At this reproach did Phaeton wax as red as any fire, howbeit for the present time did shame repress his ire. Unto his mother Climon straight he goeth to detect the spiteful words that Epiphus against him did object. Yea, mother, quoth he, and which ought your greater grief to be, I, who at other times of talk was wont to be so free and stout, had ne'er a word to say. I was ashamed to take so foul a foil, the more because I could none answer make. But if I be of heavenly race exacted, as you say, then show some token of that high and noble birth, I pray, and vouch me for to be of heaven. With that he gently cast his arms about his mother's neck, and clasping her full fast, besought her, as she loved his life, and as she loved the life of Merops, and had kept herself as undefiled wife, and as she wished wealthily his sisters to bestow, she would some token give whereby his rightful sire to know. It is a doubtful matter whether Climon moved more with this her Phaeton's earnest suit, exacting it so sore, or with the slander of the bruit laid to her charge before, did hold up both her hands to heaven, and looking on the sun, My right dear child, I safely swear, quoth she to Phaeton, that of this star, the which so bright doth glister in thine eye, of this same sun that cheers the world with light indifferently, wert thou begot. And if I feign, then with my heart I pray that never may I see him more unto my dying day. But if thou have so great desire thy father for to know, thou shalt not need in that behalf much labour to bestow. The place from whence he doth arise adjoineth to our land, and if thou think thy heart will serve, then go and understand the truth of him. When Phaeton heard his mother saying so, he gan to leap and skip for joy. He fed his fancy, though, upon the heaven and heavenly things, and so with willing mind from Ethiop, first his native home, and afterwards through Ind, set underneath the morning star, he went so long till as he found me where his father's house and daily rising was. Finis Primi Libri. End of section 1 of Shakespeare's Ovid. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 2 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The second book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The princely palace of the sun stood gorgeous to behold on stately pillars, builded high of yellow burnished gold, beset with sparkling carbuncles that like to fire did shine. The roof was framed curiously of ivory pure and fine. The two door leaves of silver clear a radiant light did cast. But yet the cunning workmanship of things therein far passed the stuff whereof the doors were made. For there a perfect plat had Vulcan drawn of all the world, both of the surges that embrace the earth with winding waves, and of the steadfast ground, and of the heaven itself also, that both encloseth round. And first and foremost in the sea, The gods thereof did stand, loud-sounding Triton with his shrill and writhen trump in hand, unstable Proteu, changing aye his figure and his hue, from shape to shape, 1,000 siths as list him to renew. Aegeon leaning boisterously on backs of mighty whales, and Doris with her daughters all, of which some cut the whales with splayed arms, some sate on rocks and dried their goodly hair, and some did ride upon the backs of fishes here and there. Not one in all points fully like another could ye see, nor very far unlike, but such as sisters ought to be. The earth had towns, men, beasts, and woods with sundry trees and rods, and running rivers with their nymphs and other country gods. Directly over all these same the plat of heaven was pight, upon the 2 door leaves the signs of all the zodiac bright, indifferently 6 on the left and 6 upon the right. When Clymen's son had climbed up at length with weary pace, and set his foot within his doubted father's dwelling place, immediately he pressed forth to put himself in sight, and stood aloof, for near at hand he could not bide the light. In purple robe and royal throne of emeralds, fresh and green did Phoebus sit, and on each hand stood waiting, well beseen, days, months, years, ages, seasons, times, and eke the equal hours. There stood the springtime with a crown of fresh and fragrant flowers. There waited summer, naked, stark, all save a wheaten hat, and autumn smeared with treading grapes, late at the pressing fat. And lastly, quaking for the cold, stood winter all forlorn, with rugged head as white as dove, and garments all to torn, forladen with the icicles that dangled up and down upon his grey and hoary beard, and snowy frozen crown. The sun, thus sitting in the midst, did cast his piercing eye, with which full lightly, when he list, he all things doth espy, upon his child, that stood aloof, aghast, and trembling sore, at sight of such unwonted things, and thus bespake him Thor: O noble imp, O Phaeton, which art not such I see, of whom thy father should have cause ashamed for to be, why hast thou travelled to my court? What is thy will with me? Then answered he: Of all the world, O only perfect light, O Father Phoebus, if I may usurp that name of right, and that my mother, for to save herself from worldly shame, hide not her fault with false pretence and colour of thy name, some sign apparent grant whereby I may be known thy son, and let me hang no more in doubt. He had no sooner done, but that his father, putting off the bright and fiery beams that glistered round about his head, like clear and golden streams, commanded him to draw him near, and him embracing said: To take me for thy rightful sire thou need not be afraid. Thy mother Clymen of a truth from falsehood standeth free, and for to put thee out of doubt, ask what thou wilt of me, and I will give thee thy desire. The lake whereby of old we gods do swear, the which mine eyes did never yet behold, bear witness with thee of my grant. He scarce this tale had told, but that the foolish Phaeton straight for a day did crave the guiding of his winged steeds and chariot for to have. Then did his father by and by forthink him of his oath, and shaking 20 times his head, as one that was full wroth, bespake him thus: Thy words have made me rashly to consent to that which shortly both of us, I fear me, shall repent. O that I might retract my grant! My son, I do protest I would deny thee nothing else, save this thy fond request. I may dissuade. There lies herein more peril than thou ween. The things the which thou dost desire of great importance been, more than thy weakness well can wield, a charge, as well appears, of greater weight than may agree with these thy tender years. Thy state is mortal, weak, and frail. The thing thou dost desire is such whereto no mortal man is able to aspire. Yea, foolish boy, thou dost desire, and all for want of wit, a greater charge than any god could ever have as yet. For were there any of them all so overseen and blind to take upon him this my charge, full quickly should he find that none but I could sit upon the fiery axle-tree. No, not even he that rules this waste and endless space we see, not he that darts with dreadful hand the thunder from the sky, shall drive this car. And yet what thing in all the world, pretty, is able to compare with Jove? Now first the morning ray lies steep upright, so that the steeds in coolest of the day, and being fresh, have much ado to climb against the hill. Amidst the heaven the ghastly height augmenteth terror still. My heart doth wax as cold as ice, full many a time and oft, for fear to see the sea and land from that same place aloft. The evening way doth fall plump down, requiring strength to guide. That Tethys, who doth harbour me within her surges wide, to stand in fear, lest from the heaven I headlong down should slide. Besides all this, the heaven swims and wheels about full swift, and with his rolling drives the stars their proper course to shift. Yet do I keep my native course against this brunt so stout, not giving place as others do, but boldly bearing out the force and swiftness of that heaven that whirleth so about. Admit thou hadst my winged steeds and chariot in thy hand, what couldst thou do? Dost think thyself well able to withstand the swiftness of the whirled poles, but that their brunt and sway, yea, do the best and worst thou can, shall bear thee quite away? Perchance thou dost imagine there some towns of gods to find, with groves and temples rich with gifts, as is among mankind. Thou art deceived utterly, thou shalt not find it so. By blind byways and ugly shapes of monsters must thou go, and though thou knew the way so well as that thou could not stray, between the dreadful bull's sharp horns yet must thou make thy way. Against the cruel bow the which the Aemonian archer draws, against the ramping lion armed with greedy teeth and paws, against the scorpion stretching far his fell and venomed claws, and eke the crab that casteth forth his crooked cleese awry, not in such sort as t'other doth, and yet as dreadfully. Again, thou neither hast the power nor yet the skill, I know, my lusty coursers for to guide, that from their nostrils throw, and from their mouths, the fiery breath that breedeth in their breast. For scarcely will they suffer me, who knows their natures best, when that their cruel courages begin to catch a heat, that hardly I should deal with them, but that I know the feat. But lest my gift should to thy grief and utter peril tend, my son, beware, and while thou mayst, thy fond request amend. Because thou would be known to be my child, thou seem'st to crave a certain sign. What surer sign, I pray thee, canst thou have, than this my fear so fatherly, the which I have of thee, which proveth me most certainly thy father for to be? Behold, and mark my countenance. O, would to God thy sight could pierce within my woeful breast, to see the heavy plight and heaps of cares within my heart. Look through the world so round of all the wealth and goods therein. If aught there may be found, in heaven or earth or in the sea, ask what thou likest best, and sure it shall not be denied. This only one request that thou hast made I heartily beseech thee to relent, which, for to term the thing aright, is even a punishment, and not an honour as thou thinkest. My Phaeton, thou dost crave instead of honour even a scourge and punishment for to have. Thou, fondling thou, what dost thou mean with fawning arms about my neck, thus flatteringly to hang? Thou needest not to doubt, I have already sworn by Styx. Ask what thou wilt of me, and thou shalt have. Yet let thy next wish somewhat wiser be. Thus ended his advertisement, and yet the wilful lad withstood his counsel, urging still the promise that he had, desiring for to have the car, as if he had been mad. His father, having made delay as long as he could shift, did lead him where his chariot stood, which was of Vulcan's gift. The axle-tree was massy gold, the buck was massy gold, the utmost fellies of the wheels, and where the tree was rolled, the spokes were all of silver bright, the chrysolites and gems that stood upon the collars, trace and ounces in their hems, did cast a sheer and glimmering light, as Phoebus shone thereon. Now, while the lusty Phaeton stood gazing hereupon, and wondered at the workmanship of everything, behold, the early morning in the east began me to unfold her purple gates, and showed her house bedecked with roses red. The twinkling stars withdrew, which by the morning star are led, who, as the captain of that host, that hath no peer nor match, doth leave his standing last of all within that heavenly watch. Now when his father saw the world thus glister red and trim, and that his waning sister's horns began to waxen dim, he had the feather-footed Hours go harness in his horse, the goddesses with might and main themselves thereto enforce. His fire-foaming steeds, full fed with juice of ambrosie, they take from manger trimly dight, and to their heads do tie strong reined bits, and to the chariot do them well appoint. Then Phoebus did with heavenly salve his Phaeton's head anoint, that scorching fire could nothing hurt, which done, upon his hair he put the fresh and golden rays himself was wont to wear. And then, as one whose heart misgave the sorrows drawing fast, with sorry sighs he thus bespake his wretchless son at last. And if thou canst, at least, yet this thy father's lore obey. Son, spare the whip, and rein them hard, they run so swift away, as that thou shalt have much ado their fleeing course to stay. Directly through the zones all five beware thou do not ride, a broad byway cut out askew that bendeth on the side, contained within the bonds of three, the midmost zones doth lie, which from the grisly northern bear and southern pole doth fly. Keep on this way. My chariot rakes thou plainly shalt espy, and to th' intent that heaven and earth may well the heat endure, drive neither over high nor yet too low. For be thou sure, and if thou mount above thy bounds, the stars thou burnest clean. Again, beneath thou burn'st the earth. Most safety is the mean. And lest perchance thou overmuch the right-hand way should take, and so misfortune should thee drive upon the writhen snake, or else by taking overmuch upon the lefter hand, unto the altar thou be driven that doth against it stand, indifferently between them both I wish thee for to ride. The rest I put to Fortune's will, who be thy friendly guide, and better for thee than thyself as in this case provide. Whilst that I prattle here with thee, behold, the dankish night beyond all Spain, her utmost bound, is passed out of sight. We may no longer tarriance make. My wonted light is cold. The morning and her countenance clear the darkness hath appalled. Take rein in hand, or if thy mind by counsel altered be, refuse to meddle with my wane. And while thou yet art free, and dost at ease within my house in safeguard well remain, of this thine unadvised wish, not feeling yet the pain, let me alone with giving still the world his wonted light, and thou thereof as heretofore enjoy the harmless sight. Thus much in vain, for Phaeton, being young in years and wit, into the chariot lightly leapt, and vauncing him in it, was not a little proud that he the bridle gotten had. He thanked his father, whom it grieved to see his child so mad. While Phoebus and his reckless son were intertalking this, Eos, Ethon, Phlegon, and the fiery Pyrois, the restless horses of the sun, began to neigh so high with flaming breath that all the heaven might hear them perfectly, and with their hoofs they mainly beat upon the latticed grate. The which when Tethys, knowing naught of this her cousin's fate, had put aside, and given the steeds the free and open scope of all the compass of the sky within the heavenly cope, they girded forth, and cutting through the clouds that let their race, with splayed wings they overflew the eastern wind apace. The burthen was so light as that the genets felt it not. the wonted weight was from the wain, the which they well did wot. For like as ships amidst the seas that scant of ballast have, do reel and totter with the wind, and yield to every wave, even so the wain, for want of weight it erst was wont to bear, did hoist aloft, and scale and reel, as though it empty were. Which when the cartware did perceive, they left the beaten way, and taking bridle in the teeth, began to run astray. The rider was so sore aghast, he knew no use of rein, nor yet his way, and though he had, yet had it been in vain, because he wanted power to rule the horses and the wain. Then first did sweat cold Charles's wain through force of Phoebus' rays, and in the sea forbidden him to dive in vain assays. The serpent at the frozen pole, both cold and slow by kind, through heat waxed wroth, and stirred about, a cooler place to find. And thou, Bootes, though thou be but slow of footmanship, yet wert thou fain, as fame reports, about thy wain to skip. Now when unhappy Phaeton from top of all the sky beheld the earth, that underneath the great way oft did lie, he waxed pale for sudden fear, his joints and sinews quook, the greatness of the glittering light his eyesight from him took. Now wished he that he never had his father's horses see. It irked him that he had thus sought to learn his pedigree. It grieved him that he had prevailed in gaining his request. To have been counted Merop's son, he thought it now the best. Thus thinking, was he headlong driven, as when a ship is borne by blustering winds, her sailcloths rent, her stern in pieces torn, and tackling burst, the which the pilot, trusting all to prayer, abandons wholly to the sea, and fortune to the air. What should he do? Much of the heaven he passed had behind, and more he saw before. Both which he measured in his mind, eft looking forward to the west, which to approach as then might not betide, and to the east, eft looking back again. He wist not what was best to do, his wits were ravished so. For neither could he hold the reins, nor yet durst let them go, and of his horses' names was none that he remembered though. Strange uncouth monsters did he see dispersed here and there, and dreadful shapes of ugly beasts that in the welkin were. There is a certain place in which the hideous scorpion throws his arms in compass far abroad, much like a couple of bows, with writhen tail and clasping clees, whose poison limbs do stretch on every side, that of two signs they full the room do retch. Whom when the lad beheld, all moist with black and loathly sweat, with sharp and needle-pointed sting, as though he seemed to threat, he was so sore distraught for fear, he let the bridle slack, which when the horses felt lie loose upon their sweating back, at rovers straight throughout the air by ways unknown they ran, whereas they never came before since that the world began. For look what way their lawless rage by chance and fortune drew, without controlment or restraint, that way they freely flew. Among the stars that fixed are within the firmament, they snatched the chariot here and there. One while they coursing went upon the top of all the sky. Anon again full round they trolled me down to lower ways and nearer to the ground, so that the moon was in amaze to see her brother's wain run under hers. The singed clouds began to smoke amain. Each ground the higher that it was, and nearer to the sky, the sooner was it set on fire, and made therewith so dry that everywhere it gan to chink. The meads and pastures green did sear away, and with the leaves the trees were burned clean. The parched corn did yield wherewith to work his own decay. Tush, these are trifles. Mighty towns did perish that same day, whose countries with their folk were burnt, and forests full of wood were turned to ashes, with the rocks and mountains where they stood. Then Ath, Sicilian tower, and Tmol, and Oeta flamed high, and Ide, erst full of flowing springs, was then made utter dry. The learned virgins daily haunt, the sacred Helicon, and Thracian Hemus, not as yet surnamed Oegraion, did smoke both twain, and Aetna, hot of nature before, increased by force of Phoebus' flame, now raged 10 times more. The forked Parnassus, Eryx, Scyth, and Othrys then did swelt, and all the snow of Rhodope did at that present melt. The like outrage Mount Didnamus and Meme and Mickle felt. Cithaeron mourned a sacred use, with Os and Pindus high, and Olymp, greater than them both, did burn excessively. The passing cold that Scythia defended, not the same, but that the barren Caucasus was partner of this flame, and so were eke the airy Alps and Apennine beside, for all the clouds continually their snowy tops do hide. Then wheresoever Phaeton did chance to cast his view, the world was all on flaming fire. The breath the which he drew came smoking from his scalding mouth, as from a seething pot. His chariot also under him began to wax red hot. He could no longer dure the sparks and cinders flying out. Again the calm and smouldering smoke did wrap him round about. The pitchy darkness of the which so wholly it had meant, as that he wist not where he was, nor yet which way he went. The winged horses forcibly did draw him where they would. The Ethiopians at that time, as men for truth uphold, the blood, by force of that same heat drawn to the outer part, and there adust from that time forth, became so black and swart. The moisture was so dried up in Libyland that time, that altogether dry and scorched continueth yet that clime. The nymphs with hair about their ears bewailed their springs and lakes. Boeotia for her Dirces loss great lamentation makes. For Amymone Argus wept, and Corinth for the spring Pyrene, at whose sacred stream the Muses used to sing. The rivers further from the place were not in better case, for Tanais in his deepest stream did boil and steam apace. Old Peneu and Caicus of the country Teuthronae, and swift Ismenos in their banks by like misfortune fry. Then burned the Psothian Erymants, and, which should burn again, the Trojan Xanthus, and Lycormus with his yellow vein. Meander, playing in his banks, winding to and fro, Mygdonian Melas, with his waves as black as any sloe, Eurotas, running by the foot of Tenere, boiled though. Then saw'd Euphrates, cutting through the midst of Babylon, then saw'd Orontes, and the Scythian swift Thermodon, then Ganges, Colchian Phasis, and the noble Ister, Alpheus and Sperchius banks with flaming fire did glister. The gold the Tagus stream did bear did in the channel melt. Amid Caister of this fire the raging fire was felt, among the choirs of singing swans, that with their pleasant lay along the banks of Lydian brakes from place to place did stray. And Nile, for fear, did run away into the furthest clime of all the world, and hid his head, which to this present time is yet unfound. His mouths all seven clean void of water been, like seven great valleys, where, save dust, could nothing else be seen. By like misfortune Hebrus dried, and Strymon, both of Thrace. The western rivers, Rhine and Rhone and Po, were in like case. And Tiber, unto whom the gods a faithful promise gave of all the world the monarchy and sovereign state to have. The ground did cranny everywhere, and light did pierce to hell, and made afraid the king and queen that in that realm do dwell. The sea did shrink, and whereas waves did late before remain, became a champion field of dust, and even a sandy plain. The hills, erst hid far under waves, like islands did appear, so that the scattered Cyclades for all the time augmented were. The fishes drew them to the deeps, the dolphins durst not play above the water as before. The seals and porpoises lay with bellies upward on the waves stark dead, and fame doth go that Nereus with his wife and daughters all were fain as though to dive within the scalding waves. Thrice Neptune did advance his arms above the scalding sea with sturdy countenance, and thrice for hotness of the air was fain himself to hide. But yet the earth, the nurse of things, enclosed on every side, between the waters of the sea and springs that now had hidden themselves within their mother's womb, for all the pain unbidden, up to the neck put forth her head, And casting up her hand between her forehead and the sun, as panting she did stand, with dreadful quaking all that was she fearfully did shake, and shrinking somewhat lower down, with sacred voice thus spake: O King of gods, and if this be thy will and my desart, why dost thou stay with deadly dint thy thunder down to dart? And if that needs I perish must through force of fiery flame, let thy celestial fire, O God, I pray thee, do the same. A comfort shall it be to have thee author of my death. I scarce have power to speak these words, the smoke had stopped her breath. Behold my singed hair, behold my dim and bleared eye. See how about my scorched face the scalding embers fly. Is this the guerdon wherewithal ye quite my fruitfulness? Is this the honour that ye gave me for my plenteousness, and duty done with true intent? For suffering of the plough to draw deep wounds upon my back, and rakes to rend me through? For that I over all the year continually am wrought? For giving fodder to the beasts and cattle, all for naught? For yielding corn and other food wherewith to keep mankind, and that to honour you withal sweet frankincense I find. But put the case that my desert destruction duly crave, what hath thy brother, what the seas deserve it for to have? Why do the seas his lotted part thus ebb and fall so low, withdrawing from the sky to which it ought most near to grow? But if thou neither dost regard thy brother, neither me, at least have mercy on thy heaven. Look round about, and see how both the poles begin to smoke, which, if the fire appall, to utter ruin, be thou sure, thy palace needs must fall. Behold how Atlas 'gins to faint. His shoulders, though full strong, Aneth are able to uphold the sparkling extry long. If sea and land do go to wreck, and heaven itself do burn, to old confused chaos then of force we must return. Put to thy helping hand, therefore, to save a little left, if aught remain, before that all is quite and clean bereft. When ended was this piteous plaint, the earth did hold her peace. She could no longer dure the heat, but was compelled to cease. Into her bosom by and by she shrunk her singed head, more nearer to the Stygian caves and ghosts of persons dead. The sire of heaven, protesting all the gods, and him also that lent the chariot to his child, that all of force must go to havoc if he helped it not, went to the highest part and top of all the heaven, from whence his custom was to dart his thunder and his lightning down. But neither did remain a cloud wherewith to shade the earth, nor yet a shower of rain. Then with a dreadful thunderclap up to his ear he bent his fist, and at the waggoner a flash of lightning sent, which strake his body from the life, and threw it over wheel, and so with fire he quenched fire. The steeds did also reel upon their knees, and starting up sprang violently, one here and there another, that they brast in pieces all their gear. They threw the collars from their necks, and breaking quite asunder, the trace and harness flang away. Here lay the bridles, yonder the extree plucked from the naves, and in another place the severed spokes of broken wheels. And so at every pace the pieces of the chariot torn lay strowed here and there. But Phaeton, fire yet blazing still among his golden hair, shot headlong down, and glid along the region of the air, like to a star in winter nights, the weather clear and fair, which, though it do not fall indeed, yet falleth to our sight, whom almost in another world, and from his country quite, the river Padus did receive, and quenched his burning head. The water nymphs of Italy did take his carcass dead, and buried it yet smoking still with Jove's three-forked flame, and write this epitaph in the stone that lay upon the same: Here lies the lusty Phaeton, which took in hand to guide his father's chariot, from the which, although he chanced to slide, yet that he gave a proud attempt it cannot be denied. With rueful cheer and heavy heart his father made great moan, and would not show himself abroad, but mourned at home alone. And if it be to be believed, as bruited is by fame, a day did pass without the sun. The brightness of the flame gave light, and so unto some kind of use that mischief came. But Climon, having spoke as much as mothers usually are wonted in such wretched case, discomfortably, and half beside herself with woe, with torn and scratched breast, searched through the universal world from east to furthest west, first seeking for her son's dead corse, and after for his bones. She found them in a foreign stream, and tumbled under stones. Then fell she grovelling on his grave, and reading there his name, shed tears thereon, and laid her head all bare upon the same. The daughters also of the son, no less than did their mother, bewailed in vain with floods of tears the fortune of their brother, and beating piteously their breasts, incessantly did call the buried Phaeton day and night, who heard them not at all, about whose tomb they prostrate lay. 4 times the moon had filled the circle of her joined horns, and yet the sisters held their custom of lamenting still, for now continual use had made it custom, of the which the eldest, Phaetus, about to kneel upon the ground, complained her feet were numb, to whom, as fair Lampetia was rising for to come, her feet were held with sudden roots. The third, about to tear her ruffled locks, filled both her hands with leaves instead of hair. One wept to see her legs made wood, another did repine to see her arms become long boughs, and shortly to define, while thus they wondered at themselves, a tender bark began to grow about their thighs and loins, which shortly overran their bellies, breasts, and shoulders eke, and hands successively, that nothing save their mouths remained, calling piteously upon the woeful mother's help. What could the mother do but run now here, now there, as force of nature drew her to, and deal her kisses while she might? She was not so content, but tear their tender branches down, and from the slivers went red drops of blood as from a wound. The daughter that was rent cried, Spare us, mother, spare, I pray, for in the shape of tree the bodies and the flesh of us your daughters wounded be. And now, farewell. That word once said, the bark grew over all. Now from these trees flow gummy tears that amber men do call, which, hardened with the heat of sun, as from the boughs they fall, the trickling river doth receive, and sends as things of price to deck the dainty dames of Rome, and make them fine and nice. Now present at this monstrous hap was Cygnus, Sthenel's son, who, being by the mother's side akin to Phaeton, was in condition more akin. He, leaving up his charge, for in the land of Liguria's kingdom stretched large, went mourning all alone the banks and pleasant stream of Po, among the trees, increased by the sisters late ago. Anon his voice became more small and shrill than for a man, grey feathers muffled in his face, his neck in length began far from his shoulders for to stretch, and furthermore there goes a fine red string across the joints in knitting of his toes. With feathers closed are his sides, and on his mouth there grew a broad blunt bill, and finally was Cygnus made a new and uncouth fowl that hight a swan, who neither to the wind, the air, nor Jove betakes himself, as one that bare in mind the wrongful fire sent late against his cousin Phaeton. In lakes and rivers is his joy, the fire he aye doth shun, and chooseth him the contrary continually to one. Forlorn and altogether void of that same body sheen was Phaeton's father, in that while which erst had in him been, like as he looketh in the clips. He hates the irksome light, he hates himself, he hates the day, and sets his whole delight in making sorrow for his son, and in his grief doth storm and chafe, denying to the world his duty to perform. My lot, quoth he, hath had enough of this unquiet state, from first beginning of the world. It irks me, though too late, of restless toils and thankless pains. Let whoso will for me go drive the chariot in the which the light should carried be. If none dare take the charge in hand, and all the gods persist as insufficient, he himself go drive it if he list, that at the least, by venturing our bridles for to guide, his lightning making childless sires he once may lay aside. By that time that he hath assayed the unappalled force that doth remain and rest within my fiery-footed horse, I trow he shall by tried proof be able for to tell how that he did not merit death that could not rule them well. The gods stood all about the sun, thus storming in his rage, beseeching him in humble wise his sorrow to assuage, and that he would not on the world continual darkness bring. Jove eke excused him of the fire the which he chanced to fling, and with entreatance mingled threats, as did become a king. Then Phoebus gathered up his steeds, that yet for fear did run like flighted fiends, and in his mood without respect begun to beat his whipstock on their pates, and lash them on the sides. It was no need to bid him chafe, for ever as he rides he still upbraids them with his son, and lays them on the hides. End of section 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 3 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And Jove Almighty went about the walls of heaven to try if aught were perished with the fire, which when he did espy continuing in their former state, all strong and safe and sound, he went to view the works of men and things upon the ground. Yet for his land of Arcady he took most care and charge. The springs and streams that durst not run he set again at large. He clad the earth with grass, the trees with leaves both fresh and green, commanding woods to spring again that erst had burned been. Now, as he often went and came, it was his chance to light upon a nymph of Nonacris, whose form and beauty bright did set his heart on flaming fire. She used not to spin, nor yet to curl her frizzled hair with bodkin or with pin. A garment with a buckled belt fast girded did she wear, and in a white and slender caul slight trussed was her hair. Sometime a dart, sometime a bow she used for to bear. She was a knight of Phoebe's troop. There came naught at the mount of Menelaus, of whom Diana made so great account. But favour never lasteth long. The sun had gone that day a good way past the point of noon, when, weary of her way, she drew to shadow in a wood that never had been cut. Here off her shoulder by and by her quiver did she put, and hung her bow unbent aside, and couched her on the ground, her quiver underneath her head. Whom when that Jove had found alone and weary, "Sure," he said, "my wife shall never know of this escape, and if she do, I know the worst, I trow. She can but chide. Shall fear of chiding make me to forslow?" He counterfeiteth Phoebe straight in countenance and array, and says, "O virgin of my troop, where didst thou hunt to-day?" The damsel started from the ground, and said, "Hail, goddess dear! Of greater worth than Jove, I think, though Jove himself did hear." Jove heard her well, and smiled thereat. It made his heart rejoice to hear the nymph prefer him thus before himself in choice. He fell to kissing, which was such as out of square might seem, and in such sort as that a maid could nothing less beseem. And as she would have told what wood she ranged had for game, he took her fast between his arms, and not without his shame bewrayed plainly what he was, and wherefore that he came. The wench against him strove as much as any woman could. I would that Juno had it seen, for then I know thou would not take the deed so heinously. With all her might she strove, but what poor wench, or who alive, could vanquish mighty Jove? Jove, having sped, flew straight to heaven. She hateth in her heart the guiltless fields and wood where Jove had played that naughty part. Away she goes, in such a grief as that she had well nigh forgot her quiver, with her shafts and bow that hanged by. Dictina, guarded with her train, and proud of killing deer, in ranging over Menelaus, espying, called her near. The damsel, hearing Phoebe call, did run away amain. She feared lest in Phoebe's shape that Jove had come again. But when she saw the troop of nymphs that guarded her about, she thought there was no more deceit, and came among the rout. O Lord, how hard a matter is't for guilty hearts to shift, and keep their countenance! From the ground her eye scarce durst she lift. She pranks not by her mistress' side, she presses not to be the foremost of the company, as when she erst was free. She standeth mute, and by changing of her colour the treading of her shoe awry she plainly doth bewray. Diana might have found the fault, but that she was a May. 1,000 tokens did appear apparent to the eye, by which the nymphs themselves, men say, her fault did well espy. 9 times the moon full to the world had showed her horned face, when fainting through her brother's flames, and hunting in the chase, she found a cool and shady lawn, through midst whereof she spied a shallow brook, with trickling stream on gravel bottom glide. And liking well the pleasant place, upon the upper brim she dipped her foot, and finding there the water cool and trim, Away, she said, with standers by, and let us bathe us here. Then Paraisus cast down her head, with sad and bashful cheer. The rest did strip them to their skins. She only sought delay, until that would or would she not, her clothes were plucked away. Then with her naked body straight her crime was brought to light, which ill ashamed, as with her hands she would have hid from sight. Fie, beast, quoth Cynthia, get thee hence, thou shalt not here defile this sacred spring. And from her train she did her quite exile. The matron of the thundering Jove had inkling of the fact, delaying till convenient time the punishment to exact. There is no cause of further stay. To spite her heart withal, her husband's leman bare a boy that Arcas men did call, on whom she, casting lowering look, with fell and cruel mind, said, Was there, arrant trumpet thou, none other shift to find, but that thou needs must be with bairn, that all the world must see my husband's open shame, and thine in doing wrong to me? But neither under heaven nor hell this trespass shalt thou bear. I will bereave thee of thy shape, through pride whereof thou were so hardy to entice my fear. Immediately with that she wrought her by the foretop fast, and fiercely threw her flat against the ground. The wretched wench her arms up meekly cast. Her arms began with grisly hair to wax all rugged fast. Her hands began warped, and into paws ill-favouredly to grow, and for to serve instead of feet. The lips that late ago did like the mighty Jove so well, with side and flaring flaps became a wide deformed mouth, and further, lest perhaps her prayers and her humble words might cause her to relent, she did bereave her of her speech. Instead whereof there went an ireful, hoarse, and dreadful voice out of a threatening throat. But yet the selfsame mind that was before she turned her coat was in her still in shape of bear, the grief whereof she shows by thrusting forth continual sighs, and up she ghastly throws such kind of hands as then remained under the starry sky, and for because she could not speak, she thought Jove inwardly to be unthankful. Oh, how oft she, daring not abide alone among the desert woods, full many a time and tide would stalk before her house, in grounds that were her own erewhile. How oft, oh, did she in the hills the barking hounds beguile, and in the lawns, where she herself had chased erst her game, now fly herself to save her life, when hunters sought the same. Full oft, at sight of other beasts, she hid her head for fear, forgetting what she was herself. For though she were a bear, yet when she spied other bears, she quook for very pain, and feared wolves, although her sire among them did remain. Behold, Lycaon's daughter's son, that Arcas had to name, about the age of 15 years within the forest came of Erymanth, not knowing aught of this his mother's case. There, after pitching of his toils, as he the stags did chase, upon his mother suddenly it was his chance to light, who for desire to see her son did stay herself from flight, and wistly on him cast her look, as one that did him know. But he, not knowing what she was, began his heels to show, and when he saw her still persist in staring on his face, he was afraid, and from her sight withdrew himself a pace. But when he could not so be rid, he took an armed pike, in full intent her through the heart with deadly wound to strike. But God Almighty held his hand, and lifting both away did disappoint the wicked act. For straight he did convey them through the air, with whirling winds to top of all the sky, and there did make them neighbour stars about the pole on high. When Juno, shining in the heaven, her husband's minion found, she swelled for spite, and down she comes to watery Tethys round, and unto old Oceanus, whom even the gods aloft did reverence for their just deserts, full many a time and oft. To whom, demanding here the cause, "And ask ye," quoth she, "why that I, which am the queen of gods, come hither from the sky? Good cause there is, I warrant you. Another holds my room. For never trust me while I live, if, when the night is come, and overcasteth all the world with shady darkness whole, ye see not in the height of heaven, hard by the northern pole, whereas the utmost circle runs about the axle-tree, in shortest circuit, gloriously installed for to be, in shape of stars, the stinging wounds that make me ill apaid. Now is there, trow ye, any cause why folk should be afraid to do to Juno what they list, or dread her wrathful mood, which only by my working harm do turn my foes to good? Oh, what a mighty act is done! How passing is my power! I have bereft her woman's shape, and at this present hour she is become a goddess. Lo, this is the scourge so sour wherewith I strike mine enemies. Lo, here is all the spite that I can do. This is the end of all my wondrous might. No force. I would he should for me her native shape restore, and take away her brutish shape, like as he hath before done by his other paramour, that fine and proper piece of Argos, whom he made a cow, I mean Phoronos' niece. Why makes he not a full divorce from me, and in my stead straight take his sweetheart to his wife, and coal her in my bed? He cannot do a better deed, I think, than for to take Lycaon for his father-in-law. But if that you do make account of me your foster child, then grant that for my sake the oxen and that wicked wain of stars in number 7, for whoredom's sake, but late ago receive it into heaven, may never dive within your waves. Ne let that strumpet vile, by bathing of her filthy limbs, your waters pure defile. The gods did grant her request, and straight to heaven she flew, in handsome chariot through the air, which painted peacocks drew, as well beset with blazing eyes, late ta'en from Argus' head, as thou prating raven, white by nature being bred, hadst on thy feathers justly late a coly-coloured spread. For this same bird in ancient time had feathers fair as white as ever was the driven snow, or silver clear and bright. He might have well compared himself in beauties with the doves that have no blemish, or the swan that running water loves, or with the geese that afterward should, with their gaggling out, preserve the Roman Capitol beset with foes about. His tongue was cause of all his harm. His tattling tongue did make his colour, which before was white, become so foul and black. Coronis of Larissa was the fairest maid of face in all the land of Thessaly. She stood in Phoebus' grace as long as that she kept her chaste, or, at the least, as long as that she scaped unespied in doing Phoebus wrong. But at the last Apollo's bird her privy packing spied, whom no entreatance could persuade, but that he swiftly hied him to his master, to bewray the doings of his love. Now as he flew, the prattling crow her wings apace did move, and overtaking, fell in talk, and was inquisitive, for what intent and to what place he did so swiftly drive. And when she heard the cause thereof, she said, Now trust me sure, this message on the which thou goest no goodness will procure, and therefore hearken what I say. Disdain thou not at all to take some warning by thy friend in things that may befall. Consider what I erst have been, and what thou seest me now, and what hath been the ground thereof. I boldly dare avow that thou shalt find my faithfulness imputed for a crime. For Pallas in a wicker chest had hid upon a time a child called Erichthonius, whom never woman bare, and took it unto maidens three that Cecrops' daughters were, not telling them what was within, but gave them charge to keep the casket shut, and for no cause within the same to peep. I, standing close among the leaves upon an elm on high, did mark their doings and their words, and there I did espy how Pandrasus and Herse kept their promise faithfully. Aglauros calls them cowards both, and makes no more ado, but takes the casket in her hand, and doth the knots undo. And there they saw a child, whose parts beneath were like a snake. Straight to the goddess of this deed a just report I make, for which she gave me this reward, that never might I more account her for my lady and my mistress as before. And in my room she put a fowl that flies not but by night, a warning unto other birds my luck should be of right, to hold their tongues for being shent. But you will say perchance I came unsent for of myself, she did not me advance. I dare well say, though Pallas now my heavy mistress stand, yet if perchance you should demand the question at her hand, as sore displeased as she is, she would not this deny, but that she chose me first herself to bear her company. For, well I know, my father was a prince of noble fame, of Phocis king by long descent, Coronio was his name. I was his darling and his joy, and many a wealthy peer, I would not have you think disdain, did seek me for their fear. My form and beauty did me hurt, for as I leisurely went jetting up and down the shore upon the gravel dry, as yet I customably do, the god that rules the seas, espying me, fell straight in love, and when he saw none ease in suit, but loss of words and time, he offered violence, and after me he runs apace. I scud as fast for thence, from sand to shore, from shore to sand, still playing fox to hole, until I was so tired that he had almost got the goal. Then called I out on God and man, but as it did appear, there was no man so near at hand that could my crying hear. A virgin goddess pitied me, because I was a maid, and at the utter plunge and pinch did send me present aid. I cast mine arms to heaven, mine arms waxed light with feathers black. I went about to cast in haste my garments from my back, and all was feathers. In my skin the rooted feathers stack. I was about with violent hand to strike my naked breast, but neither had I hand nor breast that naked more did rest. I ran, but of my feet, as erst remained not the print, methought I glided on the ground. Anon, with sudden dint, I rose and hovered in the air, and from that instant time did wait on Pallas faithfully without offence or crime. But what avails all this to me, and if that in my place the wicked wretch Nectimene, who late for lack of grace was turned to an odious bird, to honour called be? I pray thee, didst thou never hear how false Nectimene, a thing all over Lesbos known, defiled her father's couch? The beast is now become a bird, whose lewdness doth so touch and prick her guilty conscience, that she dares not come in sight, nor show herself abroad a days, but fleeteth in the night for shame, lest folk should see her fault. and every other bird doth in the air and ivy tods with wondering at her gird. A mischief take thy tattling tongue, the raven answered tho, thy vain forespeaking moves me not. And so he forth did go and tells his lord Apollo how he saw Coronis lie with Ichthyus, a gentleman that dwelt in Thessaly. When Phoebus heard his lover's fault, he fiercely gan to frown, and cast his garland from his head, and threw his vial down. His colour changed, his face looked pale, and as the rage of ire that boiled in his belking breast had set his heart on fire. He caught me up his wonted tools, and bent his golden bow, and by, with deadly stripe of unavoided blow, strake through the breast, the which his own had touched so oft afore. She, wounded, gave a piteous shriek, and, drawing from the sore the deadly dart, the which the blood pursuing after fast upon her white and tender limbs a scarlet colour cast, said, Phoebus, well thou might have wreaked this trespass on my head, and yet forbore me till the time I had been brought to bed. Now in one body by thy means a couple shall be dead. Thus much she said, and with the blood her life did fade away. The body, being void of soul, became as cold as clay. Then, all too late, alas, too late, gan Phoebus to repent that of his lover he had ta'en so cruel punishment. He blames himself for giving ear so unadvisedly. He blames himself in that he took it so outrageously. He hates and bans his faithful bird because he did inform him of his lover's naughtiness that made him so to storm. He hates his bow, he hates his shaft that rashly from it went, and eke he hates his hasty hands by whom the bow was bent. He takes her up between his arms, endeavouring all too late by plaster made of precious herbs to stay her helpless fate. But when he saw there was no shift but that she needs must burn, and that the solemn sacred fire was pressed to serve the turn, then from the bottom of his heart full sorry sighs he fet, for heavenly powers with watery tears their cheeks may never wet. In case as when a cow beholds the cruel butcher stand with lancing axe, embrued with blood, and lifting up his hand aloft to snatch her sucking calf that hangeth by the heels, and of the axe the deadly dint upon his forehead feels. Howbeit, after sweet perfumes bestowed upon her corse, and much embracing, having sore bewailed her wrong divorce, he followed to the place assigned her body for to burn. There could he not abide to see his seed to ashes turn, but took the baby from her womb and from the fiery flame, and unto double Chiron's den conveyed straight the same. The raven, hoping for his truth to be rewarded well, he maketh black, forbidding him with whiter birds to dwell. The centaur Chiron in the while was glad of Phoebus' boy, and as the burthen brought some care, the honour brought him joy. Upon a time, with golden locks about her shoulders spread, a daughter of the centaurs, whom a certain nymph had bred about the brook Caicus banks, that hight Ocyroe, came thither. This same fair young nymph could not contented be to learn the craft of surgery as perfect as her sire, but that to learn the secret dooms of fate she must aspire. And therefore, when the furious rage of frenzy had her caught, and that the sprite of prophecy inflamed had her thought, she looked upon the child and said, Sweet babe, the gods thee make a man, for all the world shall fare the better for thy sake. All sores and sickness shalt thou cure, thy power shall eke be such to make the dead alive again. For doing of the which, against the pleasure of the gods, thy grandsire shall thee strike so with his fire, that never more thou shalt perform the like. And of a god a bloodless course, and of a course full strange thou shalt become a god again, and twice thy nature change. And thou, my father, lief and dear, who now by destiny art born to live for evermore and never for to die,
shalt suffer such outrageous pain throughout thy members all, by wounding of a venomed dart that on thy foot shall fall, that oft thou shalt desire to die, and in the latter end the fatal dame shall break thy thread, and thy desire thee send. There was yet more behind to tell, when suddenly she fet a sore deep sigh, and down her cheeks the tears did trickle wet. Mine own misfortune, quoth she, now hath overtake me sure. I cannot utter any more, for words wax out of yore. My cunning was not worth so much as that it should procure the wrath of God. I feel by proof far better had it been, if that the chance of things to come I never had foreseen. For now my native shape withdraws. Methinks I have delight to feed on grass, and fling in fields. I feel myself so light, I am transformed to a mare like other of my kin. But wherefore should this brutish shape all over wholly win, considering that although both horse and man my father be, yet is his better part a man, as plainly as to see? The latter end of this complaint was fumbled in such wise as what she meant the standers by could scarcely well devise. Anon she neither seemed to speak, nor fully for to neigh, but like to one that counterfeits in sport the mare to play. Within a while she neighed plain, and down her arms were pight upon the ground, all clad with hair, and bare her body right. Her fingers joined all in one, at end whereof did grow, instead of nails, a round tough hoof of welked horn below. Her head and neck shot forth in length, her kirtle train became a fair long tail. Her flaring hair was made a hanging mane, and as her native shape and voice most monstrously did pass, so by the uncouth name of mare she after termed was. The centaur Chiron wept hereat, and piteously dismayed did call on thee, although in vain, thou Delphian god, for aid. For neither lay it in thy hand to break Jove's mighty hest, and though it had, yet in thy state as then thou didst not rest. In Elis did thou then abide, and in Messene land. It was the time when, under shape of shepherd, with a wand of olive and a pipe of reeds, thou kept at meat of sheep. Now in this time, that, save of love, thou took none other keep, and madest thee merry with thy pipe, the glistering Maia's son by chance abroad the fields of Pyle spied certain cattle run without a herd, the which he stole, and closely did them hide among the woods. This pretty sleight no earthly creature spied, save one old churl that Battus hight. This Battus had the charge of wealthy Neleus' feeding grounds, and all his pastures large, and kept a race of goodly mares. Of him he was afraid, and, lest by him his privy theft should chance to be bewrayed, he took a bribe to stop his mouth, and thus unto him said, My friend, I pray thee, if perchance that any man inquire this cattle, say thou saw them not, and take thou for thy hire this fair young bullock. T'other took the bullock at his hand, and showing him a certain stone that lay upon the land, said, Go thy way. As soon this stone thy doing shall bewray, as I shall do. So Mercury did seem to go his way. Anon he comes back again, and altered both in speech and outward shape, said, Countryman, ich heartily beseech, and if thou sawest any car come roiling through this ground, or driven away, tell what he was, and where they may be found, and I shall give thee for thy pain an heifer and her match. The carle, perceiving double gain, and greedy for to catch, said, Under yon same hill they were, and under yon same hill chumsure they are. And with his hand he pointed there until. At that Mercurius laughing said, False knave, and dost thou bewray me to myself? Dost thou bewray me to myself, I say? And with that word straight to a stone he turned his double heart, in which the slander yet remains without the stone's desart. The bearer of the charmed rod, the subtle Mercury, this done, arose, with waving wings, and from that place did fly. And as he hovered in the air, he viewed the fields below of Attic, and the town itself, with all the trees that grow by Lyce, where the learned clerks did wholesome precepts show. By chance, the very self-same day, the virgins of the town, of old and ancient custom, bare, in baskets on their crown, beset with garlands fresh and gay, and strowed with flowers sweet, to palace tower such sacrifice as was of custom meet. The winged god, beholding them returning in a troop, continued not directly forth, but gan me down to stoop and fetch a windlass round about. And as the hungry kite, beholding unto sacrifice a bullock ready dight, doth soar about his wished prey, desirous for to snatch, but that he dareth not, for such as stand about and watch. So Mercury, with nimble wings, doth keep a lower gate about Minerva's lofty towers, in round and wheeling rate. As far as doth the morning star in clear and streaming light excel all other stars in heaven, as far also as bright Dame Phoebe dims the morning star, so far did Herses' face stain all the ladies of her troop. She was the very grace and beauty of that solemn pomp, and all that train so fair. Jove's son was ravished with the sight, and hanging in the air began to swelt within himself, in case as when the powder hath driven the pellet from the gun, the pellet gins to smoulder, and in his flying wax more hot. In smoking breast he shrouds his flames, not brought from heaven above, but caught beneath the clouds. He leaves his journey toward heaven, and takes another race, not minding any longer time to hide his present case, so great a trust and confidence his beauty to him gave, which, though it seemed of his self sufficient force to have, yet was he curious for to make himself more fine and brave. He kemmed his head, and stroked his beard, and pried on every side to see that in his furniture no wrinkle might be spied. And for because his cloak was fringed and guarded broad with gold, he cast it on his shoulder up, most seemly to behold. He takes in hand his charmed rod that bringeth things asleep, and wakes them when he list again. And lastly taketh keep that on his fair well-formed feet his golden shoes sit clean, and that all other things thereto well correspondent been. In Cecrops' court were chambers 3, set far from all resort, with ivory beds all furnished in far most royal sort, of which Aglauros had the left, and Pandros had the right, and Herse had the middlemost. She that Aglauros hight first marked the coming of the god, and asking him his name, demanded him for what intent and cause he thither came. Pleones' nephew, Maia's son, did make her answer thus: I am my father's messenger, his pleasure to discuss to mortal folk and hellish fiends, as list him to command. My father is the mighty Jove. To that thou dost demand, I will not feign a false excuse. I ask no more, but grant to keep thy sister's counsel close, and for to be the aunt of such the issue as on her my chance shall be to get. Thy sister Herse is the cause that hath me hither fet. I pray thee, bear thou with my love that is so firmly set. Aglauros cast on Mercury her scornful eyes aside, with which against Minerva's will her secrets late she spied, demanding him in recompense a mighty mass of gold, and would not let him enter in until the same were told. The warlike goddess cast on her a stern and cruel look, and fetched such a cutting sigh that forcibly it shook both breast and breastplate, wherewithal it came into her thought how that Aglauros late ago against her will had wrought in looking on the lemon child, contrary to her oath, the which she took her in the chest, for which she waxed wroth. Again she saw her cankered heart maliciously repine against her sister and the god, and furthermore, in fine, how that the gold which Mercury had given her for her meed would make her both in wealth and pride all others to exceed. She goes me straight to Envy's house, a foul and irksome cave, replete with black and loathly filth, and stinking like a grave. It standeth in a hollow dale, where neither light of sun nor blast of any wind or air may for the deepness come. A dreary, sad, and doleful den, full of slothful cold, as which, dimmed with smouldering smoke, doth never fire behold. When Pallas, that same manly maid, approached near this plot, she stayed without, for to the house in enter might she not, and with her javelin point did give a push against the door. The door flew open by and by, and fell me on the floor. There saw she envy sit within, fast gnawing on the flesh of snakes and toads, the filthy food that keeps her vices fresh. It loathed her to behold the sight. Anon the elf arose, and left the gnawed adder's flesh, and slothfully she goes with lumpish leisure like a snail. And when she saw the face of Pallas, and her fair attire adorned with heavenly grace, she gave a sigh, a sorry sigh, from bottom of her heart. Her lips were pale, her cheeks were wan, and all her face was swart, her body lean as any rake. She looked eke askew, her teeth were furred with filth and dross, her gums were werryish blue. The working of her festered gall had made her stomach green, and all bevenomed was her tongue. No sleep her eyes had seen, continual cark and cankered care did keep her waking still. Of laughter, save at others' harms, the hellhound had no skill. It is against her will that men have any good success, and if they have, she frets and fumes within her mind no less than if herself had taken harm. In seeking to annoy and work distress of other folk, herself she doth destroy. Thus is she torment to herself. Though Pallas did her hate, yet spake she briefly these few words to her without her gate. Infect thou with thy venom one of Cecrops' daughters 3. It is Aglaus whom I mean, for so it needs must be. This said, she pight her spear in ground, and took her rise thereon, and winding from that wicked wight did take her flight anon. The caitiff cast her eyes aside, and seeing Pallas gone, began to mumble with herself the devil's paternoster, and fretting at her good success, began to blow and bluster. She takes a crooked staff in hand, bewreathed with nubbed pricks, and covered with a colly cloud. Wherever that she sticks her filthy feet, she tramples down, and sears both grass and corn, that all the fresh and fragrant fields seem utterly forlorn. And with her staff she tippeth off the highest poppy heads. Such poison also everywhere ungraciously she sheds, that every cottage where she comes, and every town and city, do take infection at her breath. At length, the Moor's pity, she found the fair Athenian town, that flowed freshly then in feastful peace, and joyful wealth, and learned wits of men. And for because she nothing saw that might provoke to weep, it was a corsey to her heart her hateful tears to keep. Now when she came within the court, she went without delay directly to the lodgings where King Cecrops' daughters lay. There did she as Minerva bade. She laid her scurvy fist, besmeared with venom and with filth, upon Aglaus' breast, the which she filled with hooked thorns, and, breathing on her face, did shed the poison in her bones, which spread itself apace, as black as ever virgin pitch, through lungs and lights and all. And to th' intent that cause of grief abundantly should fall, she placed before her eyes her sister's happy chance, in being wedded to the god, and made the god to glance continually in heavenly shape before her wounded thought. And all these things she painted out, which in conclusion wrought such courses in Aglaus' breast, that sighing day and night she gnawed and fretted in herself for very cankered spite, and like a wretch she wastes herself with restless care and pine, like as the ice whereon the sun with glimmering light doth shine. Her sister Herse's good success doth make her heart to yearn, in case as when that fire is put to green felled wood or fern, which giveth neither light nor heat, but smoulders quite away. Sometime she minded to her sire her sister to bewray, who well she knew would ill abide so lewd a part to play, and oft she thought with wilful hand to brust her fatal threed, because she would not see the thing that made her heart to bleed. At last she sate her in the door, and leaded to a post, to let the god from entering in. To whom now, having lost much talk and gentle words in vain, she said, Sir, leave, I pray, for hence I will not, be you sure, unless you go away. I take thee at thy word, quoth he, and therewithal he pushed his rod against the barred door, and wide it open rushed. She, making proffer for to rise, did feel so great a weight through all her limbs, that for her life she could not stretch her straight. She strove to set herself upright, but striving booted not. Her hamstrings and her knees were stiff, a chilling cold had got in at her nails, through all her limbs, and eke her veins began, for want of blood and lively heat, to wax both pale and wan. And as the fretting fistula foregrow, and past all cure runs in the flesh from place to place, and makes the sound impure as bad or worser than the rest, even so the cold of death straked to her heart, and closed her veins, and lastly stopped her breath. She made no proffer for to speak, and though she had done so, it had been vain, for way was none for language forth to go. Her throat congealed into stone, her mouth became hard stone, and like an image sate she still, her blood was clearly gone, the which the venom of her heart so foully did infect, that ever after all the stone with freckled spots was specked. When Mercury had punished thus Aglaro's spiteful tongue and cankered heart, immediately from palace town he flung, and flying up with flittering wings did pierce to heaven above. His father called him straight aside, but showing not his love, said, Son, my trusty messenger and worker of my will, make no delay, but out of hand fly down in haste, until the land that on the left side looks upon thy mother's light. Yon same there standeth on the coast the town that Sidon hight. The king hath there a herd of neat that on the mountains feed. Go, take and drive them to the sea with all convenient speed. He had no sooner said the word, but that the herd begun, driven from the mountain to the shore appointed for to run. Whereas the daughter of the king was wonted to resort with other ladies of the court, there for to play and sport. Between the state of majesty and love is set such odds as that they cannot dwell in one. The sire and king of gods, whose hand is armed with triple fire, who only with his frown makes sea and land and heaven to quake, doth lay his sceptre down, with all the grave and stately port belonging thereunto, and putting on the shape of bull, as other cattle do, goes lowing gently up and down among them in the field, the fairest beast to look upon that ever man beheld. For why? His colour was as white as any winter's snow, before that either trampling feet or southern wind did thaw. His neck was brawned with rolls of flesh, and from his chest before a dangling dewlap hung me down good half a foot and more. His horns were small, but yet so fine as that ye would have thought they had been made by cunning hand, or out of wax been wrought. More clear they were 100-fold than is the crystal stone. In all his forehead fearful frown or wrinkle there was none, no fierce, no grim, no grisly look, as other cattle have, but altogether so demure as friendship seemed to crave. Agenor's daughter marvelled much so tame a beast to see, but yet to touch him at the first too bold she durst not be. Anon she reaches to his mouth her hand with herbs and flowers. The loving beast was glad thereof, and neither frowns nor lowers. But till the hoped-for joy might come with glad and fawning cheer, he licks her hands, and scarce the residue he forbear. Sometime he frisks and skips about, and shows her sport at hand. Anon he lays his snowy side against the golden sand. So, fear by little driven away, he offered eft his breast to stroke and coy, and eft his horns with flowers to be dressed. At last Europa, knowing not, for so the maid was called, on whom she ventured for to ride, was ne'er a whit appalled to set herself upon his back. Then by and by the god from main dry land to main moist sea gan leisurely to plod. At first he did but dip his feet within the outmost wave, and back again. Then further in another plunge he gave, and so still further, till at the last he had his wished prey amid the deep, where was no means to scape with life away. The lady, quaking all for fear, with rueful countenance cast toward the shore from whence she came, held with her right hand fast one of his horns, and with the left did stay upon his back. The weather flasked and whisked up her garments, being slack. Finis secundi libri. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 4 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The third book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. The god, now having laid aside his borrowed shape of bull, had in his likeness showed himself, and with his pretty troll ta'en landing in the isle of Crete. When in that while her sire, not knowing where she was become, sent after to inquire her brother Cadmus, charging him his sister home to bring, or never for to come again. Wherein he did a thing for which he might both justly kind and cruel call it be. When Cadmus over all the world had sought, for who is he that can detect the thefts of Jove, and nowhere could her see, then as an outlaw, to avoid his father's wrongful ire, he went to Phoebus' oracle, most humbly to desire his heavenly counsel, where he would assign him place to dwell. "An heifer, all alone in field," quoth Phoebus, "mark her well, which never bare the pinching yoke, nor drew the plough as yet, shall meet thee. Follow after her, and where thou seest her sit, there build a town, and let thereof Boeotia be the name." Down from Parnassus' stately top scarce fully Cadmus came, when roiling softly in the vale, before the herd alone he saw an heifer, on whose neck of servage print was none. He followed after, leisurely as her that was his guide, and thanked Phoebus in his heart that did so well provide. Now had he passed Cephissus ford, and eke the pleasant grounds about the city Panopy, contained within the bounds. The heifer stayed, and lifting up her forehead to the sky, full seemly for to look upon, with horns like branches high, did with her lowing fill the air, and casting back her eye upon the rest that came aloof, as softly as she could kneeled down, and laid her hairy side against the grassy mould. Then Cadmus gave Apollo thanks, and falling flat below, did kiss the ground, and hail the fields which yet he did not know. He was about to sacrifice to Jove the heavenly king, and bade his servants go and fetch him water of the spring. An old foregrown unfelled wood stood near at hand thereby, and in the midst a queachy plot with sedge and osiers high, where curbed about with pebble stone in likeness of a bow, there was a spring with silver streams that forth thereof did flow. Here lurked in his lowering den god Mars's grisly snake, with golden scales and fiery eyes, beswoln with poison blake. 3 spurting tongues, 3 rows of teeth within his head did stick. No sooner had the Tyrian folk set foot within this thick and queachy plot, and deeped down their bucket in the well, But that to bustle in his den began this serpent fell, and peering with a marble head, right horribly to hiss. The Tyrians let their pitchers slip for sudden fear of this, and waxing pale as any clay, like folk amazed and flate, stood trembling like an aspen leaf. The speckled serpent straight comes trailing out in waving links, and knotty rolls of scales, and bending into bunchy bouts his body forth he hales. And lifting up above the waist himself unto the sky, he overlooketh all the wood, as huge and big well nigh as is the snake that in the heaven about the northern pole divides the bears. He makes no stay, but deals his dreadful dole among the Tyrians, whether they did take them to their tools or to their heels, or that their fear did make them stand like fools, and help themselves by none of both. He snapped up some alive, and swept in others with his tail, and some he did deprive of life with rankness of his breath, and other some again he stings and poisons unto death, till all at last were slain. Now when the sun was at his height, and shadows waxed short, and Cadmus saw his company make tarriance in that sort, he marvelled what should be their let, and went to seek them out. His harness was a lion's skin that wrapped him about, his weapons were a long strong spear with head of iron tried, and eke a light and piercing dart, and thereunto beside, worth all the weapons in the world, a stout and valiant heart. When Cadmus came within the wood, and saw about that part his men lie slain upon the ground, and eke their cruel foe, of body huge, stand over them, and licking with his blow and blasting tongue their sorry wounds, "Well, trusty friends," quoth he, "I either of your piteous deaths will straight revenger be, or else will die myself therefore." With that he, rotting fast a mighty millstone, at the snake with all his might it cast. The stone with such exceeding force and violence forth was driven, as of a fort the bulwark strong and walls it would have riven. And yet it did the snake no harm. His scales, as hard and tough as if they had been plates of mail, did fence him well enough, so that the stone rebounded back against his freckled slough. But yet his hardness saved him not against the piercing dart, for hitting right between the scales that yielded in that part whereas the joints do knit the back, it thurled through the skin, and pierced to his filthy maw and greedy guts within. He, fierce with wrath, wrings back his head, and looking on the stripe, the javelin steel that sticketh out between his teeth doth gripe, the which with resting to and fro at length he forth did wind, save that he left the head thereof among his bones behind. When of his courage through the wound more kindled was his ire, his throat bowl swelled with puffed veins, his eyes gan sparkle fire. There stood about his smeared chaps a loathly foaming froth. His scaled breast ploughs up the ground, the stinking breath that goeth out from his black and hellish mouth infects the herbs full foul. Sometime he winds himself in knots as round as any bowl, sometime he stretcheth out in length as straight as any beam. Anon again with violent brunt he rusheth like a stream increased by rage of late fall rain, and with his mighty sway bears down the wood before his breast that standeth in his way. Agenor's son, retiring back, doth with his lion's spoil defend him from his fierce assaults, and makes him to recoil, holding at the weapon's point. The serpent, waxing wood, doth crash the steel between his teeth, and bites it till the blood, dropped mixed with poison from his mouth, did dye the green grass black. But yet the wound was very light, because he writhed back, and pulled his head still from the stroke, and made the stripe to die by giving way, until the Cadmus, following irefully the stroke, with all his power and might, did through the throat him rive, and nailed him to an oak, behind the which he eke did clive. The serpent's weight did make the tree to bend. It grieved the tree his body of the serpent's tail thus scourged for to be. While Cadmus wondered at the hugeness of the vanquished foe, upon the sudden came a voice, from whence he could not know, but sure he was he heard the voice, which said, "Agenor's son, what gazeth thus upon this snake? The time will one day come that thou thyself shalt be a snake." He, pale and wan for fear, had lost his speech, and ruffled up, stiff staring stood his hair. Behold, man's helper at his need, Dame Pallas, gliding through the vacant air, was straight at hand, and bade him take a plough and cast the serpent's teeth in ground, as of the which should spring another people out of hand. He did in everything as Pallas bade. He took a plough, and eared a furrow low, and sowed the serpent's teeth whereof the foresaid folk should grow. Anon, a wondrous thing to tell, the clods began to move, and from the furrow first of all the pikes appeared above. Next rose up helms with feathered crests, and then the pauldrons bright, successively the currets whole, and all the armour right. Thus grew up men like corn in field, in ranks of battle array, with shields and weapons in their hands, to fight the field that day. Even so, when stages are attired against some solemn game, with clothes of arras gorgeously, in drawing up the same the faces of the images do first of all them show, and then by piecemeal all the rest in order seems to grow, until at last they stand out full upon their feet below. Affrighted at this new-found foes, can Cadmus for to take him to his weapons by and by, resistance for to make. "Stay, stay thyself," cried one of them that late before were bred out of the ground, "and meddle not with civil wars." This said, one of the brothers of that blood with lancing sword he slew. Another sent a dart at him, the which him overthrew. The third did straight as much for him, and made him yield the breath, the which he had received but now, by stroke of forced death. Likewise outraged all the rest, until that one, by mutual stroke of civil war, dispatched every chun. This brood of brothers, all behewn and weltered in their blood, lay sprawling on their mother's womb, the ground where erst they stood, save only 5 that did remain, of whom Echion, led by Pallas' counsel, threw away the helmet from his head, and with his brothers gan to treat, atonement for to make, the which at length, by Pallas' help, so good success did take, that faithful friendship was confirmed, and hand in hand was plight. These afterward did well assist the noble Tyrian knight in building of the famous town that Phoebus had behight. Now Thebes stood in good estate. Now, Cadmus, might thou say that when thy father banished thee, it was a lucky day. To join alliance both with Mars and Venus was thy chance, whose daughter thou hadst ta'en to wife, who did thee much advance, not only through their high renown, but through a noble race of sons and daughters that she bare, whose children in like case it was thy fortune for to see all men and women grown. But the end of everything must marked be and known, for none the name of blessedness deserveth for to have, unless the tenor of this life last, blessed, to his grave. Among so many prosperous haps that flowed with good success, thine eldest nephew was a cause of care and sore distress, whose head was armed with palmed horns, whose own hounds in the wood did pull their master to the ground, and fill them with his blood. But if you sift the matter well, ye shall not find desart, but cruel fortune, to have been the cause of this his smart. For who could do with oversight? Great slaughter had been made of sundry sorts of savage beasts one morning, and the shade of things was waxed very short. It was the time of day that mid between the east and west the sun doth seem to stay, when as the Theban stripling thus bespake his company, still ranging in the wayless woods, some further game to spy. Our weapons and our toils are moist and stained with blood of deer. This day hath done enough, as by our quarry may appear. As soon as with her scarlet wheels next morning bringeth light, we will about her work again. But now Hyperion bright is in the midst of heaven, and sears the fields with fiery rays. Take up your toils, and cease your work, and let us go our ways. They did even so, and ceased their work. There was a valley thick with pineapple and cypress trees that armed be with prick. Gargaphe hight this shady spot. It was a sacred place to chaste Diana and the nymphs that waited on her grace. Within the furthest end thereof there was a pleasant bower, so vaulted with the leafy trees the sun had there no power, not made by hand nor man's device, and yet no man alive a trimmer piece of work than that could for his life contrive. With flint and pummey was it walled by nature half about, and on the right side of the same full freshly flowed out a lively spring with crystal stream, whereof the upper brim was green with grass and matted herbs that smelled very trim. When Phoebe felt herself wax faint of following of her game, it was her custom for to come and bathe her in the same. That day she, having timely left her hunting in the chase, was entered with her troop of nymphs within this pleasant place. She took her quiver and her bow, the which she had unbent, and eke her javelin to a nymph that served that intent. Another nymph to take her clothes among her train she chose. Two loosed her buskins from her legs, and pulled off her hose. The Theban lady Crocoli, more cunning than the rest, did truss her tresses handsomely, which hung behind undressed, and yet her own hung waving still. Then Nymphe, neat and clean, with Hylie, glistering like the grass in beauty fresh and sheen, and Rhonis, clearer of her skin than are the rainy drops, and little bibbling Phiale, and Psyche, that pretty mops, poured water into vessels large, to wash the lady with. Now while she keeps this wont, behold, by wandering in the frith he wist not whither, having stayed his pastime till the morrow, comes Cadmus' nephew to this thick, and entering in with sorrow, such was his cursed cruel fate, saw Phoebe where she washed. The damsels at the sight of man quite out of countenance dashed, because they everych own were bare and naked to the quick, did beat their hands against their breasts, and cast out such a shriek that all the wood did ring thereof, and clinging to their dame did all they could to hide both her and eke themselves for shame. But Phoebe was a personage so comely and so tall, that by the middle of her neck she overpeered them all. Such colour as appears in heaven by Phoebus' broken rays directly shining on the clouds, or such as is always the colour of the morning clouds before the sun doth show, such sanguine colour in the face of Phoebe gan to glow, there standing naked in his sight. Who though she had her guard of nymphs about her, yet she turned her body from himward, and casting back an angry look, like as she would have sent an arrow at him, had she had her bow there ready bent, so wrought the water in her hand, and for to wreak the spite, besprinkled all the head and face of the unlucky knight, and thus forspake the heavy lot that should upon him light. Now make thy vaunt among thy mates, thou saw'st Diana bear, tell if thou can, I give thee leave, tell hardily, do not spare. This done, she makes no further threats, but by and by doth spread a pair of lively old hart's horns upon his sprinkled head. She sharps his ears, she makes his neck both slender, long, and lank. She turns his fingers into feet, his arms to spindle shank. She wraps him in a hairy hide, bespet with speckled spots, and planteth in him fearfulness. And so away he trots, full greatly wondering to himself what made him in that case to be so white and swift of foot. But when he saw his face and horned temples in the brook, he would have cried alas, but as for then no kind of speech out of his lips could pass. He sighed and brayed, for that was then the speech that did remain, and down the eyes that were not his bitter tears did rain. No part remained save his mind, of that he erst had been. What should he do? Turn home again to Cadmus and the Queen, or hide himself among the woods? Of this he was afraid, and of the t'other ill ashamed. While doubting thus he stayed, his hounds espied him where he was, and Blackfoot first of all, and Stalker, special good of scent, began aloud to call. This latter was a hound of Crete, the other was of Spart. Then all the kennel fell in round, and every for his part did follow freshly in the chase, more swifter than the wind. Spy, Eteal, Scale-cliff, 3 good hounds, come all of Arcus kind, strong Kilbuck, currish savage, Spring and hunter fresh of smell, and Lightfoot, who to lead a chase did bear away the bell, fierce woodman, hurt not long ago in hunting of a boar, and shepherd, wont to follow sheep and neat to field afore, and Laund, a fell and eager bitch, that had a wolf to sire, another brach called Greedy-gut, with 2 her puppies by her, and Ladon, gaunt as any ground, a hound in Sichon bred, Blab, Fleetwood, Patch, whose flecked skin with sundry spots was spread, White, Bowman, Royster, Beauty fair and white as winter snow, and Tawny, full of dusky hairs that over all did grow, with lusty Ruffler passing all the residue there in strength, and Tempest best in footmanship in holding out at length, and Coe and Swift, and little Wolf as white as any other, accompanied with a Cyprian hound that was his native brother, and Snatch, amid whose forehead stood a star as white as snow, the residue being all as black and slick as any crow, and Shaggy Rug, with other twain, that had a sire of Crete and dam of Sparta, 'Tone of them called Jolly Boy, a great and large flued hound, the t'other Churl, who ever Norring went, and Ringwood, with a churl loud mouth, the which he freely spent, with divers mo, whose names to tell it were but loss of time. These fellows over hill and dale in hope of prey do climb, through thick and thin and craggy cliffs, where was no way to go, he flies through grounds where oftentimes he chased had ere though, even from his own folk is he fain alas to flee away. He strained oftentimes to speak, and was about to say, I am Actaeon, know you lord and master, sirs, I pray, but use of words and speech did want to utter forth his mind. Their cry did ring through all the wood, redoubled with the wind. First Slow did pinch him by the haunch, and next came Kildirian, and Hillbred fastened on his shoulder, bote him through the skin. These came forth later than the rest, but coasting thwart a hill, they did gain scope him as he came, and held their master still, until that all the rest came in and fastened on him too. No part of him was free from wound, he could none other do but sigh, and in the shape of heart, with voice as hearts are wont, for voice of man was none now left to help him at the brunt, by braying show his secret grief among the mountains high, and kneeling sadly on his knees, with dreary tears in eye, as one by humbling of himself that mercy seemed to crave, with piteous look, instead of hands, his head about to wave. Not knowing that it was their lord, the huntsmen cheer their hounds with wonted noise, and for Actaeon look about the grounds. They hallow who could loudest cry, still calling him by name, as though he were not there, and much his absence they do blame, in that he came not to the fall, but slacked to see the game. As often as they named him, he sadly shook his head, and fain he would have been away thence in some other stead, but there he was, and well he could have found in heart to see his dog's fell deeds, so that to feel in place he had not be. They hem him in on every side, and in the shape of stag, with greedy teeth and griping paws, their lord in pieces drag. So fierce was cruel Phoebe's wrath, it could not be allayed, till of his fault by bitter death the ransom he had paid. Much muttering was upon this fact. Some thought there was extended a great deal more extremity than needed. Some commended Diana's doing, saying that it was but worthily for safeguard of her womanhood. Each party did apply good reasons to defend their case. Alone the wife of Jove, of liking or misliking it, not all so greatly strove as secretly rejoiced in heart that such a plague was light on Cadmus' limage, turning all the malice and the spite conceived erst against the wench that Jove had fet for tire upon the kindred of the wench. And for to fierce her ire, another thing clean overthwart there cometh in the nick.
the Lady Semele, great with child by Jove, as then was quick. Hereat she gan to fret and fume, and for to ease her heart, which else would burst, she fell in hand with scolding out her part. And what a good year have I won by scolding erst, she said. It is that arrant queen herself, against whose wicked head I must essay to give assault. And if, as men me call, I be that Juno, who in heaven bear greatest swing of all, if in my hand I worthy be to hold the royal mace, and if I be the queen of heaven and sovereign of this place, or wife and sister under Jove, sister well I know, but as for wife, that name is vain. I serve but for a show to cover other privy scapes. I will confound that whore. Now with the mischief is she bagged, and beareth out before her open shame to all the world, and shortly hopes to be the mother of a son by Jove, the which hath happed to me not passing once in all my time, so sore she doth presume upon her beauty. But I trow her hope shall soon consume, for never let me counted be for Saturn's daughter more, if by her own dear darling Jove, on whom she trusts so sore, I send her not to Styx's stream. This ended, up she rose, and covered in a golden cloud, to Semele's house she goes. And ere she sent away the cloud, she takes on old wives' shape, with hoary hair and rivelled skin, with slow and crooked gait. As though she had the palsy had, her feeble limbs did shake, and eke she faltered in the mouth as often as she spake. She seemed old beldam Beroe of Epidaure to be, this Lady Semele's nurse, as right as though it had been she. So when as after mickle talk of purpose ministered, Jove's name was upped, by and by she gave a sigh, and said, I wish with all my heart that Jove be cause to thee of this. But, daughter dear, I dread the worst, I fear it be amiss. For many varlets under name of gods to serve their lust have into undefiled beds themselves full often thrust. And though it bin the mighty Jove, yet doth that not suffice, unless he also make the same apparent to our eyes. And if it be even very he, I say it doth behoove he prove it by some open sign and token of his love. And therefore pray him for to grant that look in what degree, what order, fashion, sort, and state he used to accompany the mighty Juno, in the same, in every point and case, to all intents and purposes, he thee likewise embrace, and that he also bring with him his bright three-forked mace. With such instructions Juno had informed Cadmus' niece, and she, poor silly simple soul, immediately on this requested Jove to grant a boon, the which she did not name. Ask what thou wilt, sweetheart, quoth he, thou shalt not miss the same, and for to make thee sure hereof, the grisly Stygian lake, which is the fear and god of gods, bear witness for thy sake. She, joying in her own mischance, not having any power to rule herself, but making speed to haste her fatal hour, in which she, through her lover's help, should work her own decay, said, Such as Juno findeth you, when you and she do play the games of Venus, such, I pray thee, show thyself to me in every case. The god would fain have stopped her mouth, but she had made such haste that out it was, which made him sigh full sore, for neither she could then unwish the thing she wished before, nor he revoke his solemn oath. Wherefore, with sorry heart and heavy countenance, by and by to heaven he doth depart, and makes to follow after him, with look full grim and stour, the flaky clouds all grisly black, as when they threat a shower. To which she added, mixed with wind, fierce and flashing flame, with dry and dreadful thunderclaps, and lightning to the same, of deadly unavoided dint. And yet, as much as may, he goes about his vehement force and fierceness to allay. He doth not arm him with the fire with which he did remove the giant with the 100th hands, Typhoeus, from above,
it was too cruel and too sore to use against his love. The Cyclops made another kind of lightning, far more light, wherein they put much less of fire, less fierceness, lesser might. It hight in heaven the second mace. Jove arms himself with this, and enters into Cadmus' house, where Semmel's chamber is. She, being mortal, was too weak and feeble to withstand such troublous tumults of the heavens, and therefore out of hand was burned in her lover's arms. But yet he took away his infant from the mother's womb, unperfect as it lay, and, if a man may credit it, did in his thigh it sow, where, biding out the mother's time, it did to ripeness grow. And when the time of birth was come, his aunt, the Lady Ine, did nurse him for a while by stealth, and kept him trim and fine. The nymphs of Nysa afterward did in their bowers him hide, and brought him up with milk, till time he might abroad be spied. Now while these things were done on earth, and that by fatal doom the twice-born Bacchus had a time to man's estate to come, they say that Jove, disposed to mirth, as he and Juno sate a-drinking nectar after meat, in sport and pleasant rate, did fall a-jesting with his wife, and said, "A greater pleasure in Venus' games ye women have than men, beyond all measure." She answered no. To try the truth, they both of them agree the wise Tiresias in this case indifferent judge to be, who both the man and woman's joys by trial understood. For finding once two mighty snakes engendering in a wood, he strake them over the backs, by means whereof, behold, as strange a thing to be of truth as ever yet was told. He, being made a woman straight, 7 winter lived so. The 8, he finding them again, did say unto them though, "And if to strike ye have such power as for to turn their shape, that are the givers of the stripe, before you hence escape, 1 stripe now will I lend you more." He strake them as beforn, and straight returned his former shape, in which he first was born. Tiresias therefore, being ta'en to judge this jesting strife, gave sentence on the side of Jove, the which the queen his wife did take a great deal more to heart than needed, and in spite to wreak her teen upon her judge, bereft him of his sight. But Jove, for to the gods it is unleaful to undo the things which other of the gods by any means have do, did give him sight in things to come, for loss of sight of eye, and so his grievous punishment with honour did supply. By means whereof, within a while, in city, field, and town, through all the coast of Aeone was bruited his renown. And folk, to have their fortunes read that daily did resort, were answered so as none of them could give him misreport. The first, that of his soothfast words had proof in all the realm, was freckled Liriop, whom sometime surprised in his stream the flood Cephissus did enforce. This lady bare a son whose beauty at his very birth might justly love have won. Narcissus did she call his name, of whom the prophet sage, demanded if the child should live to many years of age, made answer, "Yea, full long, so that himself he do not know." The soothsayer's words seemed long but vain, until the end did show his saying to be true indeed, by strangeness of the rage, and strangeness of the kind of death that did abridge his age. For when years 3 times 5 and 1 he fully lived had, so that he seemed to stand between the state of man and lad, the hearts of divers trim young men his beauty gan to move, and many a lady fresh and fair was taken in his love. But in that grace of nature's gift such passing pride did reign, that to be touched of man or maid he wholly did disdain. A babbling nymph that echo hight, who, hearing others talk, by no means can restrain her tongue, but that it needs must walk, nor of herself hath power to 'gin to speak to any wight, espied him driving into toils the fearful stags of flight. This echo was a body then, and not an only voice, yet of her speech she had that time no more than now the choice, that is to say, of many words the latter to repeat. The cause thereof was Juno's wrath. For when that with the feat she might have often taken Jove in dalliance with his dames, and that by stealth and unbewares in midst of all his games, this elf would with her tattling talk detain her by the way, until that Jove had wrought his will, and they were fled away. The which when Juno did perceive, she said with wrathful mood, This tongue that hath deluded me shall do thee little good, for of thy speech but simple use hereafter shalt thou have. The deed itself did straight confirm the threatenings that she gave, yet echo of the former talk doth double oft the end, and back again with just report the words erst spoken send. Now when she saw Narcissus stray about the forest wide, she waxed warm, and step by step fast after him she hied. The more she followed after him, and nearer that she came, the hotter ever did she wax as nearer to her flame, like as the lively brimstone doth, which, dipped about a match, and put but softly to the fire, the flame doth lightly catch. O Lord, how often would she fain, if nature would have let, entreated him with gentle words some favour for to get. But nature would not suffer her, nor give her leave to gin. Yet, so far forth as she by grant at nature's hand could win, ready with attentive ear she hearkens for some sound whereto she might reply her words, from which she is not bound. By chance the stripling, being strayed from all his company, said, Is there anybody nigh? Straight echo answered, I. Amazed he cast his eye aside, and looketh round about, and come, that all the forest rung, aloud he calleth out, and come, saith she. He looketh back, and seeing no man follow, Why fliest? he crieth once again, and she the same doth hallow. He still persists, and wondering much what kind of thing it was, from which that answering voice by turn so duly seemed to pass, said, Let us join. She, by her will desirous to have said, in faith, with nothing more than willingly, at any time or stead, said, Let us join. And standing somewhat in her own conceit, upon these words she left the wood, and forth she yeded straight, to call the lovely neck for which she longed had so much. He runs his way, and will not be embraced of no such, and saith, I first will die, ere thou shalt take of me thy pleasure. She answered nothing else thereto, but, Take of me thy pleasure. Now when she saw herself thus mocked, she gate her to the woods, and hid her head for very shame among the leaves and buds. And ever since she lives alone in dens and hollow caves, yet stack her love still to her heart, through which she daily raves the more for sorrow of repulse. Through restless cark and care her body pines to skin and bone, and waxeth wondrous bare. The blood doth vanish into air from out of all her veins, and naught is left but voice and bones. The voice yet still remains. Her bones, they say, were turned to stones. From thence she, lurking still in woods, will never show her head, in field nor yet on hill. Yet is she heard of every man. It is her only sound, and nothing else that doth remain alive above the ground. Thus had he mocked this wretched nymph, and many mo beside, that in the waters, woods, and groves, or mountains did abide. Thus had he mocked many men, of which one, miscontent to see himself deluded so, his hands to heaven upbent, and said, I pray to God he may once feel fierce Cupid's fire, as I do now, and yet not joy the things he doth desire. The goddess Rhamneus, who doth wreak on wicked people take, assented to his just request for ruth and pity's sake. There was a spring withouten mud, as silver clear and still, which neither shepherds, nor the goats that fed upon the hill, nor other cattle troubled had, nor savage beast had stirred, nor branch, nor stick, nor leaf of tree, nor any fowl or bird. The moisture fed and kept fresh the grass that grew about, and with their leaves the trees did keep the heat of Phoebus out. The stripling, weary with the heat and hunting in the chase, and much delighted with the spring and coolness of the place, did lay him down upon the brim, and as he stooped low to staunch his thirst, another thirst of worse effect did grow. For as he drank, he chanced to spy the image of his face, the which he did immediately with fervent love embrace. He feeds a hope without cause why, for like a foolish noddy, he thinks the shadow that he sees to be a lively body. As trouted, like an image made of marble stone, he lies there, gazing on his shadow still with fixed and staring eyes. Stretched all along the ground, it doth him good to see his ardent eyes, which like two stars full bright and shining be, and eke his fingers such as Bacchus might beseem, and hair that one might worthily Apollo's hair deem. His beardless chin and ivory neck, and eke the perfect grace of white and red indifferently bepainted in his face, all these he wondereth to behold, for which, as I do gather, himself was to be wondered at, or to be pitied rather. He is enamoured of himself for want of taking heed, and where he likes another thing, he likes himself indeed. He is the party whom he woos, and suitor that doth woo. He is the flame that sets on fire, and thing that burneth too. O Lord, how often did he kiss that false, deceitful thing! How often did he thrust his arms midway into the spring, to have embraced the neck he saw and could not catch himself. He knows not what it was he saw, and yet the foolish elf doth burn in ardent love thereof. The very self-same thing that doth bewitch and blind his eyes increaseth all his sting. Thou fondling, thou, why dost thou rock the fickle image so? The thing thou seekest is not there, and if aside thou go, the thing thou lovest straight is gone. It is none other matter that thou dost see than on thyself the shadow in the water. The thing is nothing of itself, with thee it doth abide, with thee it would depart, if thou withdrew thyself aside. No care of meat could draw him thence, nor yet desire of rest, but lying flat against the ground, and leaning on his breast, with greedy eyes he gazeth still upon the falsed face, and through his sight is wrought his bane. Yet for a little space he turns and sets himself upright, and holding up his hands, with piteous voice unto the wood that round about him stands, cries out and says, Alas, ye woods, and was there ever any that loved so cruelly as I? You know, for unto many a place of harbour have you been, and fort of refuge strong. Can you remember any one in all your time so long that hath so pined away as I? I see and am full fain, howbeit that I like and see I cannot yet attain. So great a blindness in my heart through doting love doth reign. And for to spite me more withal, it is no journey far, no drenching sea, no mountain high, no wall, no lock, no bar. It is but even a little drop that keeps us two asunder. He would be had, for look, how oft I kiss the water under, so oft again with upward mouth he riseth toward me. A man would think to touch at least I should yet able be. It is a trifle and respect that lets us of our love. What wight soever that thou art, come hither up above. O peerless peace, why dost thou me, thy lover, thus delude? Or whither fliest thou of thy friend, thus earnestly pursued? I wis I neither am so foul, nor yet so grown in years, that in this wise thou shouldst me shun. To have me to their fears, the nymphs themselves have sued ere this, and yet, as should appear, thou dost pretend some kind of hope of friendship by the cheer. For when I stretched mine arms to thee, thou stretchest thine likewise, and if I smile, thou smilest too. And when that from mine eyes the tears do drop, I well perceive the water stands in thine. Like gesture also dost thou make to every beck of mine, and as by moving of thy sweet and lovely lips, I ween thou speakest words, although mine ears conceive not what they been. It is myself, I well perceive, it is mine image sure, that in this sort deluding me this fury doth procure. I am enamoured of myself. I do both set on fire, and am the same that swelteth too, through impotent desire. What shall I do? Be wooed or woe? Whom shall I woo therefore? The thing I seek is in myself. My plenty makes me poor. Oh, would to God I for a while might from my body part! This wish is strange to hear a lover rapid all in smart, to wish away the thing the which he loveth as his heart. My sorrow takes away my strength. I have not long to live, but in the flower of youth must die. To die it doth not grieve, for that by death shall come the end of all my grief and pain. I would this youngling whom I love might longer life obtain, for in one soul shall now delay we steadfast lovers twain. This said, in rage he turned again unto the foresaid shade, and roars the water with the tears and slubbering that he made, that through his troubling of the well his image gan to fade. Which when he saw to vanish so, "Oh, whither dost thou fly? Abide, I pray thee, heartily," aloud he gan to cry. "Forsake me not so cruelly, that loveth thee so dear, but give me leave a little while my dazzled eyes to cheer with sight of that which for to touch is utterly denied, thereby to feed my wretched rage and fury for a tide." As in this wise he made his moan, he stripped off his coat, and with his fist outrageously his naked stomach smote. A ruddy colour where he smote rose on his stomach sheer, like apples which do partly white and striped red appear, or as the clusters of the grapes to ripeness fully come, an orient purple here and there begins to grow on some, which things as soon as in the spring he did behold again, he could no longer bear it out, but fainting straight for pain, as lithe and supple wax doth melt against the burning flame, or morning dew against the sun that glareth on the same, even so, by piecemeal being spent and wasted through desire, did he consume and melt away with Cupid's secret fire. His lively hue of white and red, his cheerfulness and strength, and all the things that liked him, did wans away at length. So that, in fine, remained not the body which of late the wretched Echo loved so, who, when she saw his state, although in heart she angry were, and mindful of his pride, yet ruing his unhappy case, as often as he cried alas, she cried alas likewise, with shrill redoubled sound, and when he beat his breast, or strake his feet against the ground, she made like noise of clapping too. These are the words that last out of his lips, beholding still his wonted image past: "Alas, sweet boy, beloved in vain, farewell." And by, with sighing sound, the self-same words the Echo did reply. With that he laid his weary head against the grassy place, and death did close his gazing eyes, that wondered at the grace and beauty which did late adorn their master's heavenly face. And afterward, when into hell received was his sprite, he goes me to the well of Styx, and there by day and night stands tooting on his shadow still, as fondly as before. The water nymphs, his sisters, wept and wailed for him sore, and on his body strowed their hair, clipped off and shorn therefore. The wood nymphs also did lament, and Echo did rebound to every sorrowful noise of theirs with like lamenting sound. The fire was made to burn the corse, and waxen tapers light. A hearse to lay the body on with solemn pomp was dight, but as for body none remained. Instead thereof they found a yellow flower with milk-white leaves, new sprung upon the ground. This matter all Achaia through did spread the prophet's fame, that everywhere of just desert renowned was his name. But Penthe, old Icion's son, who proudly did disdain both God and man, did laugh to scorn the prophet's words as vain, upbraiding him most spitefully with losing of his sight, and with the fact for which he lost fruition of this light. The good old father, for these words his patience did much move, said, "Oh, how happy shouldst thou be, and blessed from above, if thou wert blind as well as I, so that thou might not see the sacred rites of Bacchus banned. For sure the time will be, and that full shortly, as I guess, that hither shall resort another Bacchus Semmel's son, whom if thou not support with pomp and honour like a god, thy carcass shall be tattered, and in 1,000 places eke about the woods be scattered. And for to read thee what they are that shall perform the deed, it is thy mother and thine aunts that thus shall make thee bleed. I know it shall so come to pass, for while thou shalt disdain to honour Bacchus as a god, and then thou shalt with pain feel how that, blinded as I am, I saw for thee too much." As old Tiresias did pronounce these words, and other such, Achaion's son did trouble him. His words proved true indeed, for as the prophet did forespeak, so fell it out with speed. Anon this new-found Bacchus comes. The woods and fields rebound with noise of shouts and howling out, and such confused sound. The folk run flocking out by heaps, men, maids, and wives together. The noblemen and rascal sort ran gadding also thither, the orgies of this unknown god full fondly to perform, the which when Penthe did perceive, he gan to rage and storm, and said unto them, "O ye imps of Mars' snake by kind, what aileth you? What fiend of hell doth thus enrage your mind? Hath tinking sounds of pots and pans, hath noise of crooked horn? Have fond illusions such a force, that them whom heretofore no arming sword, no bloody trump, no men in battle ray could cause to shrink, no sheepish shrikes of simple women fray? And drunken woodness wrought by wine, and routs of filthy freaks, and sound of toying tympans, daunts, and quite their courage breaks? Shall I at you, ye ancient men, which from the town of Tyre, to bring your household gods by sea in safety did aspire, and settled them within this place, the which ye now do yield in bondage quite, without all force and fighting in the field, or wonder at you younger sort approaching unto me more near in courage and in years, whom meet it were to see with spear, and not with thyrse in hand, with glittering helm on head, and not with leaves? Now call to mind of whom ye all are bred, and take the stomachs of that snake, which, being one alone, right stoutly in his own defence confounded many one. He for his harbour and his spring his life did nobly spend. Do you no more but take a heart your country to defend? He put to death right valiant knights. Your battle is with such as are but meacocks in effect, and yet ye do so much in conquering them, that by the deed the old renown ye save, which from your fathers by descent this present time ye have. If fatal destinies do forbid that Thebe long shall stand, would God that men with cannon shot might raise it out of hand. Would God the noise of fire and sword did in our hearing sound, for then, in this our wretchedness, there could no fault be found. Then might we justly wail our case, that all the world might see we should not need of shedding tears ashamed for to be. But now our town is taken by a naked beardless boy, who doth not in the feats of arms, nor horse, nor armour joy, but for to moist his hair with myrrh, and put on garlands gay, and in soft purple silk and gold his body to array. But put to you your helping hand, and straight without delay I will compel him, point by point, his lewdness to bewray, both in usurping Jove's high name, in making him his son, and forging of these ceremonies lately now begun. Hath King Acrisius heart enough this fondling for to hate, that makes himself to be a god, and for to shut the gate of Argus at his coming there? And shall this rover make King Penthe and the noble town of Thebe thus to quake? Go quickly, sirs, these words he spake unto his servants, go and bring the captain hither bound with speed. Why stay ye so? His grandsire Cadmus, Athamas, and others of his kin reproved him by gentle means, but nothing could they win. The more entreatance that they made, the fiercer was he still. The more his friends did go about to break him of his will, the more they did provoke his wrath, and set his rage on fire. They made him worse, in that they sought to bridle his desire. So have I seen a brook ere this, where nothing let the stream run smooth, with little noise or none, but whereas any beam or cragged stones did let his course, and make him for to stay, it went more fiercely from the stop, with foamy froth away. Behold, all bloody come his men, and straight he then demanded where Bacchus was, and why they had not done as he commanded. Sir, answered they, we saw him not, but this same fellow here, a chief companion in his train, and worker in this gear, we took by force. And therewithal presented to their lord a certain man of Tyrrhene land, his hands fast bound with cord, whom they, frequenting Bacchus' rites, had found but late before. A grim and cruel look, which ire did make to seem more sore, did Penthe cast upon the man, and though he scarcely stayed from putting him to torment straight, O wretched man, he said, who by thy worthy death shalt be a sample unto other, declare to me the names of thee, thy father, and thy mother, and in what country thou wert born, and what hath caused thee of these strange rites and sacrifice a follower for to be? He, void of fear, made answer thus: Acetus is my name. Of parents but of low degree, in Lydy land I came. No ground for painful ox to till, no sheep to bear me wool, my father left me. No, nor horse, nor ass, nor cow, nor bull. God wot he was but poor himself, with line and baited hook the frisking fishes in the pools upon his reed he took. His hands did serve instead of lands, his substance was his craft. Now have I made you true account of all that he me left, as well of riches as of trades, in which I was his heir and successor. For when the death bereft him use of air, save water, he me nothing left. It is the thing alone which for my lawful heritage I claim, and other none. Soon after I, because that loath I was to abide in that poor state, did learn a ship by cunning hand to guide, and for to know the rainy sign that hight the Alean goat, which with her milk did nourish Jove. And also I did note the Pleiads and the Hyads moist, and eke the silly plough, with all the dwellings of the winds that made the sea so rough, and eke such havens as are meet to harbour vessels in, with every star and heavenly sign that guides to shipmen been. Now as by chance I late ago did toward Delos sail, I came on coast of Chios isle, and seeing day to fail, took harbour there, and went a land. As soon as that the night was spent, and morning gan to peer with ruddy glaring light, I rose and bade my company fresh water fetch aboard, and pointing them the way that led directly to the ford, I went me to a little hill, and viewed round about, to see what weather we were like to have ere setting out. Which done, I called my watermen and all my mates together, and willed them all to go aboard, myself first going thither. Lo, here we are, Opheltes said, he was the maester's mate, and, as he thought, a booty found in desert fields late. He dragged a boy upon his hand, that for his beauty sheen a maiden rather than a boy appeared for to been. This child, as one forlaid with wine, and drained with drowsy sleep, did reel, as though he scarcely could himself from falling keep. I marked his countenance, weed, and pace. No inkling could I see by which I might conjecture him a mortal wight to be. I thought, and to my fellows said, What god I cannot tell, but in this body that we see, some godhead sure doth dwell. What god soever that thou art, thy favour to us show, and in our labours us assist, and pardon these also. Pray for thyself, and not for us, quoth Dictys by and by. A nimbler fellow for to climb upon the mast on high, and by the cable down to slide, there was not in our keel. Swart Melanth, patron of the ship, did like his saying wheel, and also did Alcimedon, and so did Libus too, and black Apopius eke, whose charge it did belong unto, to see the rowers at their times their duties duly do. And so did all the rest of them, So sore men's eyes were blinded, where covetousness of filthy gain is more than reason minded. Well, sirs, quoth I, but by your leave ye shall not have it so. I will not suffer sacrilege within this ship to go, for I have here the most to do. And with that word I stepped upon the hatches, all the rest from entrance to have kept. The rankest ruffian of the rout that Lycab had to name, who for a murder, being late driven out of Tuscane, came to me for succour, waxeth wood, and with his sturdy fist did give me such a churlish blow, because I did resist, that overboard he had me sent, but that with much ado I caught the tackling in my hand, and held me fast thereto. The wicked varlets had a sport to see me handled so. Then Bacchus, for it Bacchus was, as though he had but though been waked with their noise from sleep, and that his drowsy brain, discharged of the wine, begun to gather sense again, said, What ado? What noise is this? How came I here, I pray? Sirs, tell me whether you do mean to carry me away. Fear not, my boy, the patron said. No more, but tell me where thou dost desire to go a land, and we will set thee there. To Naxos ward, quoth Bacchus, though, set ship upon the foam. There would I have you harbour take, for Naxos is my home. Like perjured caitiffs by the sea and all the gods thereof, they falsely swear it should be so. And therewithal in scoff they bade me hoist up sail and go. Upon the righter hand I cast about to fetch the wind, for so did Naxos stand. What mean'st? Art mad? Opheltes cried, and therewithal begun a fear of losing of their prey through every man to run. The greater part with head and hand a sign to me did make, and some did whisper in mine ear the left hand way to take. I was amazed, and said, Take charge henceforth who will for me, for of your craft and wickedness I will no furtherer be. Then fell they to reviling me, and all the rout gan grudge, of which Ethalion said in scorn, Belike in you, Sir Snudge, consists the safeguard of us all. And with that word he takes my room, and leaving Naxos quite, to other countries makes. The god, then dallying with these mates, as though he had at last begun to smell their subtle craft, out of the foredeck cast his eye upon the sea, and then, as though he seemed to weep, said, Sirs, to bring me on this coast, ye do not promise keep. I see that this is not the land the which I did request. For what occasion in this sort deserve I to be dressed? What commendation can you win, or praise thereby receive, if men, a lad, if many, one, ye compass to deceive? I wept and sobbed all this while the wicked villains laughed, and rowed forth with might and main, as though they had been straught. Now even by him, for sure than he in all the world so wide there is no god more near at hand at every time and tide, I swear unto you, that the things the which I shall declare, like as they seem incredible, even so most true they are. The ship stood still amid the sea, as in a dusty dock. They, wondering at this miracle, and making but a mock, persist in beating with their oars, and on with all their sails. To make their galley to remove, no art nor labour fails, but ivy troubled so their oars, that forth they could not row, and both with berries and with leaves their sails did overgrow. And he himself, with clustered grapes about his temples round, did shake a javelin in his hand, that round about was bound with leaves of vines, and at his feet there seemed for to couch of tigers, lynx, and panthers' shapes most ugly for to touch. I cannot tell you whether fear or woodness were the cause, but every person leaped up, and from his labour draws. And there one Medon first of all began to waxen black, and having lost his former shape, did take a curbed back. What monster shall we have of thee? Quoth Lycab. And with that this Lycab's chaps did waxen wide, his nose thrills waxed flat, his skin waxed tough, and scales thereon began anon to grow. And Libus, as he went about the oars away to throw, perceived how his hands did shrink, and were become so short, that now for fins, and not for hands, he might them well report. Another, as he would have clasped his arm about the cord, had ne'er an arm, and so bemaimed in body, overboard he leapeth down among the waves, and forked is his tail, as of the horns of Phoebe's face, when half her light doth fail. They leap about and sprinkle up much water on the ship, one while they swim above, and down again anon they slip. They fetch their frisks as in a dance, and wantonly they writhe, now here, now there, among the waves, their bodies bane and lithe, and with their wide and hollow nose the water in they snuff, and by their noses out again as fast they do it puff. Of 20 persons, for our ship so many men did bear, I only did remain nigh straught and trembling still for fear. The god could scarce recomfort me, and yet he said, Go to, fear not, but sail to Diaward. His will I gladly do, and so as soon as I came there, with right devout intent, his chaplain I became, and thus his orgies I frequent. Thou mak'st the process very long, quoth Penthe, to the intent that choler, being cooled by time, mine anger might relent. But, sirs, he spake to his men, go take him by and by, with cruel torments out of hand, go cause him for to die. Immediately they led away Acetes out of sight, and put him into prison strong, from which there was no flight. But while the cruel instruments of death, as sword and fire, were in preparing, wherewithal to accomplish Penthe's ire, it is reported that the doors did of their own accord burst open, and his chains fall off. And yet this cruel lord persisteth fiercer than before, not bidding others go, but goes himself unto the hill Kithyron, which, as though to Bacchus being consecrate, did bring of chanted songs, and other loud confused sounds of Bacchus' drunken throngs. And even as when the bloody trump doth to the battle sound, the lusty horse, straight neighing out, bestirs him on the ground, and taketh courage thereupon to assail his enemy proud, even so, when Penthe heard afar the noise and howling loud that Bacchus' frantic folk did make, it set his heart on fire, and kindled fiercer than before the sparks of settled ire. There is a goodly plain about the middle of the hill, environed in with woods, where men may view each way at will. Here, looking on these holy rites with lewd, profaned eyes, King Penthe's mother, first of all, her foresaid son espies. And like a bedlam, first of all, she doth upon him run, and with her javelin furiously she first doth wound her son. Come hither, sisters, come, she cries, here is that mighty boar, here is the boar that destroys our fields, him will I strike therefore. With that they fall upon him all, as though they had been mad, and clustering all upon a heap, fast after him they gad. He quakes and shakes, his words are now become more meek and cold. He now condemns his own default, and says he was too bold, and, wounded as he was, he cries, Help, Antitonoi! Now for Actaeon's blessed soul some mercy show to me. She wist not who Actaeon was, but rent without delay his right hand off, and Ino tear his t'other hand away. To lift unto his mother, though, the wretch had ne'er an arm, but showing her his maimed corse, and wounds yet bleeding warm, O mother, see, he says. With that Agave howleth out, and writhed with her neck awry, and shook her hair about, and holding, from his body torn, his head in bloody hands, she cries, O fellows, in this deed our noble conquest stands. No sooner could the wind have blown the rotten leaves for trees, when winter's frost hath bitten them, than did the hands of these most wicked women Penthe's limbs from one another tear. The Thebans, being now by this example brought in fear, frequent this new-found sacrifice, and with sweet frankincense god Bacchus' altars load with gifts in every place to cense. Finis tertia libri. End of section 4. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 5 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fourth book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Yet would not stout Alcithoe, Duke Minius' daughter, bow the orgies of this new-found god in conscience to allow, but still she stiffly doth deny that Bacchus is the son of Jove, and in this heresy her sisters with her run. The priest had bidden holiday, and that as well the maid as mistress, for the time aside all other business laid, in buckskin coats with tresses loose, and garlands on their hair, should in their hands the leafy spears surnamed Thyrsus bear, foretelling them that if they did the god's commandment break, he would with sore and grievous plagues his wrath upon them wreak. The women straight, both young and old, do thereunto obey. Their yarn, their baskets, and their flax unspun aside they lay, and burn to Bacchus frankincense, whom solemnly they call by all the names and titles high that may to him befall, as Bromius and Laius eke, begotten of the flame, twice born, the sole and only child that of two mothers came, unshorn Thyone, Nicias, Lanius, and the setter of vines, whose pleasant liquor makes all tables fare the better, Nictilius, and the Leon sire, Iacchus, Evan eke, with divers other glorious names that through the land of Greek to thee, O Liber, wonted are to attributed be. Thy youthful years can never waste. There dwelleth in thee a childhood, tender, fresh, and fair. In heaven we do thee see, surmounting every other thing in beauty and in grace. And when thou stand'st without thy horns, thou hast a maiden's face. To thee obeyeth all the east, as far as Ganges goes, which doth the scorched land of Ind with tawny folk enclose. Lycurgus with his twibill sharp, and Penthe, who of pride thy godhead and thy mighty power rebelliously denied, thou right redoubted didst confound. Thou into sea didst send the Tyrrhene shipmen. Thou with bits the sturdy necks dost bend of spotted lynxes, throngs of frowns and satyrs on thee tend, and that old hag that with a staff his staggering limbs doth stay, scarce able on his ass to sit, for reeling every way. Thou comest not in any place but that is heard the noise of gaggling women's tattling tongues, and shouting out of boys, with sound of timbrels, tabors, pipes, and brazen pans and pots, confusedly among the rout that in thine orgies trots. The Theban women for thy grace and favour humbly sue, and, as the priest did bid, frequent thy rites with reverence due. All only Minius' daughters, bent on wilfulness, with working quite out of time to break the feast, are in their houses lurking, and there do fall to spinning yarn, or weaving in the frame, and keep their maidens to their work, of which one pleasant dame, as she with nimble hand did draw her slender thread and fine, said, While that others idly do serve the god of wine, let us that serve a better saint, Minerva, find some talk to ease our labour, while our hands about our profit walk. And for to make the time seem short, let each of us recite, as everybody's turn shall come, some tale that may delight. Her saying liked the rest so well that all consent therein, and thereupon they pray that first the eldest would begin. She had such store and choice of tales, she wist not which to tell. She doubted if she might declare the fortune that befell to Dircetes of Babylon, whom now with scaly hide in altered shape the Philistine believeth to abide in watery pools, or rather how her daughter, taking wings in shape of dove, on tops of towers in age now sadly sings, or how a certain water nymph by witchcraft and by charms converted into fishes dumb of young men many swarms, until that of the self-same sauce herself did taste at last. Or how the tree that used to bear fruit white in ages past doth now bear fruit in manner black, by sprinkling up of blood. This tale, because it was not stale nor common, seemed good to her to tell, and thereupon she in this wise begun, her busy hand still drawing out the flaxen thread she spun. Within the town, of whose huge walls, so monstrous high and thick, the fame is given Semiramis for making them of brick, dwelt hard together two young folk in houses joined so near that under all one roof, well nigh, both twain conveyed were. The name of him was Pyramus, and Thisbe called was she. So fair a man in all the East was none alive as he, nor ne'er a woman maid nor wife in beauty like to her. This neighbourhood bred acquaintance first, this neighbourhood first did stir the secret sparks, this neighbourhood first an entrance in did show for love to come to that to which it afterward did grow. And if that right had taken place, they had been man and wife, but still the parents went about to let which for their life they could not let, for both their hearts with equal flame did burn. No man was privy to their thoughts, and for to serve their turn, instead of talk they used signs. The closelier they suppressed the fire of love, the fiercer still it raged in their breast. The wall that parted house from house had riven therein a cranny, which shrunk at making of the wall. This fault not marked of any of many 100 years before. What doth not love espy? These lovers first of all found out, and made a way whereby to talk together secretly, and through the same did go their loving whisperings very light and safely to and fro. Now, as a tone-side Pyramus and Thisbe on the t'other stood often drawing one of them the pleasant breath from other. "O thou envious wall," they said, "why lett'st thou lovers thus? What matter were it if that thou permitted both of us in arms each other to embrace? Or if thou think that this were overmuch, yet mightst thou at least make room to kiss. And yet thou shalt not find us churls. We think ourselves in debt for the same piece of courtesy, in vouchsafe to let our sayings to our friendly ears thus freely come and go." Thus having, where they stood, in vain complained of their woe, when night drew near they bade adieu, and each gave kisses sweet unto the parget on their side, the which did never meet. Next morning, with her cheerful light, had driven the stars aside, and Phoebus with his burning beams the dewy grass had dried. These lovers at their wonted place by foreappointment met, where after much complaint and moan they covenanted to get away from such as watched them, and in the evening late to steal out of their father's house, and eke the city gate. And to the intent that in the fields they strayed not up and down, they did agree at Ninus' tomb to meet without the town, and tarry underneath a tree that by the same did grow, which was a fair high mulberry, with fruit as white as snow, hard by a cool and trickling spring. This bargain pleased them both, and so daylight, which to their thought away but slowly goeth, did in the ocean fall to rest, and night from thence to rise. As soon as darkness once was come, straight Thisbe did devise a shift to wind her out of doors, that none that were within perceived her, and muffling her with clothes about her chin, that no man might discern her face, to Ninus' tomb she came unto the tree, and sat her down there underneath the same. Love made her bold, but see the chance, there comes besmeared with blood about the chaps a lioness, all foaming from the wood, from slaughter lately made of kine, to staunch her bloody thirst with water of the foresaid spring, whom Thisbe, spying first afar by moonlight, thereupon with fearful steps gan fly, and in a dark and irksome cave did hide herself thereby. And as she fled away, for haste she let her mantle fall, the which for fear she left behind, not looking back at all. Now, when the cruel lioness her thirst had staunched well, in going to the wood she found the slender weed that fell from Thisbe, which with bloody teeth in pieces she did tear. The night was somewhat further spent ere Pyramus came there, who, seeing in this subtle sand the print of lion's paw, waxed pale for fear. But when also the bloody cloak he saw, all rent and torn, "One night," he said, "shall lovers two confound, of which long life deserved she of all that live on ground. My soul deserves of this mischance the peril for to bear. I, wretch, have been the death of thee, which to this place of fear did cause thee in the night to come, and came not here before. My wicked limbs and wretched guts with cruel teeth therefore devour ye, O ye lions all that in this rock do dwell. But cowards use to wish for death. The slender weed that fell from Thisbe up he takes, and straight doth bear it to the tree which was appointed erst the place of meeting for to be. And when he had bewept and kissed the garment which he knew, "Receive thou my blood too," quoth he, and therewithal he drew his sword, the which among his guts he thrust, and by did draw it from the bleeding wound, beginning for to die, and cast himself upon his back. The blood did spin on high, as when a conduit pipe is cracked, the water, bursting out, doth shoot itself a great way off, and pierce the air about. The leaves that were upon the tree, besprinkled with his blood, were dyed black. The root also bestained as it stood, a deep dark purple colour straight upon the berries cast. Anon, scarce rid of her fear, with which she was aghast, for doubt of disappointing him, comes Thisbe forth in haste, and for her lover looks about, rejoicing for to tell how hardly she had scaped that night the danger that befell. And as she knew right well the place and fashion of the tree, as which she saw so late before, even so, when she did see the colour of the berries turned, she was uncertain whither it were the tree at which they both agreed to meet together. While in this doubtful sound she stood, she cast her eye aside, and there, beweltered in his blood, her lover she espied lie sprawling with his dying limbs, at which she started back, and looked pale as any box. A shuddering through her strack, even like the sea, which suddenly with whizzing noise doth move, when with a little blast of wind it is but touched above. But when approaching nearer him she knew it was her love, she beat her breast, she shrieked out, she tear her golden hairs, and taking him between her arms, did wash his wounds with tears. She mained her weeping with his blood, and kissing all his face, which now became as cold as ice, she cried in woeful case, "Alas, what chance, my Pyramus, hath parted thee and me? Make answer, O my Pyramus, it is thy Thisbe, even she whom thou dost love most heartily, that speaketh unto thee. Give ear, and raise thy heavy head." He, hearing Thisbe's name, lift up his dying eyes, and having seen her, closed the same. But when she knew her mantle there, and saw his scabbard lie without the sword, "Unhappy man, thy love hath made thee die. Thy love," she said, "hath made thee slay thyself. This hand of mine is strong enough to do the like. My love no less than thine shall give me force to work my wound. I will pursue the dead, and, wretched woman as I am, it shall of me be said that, like as of thy death I was the only cause and blame, so am I thy companion eke, and partner in the same. For death, which only could, alas, asunder part us twain, shall never so dissever us, but we will meet again. And you, the parents of us both, most wretched folk alive, let this request that I shall make in both our names believe, entreat you to permit that we, whom chaste and steadfast love, and whom even death hath joined in one, may, as it doth behoove, in one grave be together laid. And thou, unhappy tree, which shroudest now the corse of one, and shalt anon through me shroud two, of this same slaughter hold the sicker signs for aye. Black be the colour of thy fruit, and mourning like alway, such as the murder of us twain may evermore bewray." This said, she took the sword, yet warm with slaughter of her love, and setting it beneath her breast, did to her heart it shove. Her prayer with the gods and with their parents took effect, for when the fruit is truly ripe, the berry is bespecked with colour tending to a black, and that which after fire remained rested in one tomb, as this we did desire. This tale thus told, a little space of pausing was betwixt, and then began Leucothoi thus, her sisters being wist. This sun, that with his streaming light all worldly things doth cheer, was ta'en in love. Of Phoebus' loves now list, and you shall hear. It is reported that this god did first of all espy, for everything in heaven and earth is open to his eye, how Venus and the warlike Mars advotery did commit. It grieved him to see the fact, and so discovered it. He showed her husband Juno's son that votary, and the place in which this privy scape was done, who was in such a case that heart and hand and all did fail in working for a space. Anon he featly forged a net of wire, so fine and slight that neither knot nor noose therein apparent was to sight. This piece of work was much more fine than any hand-warp oof, or that whereby the spider hangs in sliding from the roof. And furthermore, the subtleness and sleight thereof was such it followed every little pull, and closed with every touch, and so he set it handsomely about the haunted couch. Now when that Venus and her mate were met in bed together, her husband, by his new-found snare before conveyed thither, did snarl them both together fast, in midst of all their play, and setting ope the ivory doors, called all the gods straightway to see them. They with shame enough fast locked together lay. A certain god among the rest disposed for to sport, did wish that he himself also were shamed in that sort. The residue laughed, and so in heaven there was no talk a while but of this pageant, how the smith the lovers did beguile. Dame Venus, highly stomaching this great displeasure, thought to be revenged on the part by whom the spite was wrought. And, like as he her secret loves and meetings had bewrayed, so she with wound of raging love his guerdon to him paid. What now avails, Hyperion's son, thy form and beauty bright? What now avail thy glistering eyes and clear and piercing sight? For thou that with thy gleams art wont all countries for to burn, art burnt thyself with other gleams that serve not for thy turn. And thou that ought'st thy cheerful look on all things for to show, alonely on Leucothoi dost now the same bestow. Thou fastenest on that maid alone the eyes that thou dost owe to all the world. Sometime more wrath thou risest in the east, sometime again thou mak'st it late before thou fall to rest, and for desire to look on her, thou often dost prolong our winter nights, and in thy light thou failest eke among. The fancy of thy faulty mind infects thy feeble sight, and so thou mak'st men's hearts afraid by daunting of thy light. Thou look'st not pale because the globe of Phoebe is between the earth and thee, but love doth cause this colour to be seen. Thou lovest this Leucothoi so far above all other, that neither now for Clymene, for Rhodos, or the mother of Circe, nor for Clyte, who at that present tide, rejected from thy company, did for thy love abide most grievous torments in her heart, thou seemest for to care. Thou mindest her so much that all the rest forgotten are. Her mother was Eurynome, of all the fragrant clime of Araby, esteemed the flower of beauty in her time. But when her daughter came to age, the daughter passed the mother as far in beauty as before the mother passed all other. Her father was King Orchomus, and ruled the public weal of Percy, counted by descent the seventh from ancient Beal. Far underneath the western clime of Hesperus do run the pastures of the fiery steeds that draw the golden sun. There they are fed with ambrosie instead of grass all night, which doth refresh their weary limbs, and keepeth them in plight to bear their daily labour out. Now, while the steeds there take their heavenly food, and night by turn his timely course doth make, The god, disguised in the shape of Queen Eurynome, doth press within the chamber door fair Leucothea, his lover, whom amid 12 maids he found by candlelight, yet spinning on her little rock, and went me to her right, and kissing her, as mothers used to kiss their daughters dear, said, Maids, withdraw yourselves a while, and sit not listening here. I have a secret thing to talk. The maids avoid each one. The god then, being with his love in chamber all alone, said, I am he that meets the ear, that all things do behold, by whom the earth doth all things see, the eye of all the world. Trust me, I am in love with thee. The lady was so nipped with sudden fear, that from her hands both rock and spindle slipped. Her fear became her wondrous well. He made no mo delays, but turned to his proper shape, and took his glistering rays. The damsel, being sore abashed at this so strange a sight, and overcome with sudden fear to see the god so bright, did make no outcry nor no noise, but held her patience still, and suffered him by forced power his pleasure to fulfill. Hereat did Clytie sore repine, for she beyond all measure was then enamoured of the son, and stung with this displeasure that he another leman had, for very spite and ire she plays the blab, and doth defame Leucothea to her sire. He, cruel and unmerciful, would no excuse accept, but holding up her hands to heaven, when tenderly she wept, and said it was the sun that did the deed against her will, yet like a savage beast, full bent his daughter for to spill, he put her deep in delved ground, and on her body laid a huge great heap of heavy sand. The sun, full ill apaid, did with his beams disperse the sand, and made an open way to bring thy buried face to light. But such a weight there lay upon thee, that thou couldst not raise thine head aloft again, and so a corse, both void of blood and life, thou didst remain. There never chanced since Phaeton's fire a thing that grieved so sore the ruler of the winged steeds as this did, and therefore he did attempt, if by the force and virtue of his ray he might again to lively heat her frozen limbs convey. But forasmuch as destiny so great attempts denies, he sprinkles both the course itself and place wherein it lies with fragrant nectar, and therewith bewailing much his chance, said, Yet above the starry sky thou shalt thyself advance. Anon the body in this heavenly liquor steeped well did melt, and moisted all the earth with sweet and pleasant smell, and by, first taking root among the clods within, by little and by little did with growing top begin a pretty spurk of frankincense above the tomb to win. Although that Clytie might excuse her sorrow by her love, and seemed that so to play the blab her sorrow did her move, yet would the author of the light resort to her no more, but did withhold the pleasant sports of Venus used before. The nymph, not able of herself the frantic fume to stay, with restless care and pensiveness did pine herself away. Bareheaded on the bare cold ground, with flaring hair unkempt, she sate abroad both night and day, and clearly did exempt herself by space of thrice 3 days from sustenance and repast, save only dew, and save her tears, with which she brake her fast. And in that while she never rose, but stared on the sun, and ever turned her face to his, as he his course did run. Her limbs stack fast within the ground, and all her upper part did to a pale ash-coloured herb, clean void of blood, convert, the flower whereof part red, part white, beshadowed with the blue, most like a violet in the shape, her countenance overgrew. And now, though fastened with a root, she turns her to the sun, and keeps, in shape of herb, the love with which she first begun. She made an end, and at her tale all wondered. Some denied her saying to be possible, and other some replied that such as are indeed true gods may all things work at will, but Bacchus is not any such. This arguing once made still, to tell her tale as others had, Alcithe's turn was come, who with her shuttle shooting through her web within the loom, said, "Of the shepherd Daphne's love of Ida, whom erewhile a jealous nymph, because he did with lemons her beguile, for anger turned it to a stone, such fury love doth send, I will not speak, it is to know. Ne yet I do intend to tell how Scythian, variably digressing from his kind, was sometime woman, sometime man, as liked best his mind. And Kelmus also will I pass, who, for because he clung most faithfully to Jupiter when Jupiter was young, is now become an adamant. So will I pass this hour to show you how the curates were engendered of a shower, or how that Crocus and his love fair Smilax turned were to little flowers. With pleasant news your minds now will I cheer. Learn why the fountain Salmacis defamed is of yore, why with his waters overstrong it weakeneth men so sore, that whoso bathes him there comes thence a perfect man no more. The operation of this well is known to every wight, but few can tell the cause thereof, the which I will recite. The water nymphs did nurse a son of Mercury's in Ide, begot on Venus, in whose face such beauty did abide, as well therein his father both and mother might be known, of whom he also took his name. As soon as he was grown to 15 years of age, he left the country where he dwelt, and Ida that had fostered him. The pleasure that he felt to travel countries, and to see strange rivers, with the state of foreign lands, all painfulness of travel did abate. He travelled through the land of Lycia, to Carry that doth bound next unto Lycia. There he saw a pool, which to the ground was crystal clear. No fenny sedge, no barren reek, no reed, nor rush with pricking point was there, nor other moorish weed. The water was so pure and sheer, a man might well have seen and numbered all the gravel stones that in the bottom been. The utmost borders from the brim environed were with flowers, beclad with herbs fresh and green, and pleasant smelling flowers. A nymph did haunt this goodly pool, but such a nymph as neither to hunt, to run, nor yet to shoot had any kind of pleasure. Of all the water fairies, she alonely was unknown to swift Diana. As the bruit of fame abroad hath blown, her sisters oftentimes would say, "Take lightsome dart or bow, and in some painful exercise thine idle time bestow." But never could they her persuade to run, to shoot, or hunt, or any other exercise, as Phoebe's knights are wont. Sometime her fair well-formed limbs she batheth in her spring, sometime she down her golden hair with box and comb doth bring, and at the water, as a glass, she taketh counsel how everything becometh her. Erewhile in fine array, on soft sweet herbs or soft green leaves, herself she nicely laves. Erewhile again, a gathering flowers from place to place she strays. And as it chanced, the self same time, she was assorting gaze to make a posy, when she first the young man did espy, and in beholding him desired to have his company. But though she thought she stood on thorns until she went to him, yet when she not, before she had bedecked her neat and trim, and pried and peered upon her clothes that nothing sat awry, and framed her countenance as might seem most amorous to the eye. Which done, she thus begun: "O child, most worthy for to be esteemed and taken for a god, if, as thou seemst to me, thou be a god, to Cupid's name thy beauty doth agree, or if thou be a mortal wight, right happy folk are they by whom thou camest into this world. Right happy is, I say, thy mother, and thy sister too, if any be. Good hap that woman had that was thy nurse, and gave thy mouth her pap. But far above all other, far more bliss than these, is she whom thou vouchsafest for thy wife and bedfellow for to be. Now, if thou have already one, let me by stealth obtain that which shall pleasure both of us. Or if thou do remain a maiden, free from wedlock bond, let me then be thy spouse, and let us in the bridely bed ourselves together rouse." This said, the nymph did hold her peace, and therewithal the boy waxed red. He wist not what love was, and sure it was a joy to see it, how exceeding well his blushing him became. For in his face the colour fresh appeared like the same that is in apples, which do hang upon the sunny side, or ivory shadowed with a red, or such as is espied of white and scarlet colours mixed, appearing in the moon, when folk in vain with sounding brass would ease unto her done. When at the last the nymph desired most instantly but this, as to his sister brotherly to give her there a kiss, and therewithal was clasping him about the ivory neck, "Leave off," quoth he, "or I am gone, and leave thee at a beck with all thy tricks." Then Salmacis began to be afraid, and "To your pleasure leave I free this place, my friend," she said. With that she turns her back, as though she would have gone her way. But evermore she looketh back, and, closely as she may, she hides her in a bushy queach, where, kneeling on her knee, she always hath her eye on him. He as a child and free, and thinking not that any wight had watched what he did, roams up and down the pleasant mead, and by, amid the flattering waves, he dips his feet, no more but first the sole, and to the ankles afterwards both feet he plungeth whole. And for to make the matter short, he took so great delight in coolness of the pleasant spring, that straight he stripped quite his garments from his tender skin. When Salmacis beheld his naked beauty, such strong pangs so ardently her hilled, that utterly she was distraught, and even as Phoebus beams against a mirror pure and clear rebound with broken gleams, even so her eyes did sparkle fire. Scarce could she tarriance make, scarce could she any time delay her pleasure for to take. She would have run, and in her arms embraced him straightway. She was so far beside herself that scarcely could she stay. He, clapping with his hollow hands against his naked sides, into the water lithe and bane with arms displayed glides, and rowing with his hands and legs swims in the water clear, through which his body, fair and white, doth glisteringly appear, as if a man an ivory image or a lily white should overlay, or close with glass that were most pure and bright. "The price is won," cried Salmacis aloud, "he is mine own." And therewithal in all post haste she, having lightly thrown her garments off, flew to the pool, and cast her thereinto, and caught him fast between her arms, for aught that he could do. Yea, maugre all his wrestling and his struggling to and fro, she held him still, and kissed him 100 times and mo'. And willed he, nilled he, with her hand she touched his naked breast, and now on this side, now on that, for all he did resist and strive to wrest him from her gripes, she clung unto him fast, and wound about him like a snake, which, snatched up in haste, and being by the prince of birds borne lightly up aloft, doth writhe herself about his neck, and griping talons oft, and cast her tail about his wings, displayed in the wind, or like as ivy runs on trees about the utter rind, or as the crabfish, having caught his enemy in the seas, doth clasp him in on every side with all his crooked clees. But Atlas' nephew still persists, and utterly denies the nymph to have her hoped sport. She urges him likewise, and pressing him with all her weight, fast cleaving to him still, "Strive, struggle, rest, and writhe," she said, "thou froward boy, thy fill. Do what thou canst, thou shalt not scape. Ye gods of heaven, agree that this same wilful boy and I may never parted be." The gods were pliant to her boon. The bodies of them twain were mixed and joined both in one. To both them did remain one countenance, like as if a man should in one bark behold 2 twigs, both growing into one, and still together hold. Even so, when through her hugging and her grasping of the t'other, the members of them mingled were, and fastened both together. They were not any lenger 2, but as it were a toy of double shape. He could not say it was a perfect boy, nor perfect wench. It seemed both, and none of both to been. Now when Hermaphroditus saw how in the water sheen, to which he entered in a man, his limbs were weakened so, that out for thence but half a man he was compelled to go, he lifteth up his hands, and said, but not with manly rear, O noble Father Mercury, and Venus, mother dear, this one petition grant your Son, which both your names doth bear, that whoso comes within this well may so be weakened there, that of a man but half a man he may for thence retire. Both parents, moved with the chance, did stablish this desire, the which their double-shaped son had made, and thereupon infected with an unknown strength the sacred spring anon. Their tales did end, and Minyas' daughters still their business ply, in spite of Bacchus, whose high feast they break contemptuously. When on the sudden, seeing naught, they heard about them round of tubbish timbrels perfectly a hoarse and jarring sound, with shramming shawms and jingling bells, and furthermore they felt a scent of saffron and of myrrh, that very hotly smelt. And, which a man would ill believe, the web they had begun immediately waxed fresh and green, the flax the which they spun did flourish, full of ivy leaves, and part thereof did run abroad in vines, the threed itself in branches forth did spring, young burgeons full of clustered grapes their distaves forth did bring, and as the web they wrought was dyed a deep dark purple hue, even so upon the painted grapes the self-same colour grew. The day was spent, and now was come the time which neither night nor day, but middle bound of both, a man might term of right. The house at sudden seemed to shake, and all about it shine with burning lamps, and glittering fires to flash before their eyne, and likenesses of ugly beasts with ghastful noises yelled, for fear whereof in smoky holes the sisters were compelled to hide their heads, one here and there another, for to shun the glistering light. And while they thus in corners blindly run, upon their little pretty limbs a fine crisp film there goes, and slender fins instead of hands their shortened arms enclose. But how they lost their former shape, of certainty to know, the darkness would not suffer them. No feathers on them grow, and yet with sheer and vellum wings they hover from the ground, and when they go about to speak, they make but little sound, according as their bodies give, bewailing their respite by chirping shrilly to themselves. In houses they delight, and not in woods. Detesting day, they flitter towards night, wherethrough they of the evening late in Latin take their name, and we in English language Pax or rear mice call the same. Then Bacchus' name was reverenced through all the Theban coast, and Ino of her nephew's power made everywhere great boast. Of Cadmus' daughters she alone no sorrows tasted had, save only that her sister's haps perchance had made her sad. Now Juno, noting how she waxed both proud and full of scorn, as well by reason of the sons and daughters she had borne, and also that she was advanced by marriage in that town to Athamas, King Aeolus' son, a prince of great renown, but chiefly that her sister's son, who nursed was by her, was then exalted for a god, began thereat to stir, and fretting at it in herself, said, Could this harlot's bird transform the Lydian watermen, and drown them in the ford, and make the mother tear the guts in pieces of her son, and Minyas all 3 daughters clad with wings, because they spun whiles howling up and down like frantic folk did run, and can I, Juno, nothing else save sundry woes bewail? Is that sufficient? Can my power no more than so avail? He teaches me what way to work. A man may take, I see, example at his enemy's hand, the wiser for to be. He shows enough and overmuch the force of furious wrath by Pentheus' death. Why should not Ine be taught to tread the path the which her sisters heretofore and kindred trodden hath? There is a steep and irksome way, obscure with shadow fell, of baleful hue, all sad and still, that leadeth down to hell. The foggy Styx doth breathe up mists, and down this way do wave the ghosts of persons lately dead, and buried in the grave. Continual cold and ghastly fear possess this queachy plot on either side. The silly ghost new parted knoweth not the way that doth directly lead him to the Stygian city, or where black Pluto keeps his court, that never showeth pity. 1,000 ways, 1,000 gates, that always open stand, this city hath. And as the sea the streams of all the land doth swallow in his greedy gulf, and yet is never full, even so that place devoureth still, and hideth in his gull the souls and ghosts of all the world. And though that ne'er so many come thither, yet the place is void, as if there were not any. The ghosts without flesh, blood, or bones there wander to and fro, of which some haunt the judgment place, and others come and go to Pluto's court, and some frequent the former trades and arts, the which they used in their life, and some abide the smarts and torments for the wickedness and other ill desarts. So cruel hate and spiteful wrath did boil in Juno's breast, that in the high and noble court of heaven she could not rest, but that she needs must hither come, whose feet no sooner touched the threshold but it gan to quake, and Cerberus, erst couched, starts sternly up with 3 fell heads which barked all together. She called the daughters of the night, the cruel furies, thither. They say to kemming foul black snakes from off their filthy hair before the dungeon door, the place where caitiffs punished were, the which was made of adamant. When in the dark in part they knew Queen Juno, by and by upon their feet they start. There Tityus, stretched out at least 9 acres full in length, did with his bowels feed a gripe that tear them out by strength. The water fled from Tantalus that touched his nether lip, and apples hanging over him did ever from him slip. There also laboured Sisyphus, that drave against the hill a rolling stone, that from the top came tumbling downward still. Ixion, on his restless wheel, to which his limbs were bound, did fly and follow both at once, in turning ever round. And Danaus' daughters, for because they did their cousins kill, drew water into running tubs, which evermore did spill. When Juno with a lowering look had viewed them all throughout, and on Ixion specially before the other rout, she turns from him to Sisyphus, and with an angry cheer says, Wherefore should this man endure continual penance here, and Athamas his brother reign in wealth and pleasure free, who through his pride hath disdained my husband Jove and me? And therewithal she poured out the occasion of her hate, and why she came, and what she would. She would that Cadmus' state should with the ruin of his house be brought to swift decay, and that to mischief Athamas the fiends should force some way. She bids, she prays, she promises, and all is with a breath, and moves the Furies earnestly. And as these things she saith, the hateful hag Tisiphone, with hoary ruffled hair, removing from her face the snakes that loosely dangled there, said thus, Madam, there is no need long circumstance to make. Suppose your will already done, this loathsome place forsake, and to the wholesome air of heaven yourself again retire. Queen Juno went right glad away with grant of her desire, and as she would have entered heaven, the Lady Iris came and purged her with streaming drops. Anon upon the same, the furious fiend Tisiphone doth clothe her out of hand in garment streaming gory blood, and taketh in her hand a burning cresset steeped in blood, and girdeth her about with wreathed snakes, and so goes forth. And at her going out, fear, terror, grief, and pensiveness for company she took, and also madness with his flate and ghastly staring look. Within the house of Athamas no sooner foot she set, but that the posts began to quake, and doors looked black as jet. The sun withdrew him, Athamas and eke his wife were cast with ugly sights, in such a fear that out of doors aghast they would have fled. There stood the fiend, and stopped their passage out, and playing forth her filthy arms, beknit with snakes about, did toss and wave her hateful head. The swarm of scaled snakes did make an irksome noise to hear, as she her tresses shakes. About her shoulders some did crawl, some trailing down her breast did hiss and spit out poison green, and spurt with tongues infest. Then from amid her hair 2 snakes with venomed hand she drew, of which she one at Athamas and one at Ino threw. The snakes did crawl about their breasts, inspiring in their heart most grievous motions of the mind. The body had no smart of any wound, it was the mind that felt the cruel stings. A poison made in syrup wise she also with her brings, the filthy fame of Cerberus, the casting of the snake Echidna, bred among the fens about the Stygian lake, desire of gadding forth abroad, forgetfulness of mind, delight in mischief, woodness, tears, and purpose whole inclined to cruel murther, all the which she did together grind, and mingling them with new shed blood, had boiled them in brass, and stirred them with a hemlock stalk. Now while that Athamas and Ino stood and quaked for fear, this poison rank and fell she turned into both their breasts, and made their hearts to swell. Then whisking often round about her head her baleful brand, she made it soon by gathering wind to kindle in her hand. Thus, as it were in triumph wise, accomplishing her hest, to dusky Pluto's empty realms she gets her home to rest, and putteth off the snarled snakes that girdeth in her breast. Immediately King Aeolus' son, stark mad, comes crying out through all the court, "What mean ye, sirs? Why go ye not about to pitch our toils within this chase? I saw even now here ran a lion with her 2 young whelps." And therewithal he gan to chase his wife, as if indeed she had a lion been, and like a bedlam boisterously he snatched from between the mother's arms his little babe Learchus, smiling on him, and reaching forth his pretty arms, and flung him fiercely from him, a twice or thrice as from a sling, and dashed his tender head against a hard and rugged stone, until he saw him dead. The wretched mother, whether grief did move her thereunto, or that the poison spread within did force her so to do, howled out, and frantically, with scattered hair about her ears, and with her little Melicert, whom hastily she bears in naked arms, she crieth out, "Ho, Bacchus!" At the name of Bacchus, Juno gan to laugh, and scorning said in game, "This guerdon, lo, thy foster child requiteth for the same." There hangs a rock above the sea, the foot whereof is eat so hollow with the saltish waves, which on the same do beat, that, like a house, it keepeth off the moisting showers of rain. The top is rough, and shoots his front amidst the open main. Dame Ino, madness made her strong, did climb this cliff anon, and headlong down, without regard of hurt that hung thereon, did throw her burden and herself. The water, where she dashed, in sprinkling upward, glistered red. But Venus, sore abashed at this her niece's great mischance, without offence or fault, her uncle gently thus bespake: "O ruler of the halt and swelling seas, O noble Neptune, whose dominion large extendeth to the heaven, whereof the mighty Jove hath charge, the thing is great for which I sue. But show thou, for my sake, some mercy on my wretched friends, whom in thy endless lake thou seest tossed to and fro. Admit thou them among thy gods. Of right even here to me some favour doth belong, at leastwise, if amid the sea engendered erst I were of froth, as of the which yet still my pleasant name I bear." Neptunus granted her request, and by bereft them of all that ever mortal was, instead whereof he left them a halt and stately majesty, and altering them in hue, with shape and names most meet for gods, he did them both endue. Leucothea was the mother's name, Palæmon was the son. The Theban ladies, following her as fast as they could run, did of her feet perceive the print upon the utter stone, and taking it for certain sign that both were dead and gone, in making moan for Cadmus' house, they wrang their hands, and tear their hair, and rent their clothes, and railed on Juno out of square, as nothing just, but more outrageous far than did behoove, in so revenging of herself upon her husband's love. The goddess Juno could not bear their railing, and in faith you also will I make to be as witnesses, she saith, of my outrageous cruelty. And so she did indeed, for she that loved I know best was following her with speed into the sea. But as she would herself have downward cast, she could not stir, but to the rock as nailed sticked fast. The second, as she knocked her breast, did feel her arms wax stiff. Another, as she stretched out her hands upon the cliff, was made a stone, and there stood still, stretching forth her hands into the water as before. And as another stands a tearing of her ruffled locks, her fingers hardened were, and fastened to her frizzled top, still tearing of her hair. And look, what gesture each of them was taken in that tide, even in the same transformed to stones they fastened did abide. And some were altered into birds, which Cadmes called it be, and in that gulf with flittering wings still to and fro do flee. Naught knoweth Cadmus that his daughter and her little child admitted were among the gods that rule the surges wild, compelled with grief and great mishaps that had ensued together, and strange foretokens often seen since first his coming thither, he utterly forsakes his town, the which he builded had, as though the fortune of the place so hardly him bestad, and not his own. And fleeting long like pilgrims, at the last upon the coast of Illyry his wife and he were cast, where nigh forepined with cares and years, while of the chances past upon their house, and of their toils and former travels ta'en, they sadly talked between themselves. Was my spearhead the bane of that same ugly snake of Mars, quoth Cadmus, when I fled from Sidon? Or did I his teeth in ploughed pasture spread? If for the death of him the gods so cruel vengeance take, drawn out in length upon my wound, then trail I like a snake. He had no sooner said the word, but that he gan to glide upon his belly like a snake, and on his hardened side he felt the scales new budding out, the which was wholly fret with speckled drops of black and grey, as thick as could be set. He falleth grovelling on his breast, and both his shanks do grow in one round spindle, bodkin-wise, with sharpened point below. His arms as yet remained still, his arms that did remain he stretched out, and said with tears that plenteously did rain adown his face, which yet did keep the native fashion sound, Come hither, wife, come hither, white, most wretched, on the ground, and while that aught of me remains, vouchsafe to touch the same. Come, take me by the hand, as long as hand may have his name, before this snakish shape do whole my body overrun. He would have spoken more, when suddenly his tongue begun to split in two, and speech did fail, and as he did attempt to make his moan, he hissed, for nature now had clean exempt all other speech. His wretched wife her naked stomach beat, and cried, What meaneth this? Dear Cadmus, where are now thy feet? Where are thy shoulders and thy hands, thy hue and manly face, with all the other things that did thy princely person grace, which now I overpass? But why, ye gods, do you delay my body into like misshape of serpent to convey? When this was spoken, Cadmus licked his wife about the lips, and, as a place with which he was acquainted well, he slips into her bosom, lovingly embracing her, and cast himself about her neck, as oft he had in time forepast. Such as were there, their folk were there, were flated at the sight, for by and by they saw their necks did glister slick and bright, and on their snakish heads grew crests, and finally they both were into very dragons turned, and forth together goth, Tone trailing by the t'other side, until they gained a wood, the which direct against the place whereas they were then stood. And now, remembering what they were themselves in times forepast, they neither shun nor hurten men with stinging nor with blast. But yet a comfort to them both in this their altered hue became that noble imp of theirs that Inde did subdue, whom all Achaia worshipped with temples builded new. All only Acres, Abas' son, though of the selfsame stock, remained, who out of Argus' walls unkindly him did lock, and moved wilful war against his godhead, thinking that there was not any race of gods, for he believed not that Percy was the son of Jove, or that he was conceived by Danae of golden shower, through which she was deceived. But yet ere long, such present force hath truth, he doth repent as well his great impiety against god Bacchus meant, as also that he did disdain his nephew for to know. But Bacchus now full gloriously himself in heaven doth show, and Percy, bearing in his hand the monster Gorgon's head, that famous spoil, which here and there with snakish hair was spread, doth beat the air with waving wings. And as he overflew the Libyc sands, the drops of blood that from the head did sue of Gorgon, being new cut off, upon the ground did fall, which taking them, and as it were conceiving therewithal, engendered sundry snakes and worms, by means whereof that clime did swarm with serpents ever since, even to this present time. From thence he like a watery cloud was carried with the weather through all the heaven, now here, now there, as light as any feather. And from aloft he views the earth that underneath doth lie, and swiftly over all the world doth in conclusion fly. 3 times the chilling bears, 3 times the crabs fell claws he saw, oft times to west, oft times to east, did drive him many a flaw. Now at such time as unto rest the sun began to draw, because he did not think it good to be abroad all night, within King Atlas' western realm he ceased from his flight, requesting that a little space for rest enjoy he might, until such time as Lucifer should bring the morning grey, and morning bring the lightsome sun that guides the cheerful day. This Atlas, Japhet's nephew, was a man that did excel in stature every other wight that in the world did dwell. The utmost coast of all the earth, and all that sea wherein the tired steeds and wearied wain of Phoebus dived been, were in subjection to this king. 1,000 flocks of sheep, 1,000 herds of rother beasts he in his fields did keep, and not a neighbour did annoy his ground by dwelling nigh. To him the wandering Percy thus his language did apply: If high renown of royal race thy noble heart may move, I am the son of Jove himself. Or if thou more approve the valiant deeds and haughty exploits, thou shalt perceive in me such doings as deserve with praise extolled for to be. I pray thee of thy courtesy receive me as thy guest, and let me only for this night within thy palace rest. King Atlas called straight to mind an ancient prophecy made by Parnassian Themis, which this sentence did imply: The time shall one day, Atlas, come, in which thy golden tree shall of her fair and precious fruit despoiled and robbed be, and he shall be the son of Jove that shall enjoy the prey. For fear hereof he did enclose his orchard every way with mighty hills, and put an ugly dragon in the same to keep it. Further he forbade that any stranger came within his realm, and to this night he said presumptuously, Avoid my land, unless thou wilt by utter peril try that all thy glorious acts, whereof thou dost so proudly lie, and Jove thy father be too far to help thee at thy need. To these his words he added force, and went about indeed to drive him out by strength of hand. To speak was loss of wind, for neither could entreating fair nor stoutness turn his mind. Well then, quoth Percy, sith thou dost mine honour set so light, take here a present. And with that he turns away his sight, and from his left side drew me out Medusa's loathly head. As huge and big as Atlas was, he turned in that stead into a mountain. Into trees his beard and locks did pass, His hands and shoulders made the ridge. That part which lately was his head became the highest top of all the hill. His bones were turned to stones, and therewithal he grew me all at once beyond all measure up in height, for so God thought it best, so far that heaven with all the stars did on his shoulders rest. In endless prison by that time had Aeolus locked the wind, and now the cheerly morning star that putteth folk in mind to rise about the daily work shone brightly in the sky. Then Percy unto both his feet did straight his feathers tie, and girt his wood knife to his side, and from the earth did sty, and leaving nations numberless beneath him every way, at last upon King Cepheus' fields in Ethiop did he stay, where clean against all right and law by Jove's commandment Andromede for her mother's tongue did suffer punishment, whom to a rock by both the arms when fastened he had seen, he would have thought of marble stone she had some image been, but that her tresses to and fro the whisking wind did blow, and trickling tears warm from her eyes adown her cheeks did flow. Unwares hereat gan secret sparks within his breast to glow. His wits were straught at sight thereof, and ravished in such wise that how to hover with his wings he scarcely could devise. As soon as he had stayed himself, O lady fair, quoth he, not worthy of such bands as these, but such wherewith we see together knit in lawful bed the earnest lovers be, I pray thee tell me what thyself, and what this land is named, and wherefore thou dost wear these chains. The lady, ill ashamed, was at the sudden stricken dumb, and like a fearful maid she durst not speak unto a man. Had not her hands been stayed, she would have hid her bashful face. Howbeit, as she might, with great abundance of her tears she stopped up her sight. But when the Percy oftentimes was earnestly in hand to learn the matter, for because she would not seem to stand in stubborn silence of her faults, she told him what the land and what she hight, and how her mother for her beauty's sake through pride did unadvisedly too much upon her take. And ere she full had made an end, the water gan to roar, an ugly monster from the deep was making to the shore, which bare the sea before his breast. The virgin shrieked out, her father and her mother both stood mourning thereabout in wretched ease both twain, but not so wretched as the maid, who wrongly for her mother's fault the bitter ransom paid. They brought not with them any help, but as the time and case required, they wept and wrang their hands, and straightly did embrace her body fastened to the rock. Then Percy them bespake, and said, The time may serve too long this sorrow for to make, but time of help must either now or never else betake. Now, if I, Percy, son of her whom in her father's tower the mighty Jove begat with child in shape of golden shower, who cut off ugly Gorgon's head bespread with snakish hair, and in the air durst trust these wings my body for to bear, perchance should save your daughter's life, I think ye should as then accept me for your son-in-law before all other men. To these great thews, by help of God, I purpose for to add a just desert in helping her that is so hard bestead. I covenant with you by my force and manhood for to save her, conditionally that to my wife in recompense I have her. Her parents took his offer straight, for who would stick thereat, and prayed him fair, and promised him that for performing that they would endow him with the right of all their realm beside. Like as a galley with her nose doth cut the waters wide, enforced by the sweating arms of rowers with the tide, even so the monster with his breast did bear the waves aside, and was now come as near the rock as well a man might fling amid the pure and vacant air a pellet from a sling, when on the sudden Percy pushed his foot against the ground, and flyed upward to the clouds. His shadow did rebound upon the sea, the beast ran fierce upon the passing shade, and as an eagle, when he sees a dragon in a glade lie beaking of his bluish back against the sunny rays, doth seize upon him unbeware, and with his talons lays sure hold upon his scaly neck, lest writhing back his head his cruel teeth might do him harm. So Percy in that stead descending down the air amain, with all his force and might did seize upon the monster's back, and underneath the right fin hard unto the very hilt his hooked sword did smite. The monster, being wounded sore, did sometime leap aloft, and sometime under water dive, bestirring him full oft as doth a chafed boar beset with barking dogs about. But Percy, with his lightsome wings still keeping him without the monster's reach, with hooked sword doth sometime hew his back, whereas the hollow scales give way, and sometime he doth hack the ribs on both his mailed sides, and sometime he doth wound his spindled tail, where into fish it grows most small and round. The whale at Percy from his mouth such waves of water cast, bemixed with the purple blood, that all bedrent at last his feathers very heavy were, and doubting any more to trust his wings, now waxing wet, he straight began to soar up to a rock, which in the calm above the water stood, but in the tempest evermore was hidden with the flood. And leaning thereunto, and with his left hand holding just the top thereof, a dozen times his weapon he did thrust among his guts. The joyful noise and clapping of their hands, the which were made for loosening of Andromeda from her bands, filled all the coast and heaven itself. The parents of the maid, Cassiope and Cepheus, were glad and well apaid, and calling him their son-in-law, confessed him to be the help and safeguard of their house. Andromeda, the fee and cause of Perseus' enterprise, from bonds now being free, he washed his victorious hands. And lest the snaky head, with lying on the gravel hard, should catch some harm, he spread soft leaves and certain tender twigs that on the water grew, and laid Medusa's head thereon. The twigs, yet being new and quick, and full of juicy pith, full lightly to them drew the nature of this monstrous head, for both the leaf and bough, full strangely, at the touch thereof, became both hard and tough. The sea nymphs tried this wondrous fact in divers other rods, and were full glad to see the change, because there was no odds of leaves or twigs, or of the seeds new shaken from the cods. For still, like nature ever since, is in our coral found, that look how soon it toucheth air, it waxeth hard and sound, and that which under water was a stick, above is stone. 3 altars to as many gods he makes of turf anon, upon the left hand Mercury's, Minerva's on the right, and in the middle Jupiter's. To Pallas he did dight a cow, a calf to Mercury, a bull to royal Jove. Forthwith he took Andromeda, the price for which he strove, endowed with her father's realm. For now the god of love and Hymen unto marriage his mind in haste did move. Great fires were made of sweet perfumes, and curious garlands hung about the house, which everywhere of mirthful music rung the gladsome sign of merry minds. The palace gates were set wide open, none from coming in were by the porters let. All noblemen and gentlemen that were of any port to this same great and royal feast of Sepi did resort. When, having taken their repast, as well of meat as wine, their hearts began to pleasant mirth by leisure to incline, the valiant Percy of the folk and fashions of the land began to be inquisitive. One Lincid, out of hand, the rights and manners of the folk did to him to understand, which done, he said, O worthy knight, I pray thee, tell us by what force or wile thou gotst the head with hairs of adders sly. Then Percy told how underneath cold Atlas lay a plain so fenced in on every side with mountains high, that vain were any force to win the same. In entrance of the which 2 daughters of King Phorcus dwelt, whose chance and hap was such that one eye served both their turns, whereof by wily sleight and stealth in putting forth his hand he did bereave them quite, as they from tun to t'other were delivering of the same. From whence, by long blind crooked ways, unhandsomely he came through ghastly groves, by ragged cliffs, unto the dreary place whereas the Gorgons dwelt. And there he saw a wretched case, the shapes as well of men as beasts, lie scattered everywhere in open fields and common ways, the which transformed were from living things to stones, at sight of foul Medusa's hair. But yet that he, through brightness of his monstrous brazen shield, the which he in his left hand bare, Medusa's face beheld. And while that in a sound dead sleep were all her snakes and she, he softly parried off her head. And how that he did see swift Pegasus, the winged horse, and eke his brother, grow out of their mother's new shed blood. Moreover, he did show a long discourse of all his haps, and not so long as true, as namely, of what seas and lands the coasts he overflew, and eke what stars with stying wings he in the while did view. But yet his tale was at an end ere any looked therefore. Upon occasion, by and by of words rehearsed before, there was a certain nobleman demanded him wherefore she only of the sisters three hair mixed with adders bore. Sir, answered Percy, sith you ask a matter worth report, I grant to tell you your demand. She, both in comely port and beauty, every other wight surmounted in such sort that many suitors unto her did earnestly resort. And though that whole from top to toe most beautiful she were, in all her body was no part more goodly than her hair. I know some part is yet alive that say they did her see. It is reported how she should abused by Neptune be, in palace church, from which foul fact Jove's daughter turned her eye, and with her target hid her face from such a villainy. And lest it should unpunished be, she turned her seemly hair to loathly snakes, the which, the more to put her foes in fear, before her breast continually she in her shield doth bear. Finis Quarti Libri. End of section 5. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 6 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The fifth book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Now while that Danae's noble son was telling of these things amid a throng of Cepheus' lords, through all the palace rings a noise of people, nothing like the sound of such as sing at wedding feasts, but like the roar of such as tidings bring of cruel war. This sudden change from feasting unto fray might well be likened to the sea, which, standing at a stay, the woodness of the winds makes rough by raising at the wave. King Cepheus' brother Phine was the man that rashly gave the first occasion of this fray, who, shaking in his hand a dart of ash with head of steel, said, Lo, lo, here I stand to challenge thee, that wrongfully my ravished spouse dost hold. Thy wings, nor yet thy forged dad, in shape of feigned gold, shall now not save thee from my hands. As with that word he bent his arm aloft, the foresaid dart at Percy to have sent. What dost thou, brother? Cepheus cried. What madness moves thy mind to do so foul a deed? Is this the friendship he shall find among us for his good deserts? And wilt thou needs requite the saving of thy niece's life with such a foul despite, whom Percy hath not from thee ta'en? But if thou be advised, but Neptune's heavy wrath, because his sea-nymphs were despised, but horned Hammon, but the beast, which from the sea arrived, on my dear bowels would feed. That time wert thou deprived of thy betrothed, when her life upon the losing stood, unless perchance to see her lost it would have done thee good, and eased thy heart to see me sad. And may it not suffice that thou didst see her to the rock fast bound before thine eyes, and didst not help her, being both her husband and her eame, unless thou grudge that any man should come within my realm to save her life, and seek to rob him of his just reward, which if thou think to be so great, thou shouldst have had regard before to fetch it from the rock to which thou saw'st it bound. I pray thee, brother, seeing that by him the means is found, that in mine age, without my child, I go not to the ground, permit him to enjoy the price for which we did compound, and which he hath by due desert a purchase dearly bought. For, brother, let it never sink nor enter in thy thought that I set more by him than thee. But this may well be said, I rather had to give her him than see my daughter dead. He gave him not a word again, but looked eft on him, and eft on Percy, irefully, with countenance stour and grim, not knowing which were best to hit. And after a little stay he shook his dart, and flung it forth with all the power and sway that anger gave at Percy's head. But harm it did him none. It sticked in the bedstead's head that Percy sate upon. Then Percy, sternly starting up and pulling out the dart, did throw it at his foe again, and therewithal his heart had cliven asunder, had he not behind an altar start. The altar, more the pity was, did save the wicked wight. Yet threw he not the dart in vain. It hit one Rhetus right amid the forehead, who therewith sank down, and when the steel was plucked out, he sprawled about, and spurned with his heel, and all bewrayed the board with blood. Then all the other rout as fierce as fire-flang darts, and some there were that cried out that Sephi with his son-in-law was worthy for to die. But he had wound him out of doors, protesting solemnly, as he was just and faithful prince, and swearing eke by all the gods of hospitality, that that same broil did fall full sore against his will. At hand was Worley Pallas straight, and shadowed Percy with her shield, and gave him heart in fate. There was one Attis, born in Ind, of fair Limniace, the river Ganges' daughter thought the issue for to be, of passing beauty, which with rich array he did augment. He ware that day a scarlet cloak, about the which there went a guard of gold. A chain of gold he ware about his neck, and eke his hair, perfumed with myrrh, a costly crown did deck. Full 16 years he was of age. Such cunning skill he could in darting, as to hit his mark far distant when he would. But how to handle bow and shafts much better did he know. Now, as he was about that time to bend his horned bow, a firebrand Percy wrought, that did upon the altar smoke, and dashed him overthwart the face, with such a violent stroke, that all bebattered was his head, and bones asunder broke. When Lycabas of Asturland, his most assured friend and dear companion, being no dissembler of his mind, which most entirely did him love, beheld him on the ground lie weltering with disfigured face, and through that grievous wound now gasping out his parting ghost, his death he did lament, and taking hastily up the bow that Attis erst had bent, "Encounter thou with me," he said, "thou shalt not long enjoy thy triumphing and bravery thus for killing of this boy, by which thou gett'st more spite than praise." All this was scarcely said, but that the arrow from the string went strained to the head. Howbeit Percy, as it happed, so warely did it shun, as that it in his coat-plates hung. Then to him he did run, with harpy in his hand, bestained with grim Medusa's blood, and thrust him through the breast therewith. He, quothing as he stood, did look about where Attis lay with dim and dazzling eyes, now waving under endless night, and down by him he lies, and for to comfort him withal, together with him dies. Behold, through greedy haste to fight, one Phorbas, Methian's son, a Suevite, and of Libyland one called Empimedon, by fortune sliding in the blood with which the ground was wet, fell down, and as they would have rose, Perseus' falchion met with both of them. Amphimedon upon the ribs he smote, and with a like celerity he cut me Phorbas' throat. But unto Erith, Actor's son, that in his hand did hold a broad brown bill, with his short sword he durst not be too bold to make approach. With both his hands a great and massy cup, embossed with cunning portraiture, aloft he taketh up, and sends it at him. He spews up red blood, and falling down upon his back, against the ground doth knock his dying crown. Then down he Polydemon throws, extract of royal race, and Abaris the Scythian, and Clytus in like case, and Elis with his unshorn locks, and also Phlegyas and Lycet, old Sperchius' son. with divers other mo, that on the heaps of corses slain he treads as he doth go. And Phine, daring not presume to meet his foe at hand, did cast a dart, which happed to light on Idus, who did stand aloof as neuter, though in vain, not meddling with the fray, who, casting back a frowning look at Phine, thus did say, "Sith whether that I will or no, compelled I am perforce to take a part. Have, Phine, here him whom thou dost enforce to be thy foe, and with this wound my wrongful wound requite." But as he from his body pulled the dart, with all his might to throw it at his foe again, his limbs so feebled were with loss of blood, that down he fell, and could not after stir. There also lay Odytes slain, the chief in all the land next to King Psyche, put to death by force of Clymen's hand. Protenor was by Hypsy killed, and Lyncid did as much for Hypsy. In the throng there was an ancient man, and such a one as loved righteousness and greatly feared God. Emathion called was his name, whom sith his years forbode to put on arms, he fights with tongue, inveighing earnestly against that wicked war, the which he bannered bitterly. As on the altar he himself with quivering hands did stay, one Chromis tipped off his head. His head cut off, straightway upon the altar fell, and there his tongue, not fully dead, did babble still the banning words the which it erst had said, and breathed forth his fainting ghost among the burning brands. Then Brot and Hammon, brothers, twins, stout champions of their hands in wrestling, peerless, if so be that wrestling could sustain the furious force of slicing swords, were both by Phine slain. And so was Alphic, Ceres' priest, that wear upon his crown a stately mitre fair and white, with tapils hanging down. Thou also, Japet's son, for such affairs as these unmeet, but meet to tune thine instrument with voice and ditty sweet, the work of peace, were thither called assembly to rejoice, and for to set the marriage forth with pleasant singing voice. As with his viol in his hand he stood a good way off, there cometh to him Petulus, and said in way of scoff, "Go, sing the residue to the ghosts about the Stygian lake," and in the left side of his head his dagger point he strake. He sank down dead, with fingers still yet warbling on the string, and so mischance knit up with woe the song that he did sing. But fierce Lycormas could not bear to see him murdered so without revengement. Up he caught a mightier lever, though, that wanted was to bar the door a right side of the house, and therewithal to Petulus he lendeth such a souse full in the noddle of the neck, that like a snatched ox straight tumbling down against the ground his grovelling face he knocks. And Pelates, a Garamond, attempted to have caught the left door bar, but as thereat with stretched hand he wrought, one Corit, son of Marbarus, did with a javelin strick him through the hand, that to the wood fast nailed did it stick. As Pelates stood fastened thus, one Abbess gored his side. He could not fall, but hanging still upon the post, there died, fast nailed by the hand. And there was overthrown a knight of Percy's band called Melanie, and one that Doral hight, a man of greatest lands in all the realm of Nesamone, that occupied so large a ground as Dora was there none, nor none that had such store of corn. There came a dart askew, and lighted in his cods the place where present death doth sue. When Alcyon of Barcy, he that gave this deadly wound, beheld him yesking forth his ghost, and falling to the ground with watery eyes, the white turned up, "Content thyself," he said, "with that same little plot of ground whereon thy corse is laid, instead of all the large fat fields which late thou didst possess," and with that word he left him dead. Perseus, to redress this slaughter and this spiteful taunt, straight snatched out the dart that sticked in the fresh warm wound, and with an angry heart did send it at the thrower's head. The dart did split his nose even in the midst, and at his neck again the head outgoes, so that it peered both the ways. While fortune doth support and further Percy thus, he kills, but yet in sundry sort, two brothers by the mother, Tone called Clyte, t'other Dane. For on a dart through both his thighs did Clytie take his bane, and Danos through another dart was stricken in the mouth. There died also Celadon, a gypsy of the south, and so did bastard Astri too, whose mother was a Jew. And sage Athion, well foreseen in things that should ensue, but utterly beguiled as then by birds that awkly flew. King Cephes' harness-bearer called Thoactes lost his life, and Agrat, whom, for murdering late his father with a knife, the world spake shame of. Natheless much more remained behind than was dispatched out of hand, for all were full in mind to murder one. The wicked throng had sworn to spend their blood against the right, and such a man as had deserved good. At t'other side, although in vain, of mere affection stood the father and the mother-in-law, and eke the heavy bride, who filled with their piteous plaint the court on every side. But now the clattering of the swords and harness at that tide, with grievous groans and sighs of such as wounded were or died, did raise up such a cruel roar that nothing could be heard. For fierce Bellona so renewed the battle afterward, that all the house did swim in blood. Duke Phine, with a rout of mo than of 1,000 men, environed round about the valiant Percy all alone. The darts of Phine's band came thicker than the winter's hail doth fall upon the land, by both his sides, his eyes, and ears. He warily thereupon withdraws, and leans his back against a huge great arch of stone, and, being safe behind, he sets his face against his foe, withstanding all their fierce assaults. There did assail him, though, upon the left side, Malpheus, a prince of Coine, and on the right Athemon, born hard by in Araby. Like as the tiger, when he hears the lowing out of neat in sundry meads, and forced sore through abstinence from meat, would fain be doing with them both, and cannot tell at which were best to give adventure first, so Percy, who did itch to be at host with both of them, and doubtful whether side to turn him on, the right or left, upon advantage spied, did wound Molphy on the leg, and from him quite him drave. He was contented with his flight, for why Athemon gave no respite to him to pursue. But like a frantic man, through eagerness to wound his neck, without regarding when or how to strike for haste, he burst his brittle sword in twain against the arch, the point whereof rebounding back again, did hit himself upon the throat. Howbeit that same wound was unsufficient for to send Athemon to the ground. He trembled, holding up his hands for mercy, but in vain, for Percy thrust him through the heart with Hermes' hooked skein. But when he saw that valiantness no longer could avail, by reason of the multitude that did him still assail, "Sith you yourselves me force to call mine enemy to mine aid, I will do so. If any friend of mine be here," he said, "sirs, turn your faces all away," and therewithal he drew out Gorgon's head. One Thessalus straight raging to him flew, and said, "Go seek some other man whom thou mayst make abashed with these thy foolish juggling toys." And as he would have dashed his javelin in him, with that word to kill him out of hand, with gesture throwing forth his dart, all marble did he stand. His sword through Lincid's noble heart had Amphix thought to shove, his hand was stone, and neither one nor other way could move. But Nile, who did vaunt himself to be the river's son, that through the bounds of Egypt land in channels 7 doth run, and in his shield had graven part of silver, part of gold, the said 7 channels of the Nile, said, "Percy, here behold from whence we fetch our pedigree. It may rejoice thy heart to die of such a noble hand as mine." The latter part of these his words could scarce be heard, the din thereof was drowned. You would have thought him speaking still with open mouth, but sound did none forth pass. There was for speech no passage to be found. Rebuking them, cries Eryx, "Sirs, it is not Gorgon's face, it is your own faint hearts that make you stony in this case. Come, let us on this fellow run, and to the ground him bear that fights by witchcraft." As with that his feet forth stepping were, they stack still fastened to the floor. He could not move aside, an armed image all of stone he speechless did abide. All these were justly punished. But one there was, a knight of Percy's band, in whose defence, as Acon stood to fight, he waxed overgrown with stone at ugly Gorgon's sight, whom still as yet Astyages, supposing for to live, did with a long sharp arming sword a washing blow him give. The sword did clink against the stone, and out the sparkles drive, while all amazed Astyages stood wondering at the thing. The self-same nature on himself the Gorgon's head did bring, and in his visage, which was stone, a countenance did remain of wondering still. A weary work it were to tell you plain the names of all that common sort. 200 from that fray did scape unslain, but none of them did go alive away. The whole 200, every one, at sight of Gorgon's hair, were turned into stalks of stone. Then at the length, for fear, did Phine of his wrongful war forthink himself full sore. But now, alas, what remedy? He saw there stand before his face his men like images, in sundry shapes, all stone. He knew them well, and by their names did call them everychone, desiring them to succour him, and trusting not his sight, he feels the bodies that were next, and all were marble quite. He turns himself from Percyward, and humbly as he stands, he rise his arms behind his back, and holding up his hands, "O noble Percy, thou hast got the upper hand," he said. "Put up that monstrous shield of thine, put up that Gorgon's head, that into stones transformeth men. Put up, I thee desire, not hatred, nor because to reign as king I did aspire, have moved me to make this fray. The only force of love in seeking my betrothed spouse did here unto me move. The better title seemeth thine because of thy desart, and mine by former promise made. It irks me at the heart in that I did not give the place. None other thing I crave, O worthy knight, but that thou grant this life of mine to save. Let all things else beside be thine." As he thus humbly spake, not daring look at him to whom he did entreatance make, "The thing," quoth Percy, "which to grant both I can find in heart, and is no little courtesy to show without desart upon a coward, I will grant, O fearful Duke, to thee. Set fear aside, thou shalt not hurt with any weapon be. I will moreover so provide, as that thou shalt remain an everlasting monument of this day's toil and pain. The palace of my father-in-law shall henceforth be thy shrine, where thou shalt stand continually before my spouse's eyne, that of her husband, having the image in her sight, she may from time to time receive some comfort and delight." He had no sooner said these words, but that he turned his shield with Gorgon's head to that same part where Phine with a mild and fearful countenance set his face. Then also, as he wried his eyes away, his neck waxed stiff, his tears to stone were dried. A countenance in the stony stalk of fear did still appear, with humble look, and yielding hands, and ghastly ruthful cheer. With conquest and a noble wife doth Percy home repair, and in revengement of the right against the wrongful heir, as in his grandsire's just defence, he falls in hand with Prete, who, like no brother but a foe, did late before defeat King Acres of his towns by war and of his royal seat. But neither could his men of war, nor fortress won by wrong, defend him from the grisly look of grim Venusa long. And yet thee, foolish Polydect, of little Seraph king, such rooted rancour inwardly continually did sting, that neither Percy's prowess, tried in such a sort of broils, nor yet the perils he endured, nor all his troublous toils, could cause thy stomach to relent. Within thy stony breast works such a kind of festered hate as cannot be repressed. Thy wrongful malice hath none end. Moreover, thou of spite, repining at his worthy praise, his doings dost backbite, upholding that Medusa's death was but a forged lie, so long till Percy, for to show the truth apparently, desiring such as were his friends to turn away their eye, drew out Medusa's ugly head, at sight whereof anon the hateful tyrant Polydect was turned to a stone. The goddess Pallas all this while did keep continually her brother Percy company. till now that she did sty from Seraph in a hollow cloud, and leaving on the right the isles of Scyre and Gyros, she made from thence her flight directly over that same sea, as near as eye could aim, to Thebe and Mount Helicon. And when she thither came, she stayed herself, and thus bespake the learned sisters nine: "A rumour of an uncouth spring did pierce these ears of mine, the which the winged steed should make by stamping with his hoof. This is the cause of my repair. I would for certain proof be glad to see the wondrous thing. For present there I stood, and saw the selfsame Pegasus spring of his mother's blood." Dame Eurine did entertain and answer Pallas thus: "What cause soever moves your grace to come and visit us, most heartily you welcome are. And certain is the fame of this our spring, that Pegasus was causer of the same." And with that word she led her forth to see the sacred spring, who, musing greatly with herself at strangeness of the thing, surveyed the woods and groves about of ancient stately port. And when she saw the bowers to which the Muses did resort, and pleasant fields beclad with herbs of sundry hue and sort, she said that for their study's sake they were in happy case, and also that to serve their turn they had so trim a place. Then one of them replied thus: "O noble lady, who, but that your virtue greater works than these are calls you to, should else have been of this our troop, your saying is full true. To this our trade of life and place is commendation due. And sure we have a lucky lot, and if the world were such as that we might in safety live. But lewdness reigns so much that all things make us maids afraid. Methinks I yet do see the wicked tyrant Pyrrhon still. My heart is yet scarce free from that same fear with which it happed us slighted for to be. This cruel Pyrrhon was of Thrace, and with his men of war the land of Phocis had subdued, and from this place, not far within the city Daulis, reigned by force of wrongful hand. One day to Phoebus' templesward, that on the Parnassus stands as we were going, in our way he met us courteously, and by the name of goddesses saluting reverently, said, "O ye dames of Meone," for why he knew us well, "I pray you stay, and take my house, until this storm," there fell that time a tempest and a shower, "be past. The gods aloft have entered smaller sheds than mine, full many a time and oft." The rainy weather and his words so moved us, that we to go into an outer house of his did all agree. As soon as the shower was past, and heaven was voided clear of all the clouds which late before did everywhere appear, until the Boreas had subdued the rainy southern wind, we would have by and by been gone. He shut the doors, in mind to ravish us, but we with wings escaped from his hands. He, purposing to follow us, upon a turret stands, and saith he needs will after us the same way we did fly. And with that word full frantically he leapeth down from high, and pitching evelong on his face, the bones asunder crashed, and dying, all abroad the ground his wicked blood bedashed. Now as the Muse was telling this, they heard a noise of wings, and from the leafy boughs aloft a sound of greeting rings. Minerva, looking up thereat, demanded whence the sound of tongues that so distinctly spake did come so plain and round. She thought some woman or some man had greeted her that stound. It was a flight of birds. 9 pies, bewailing their mischance, in counterfeiting everything from bough to bough did dance. As Pallas wondered at the sight, the Muse spake thus in sum: "These also, being late ago in challenge overcome, made one kind more of birds than was of ancient time beforn. In Macedon they were about the city Pella born, of Pyrrhus, a great rich tooth and Eup, who by aid of strong Lucina, travelling 9 times was laid of daughters in her childbed safe. This fond and foolish rout of doltish sisters, taking pride and waxing very stout because they were in number 9, came flocking all together through all the towns of Thessaly and all Achaia hither, and us with these or such like words to combat did provoke. Cease off, ye Thespian goddesses, to mock the simple folk with fondness of your melody, and if ye think indeed ye can do aught, contend with us, and see how you shall speed. I warrant you, ye pass us not in cunning nor in voice. Ye are here 9, and so are we. We put you to the choice, that either we will vanquish you, and set you quite beside your fountain made by Pegasus, which is your chiefest pride, and Aganippe too, or else confound you us, and we of all the woods of Macedon will dispossessed be, as far as snowy Peony, and let the nymphs be judges. Now in good sooth it was a shame to cope with such drudges, but still more shame it was to yield. The chosen nymphs did swear by sticks, and sate them down on seats of stone that growed there. Then straight, without commission or election of the rest, the foremost of them, pressing forth undecently, professed the challenge to perform, and sung the battles of the gods. She gave the giants all the praise, the honour, and the odds, abasing sore the worthy deeds of all the gods. She tells how Typhon, issuing from the earth and from the deepest hells, made all the gods above afraid, so greatly that they fled, and never stayed till Egypt land and Nile, whose stream is shed in Channel 7, received them forewearied all together. And how the hellhound Typhon did pursue them also thither, by means whereof the gods each one were fain themselves to hide in forged shapes. She said that Jove, the prince of gods, was wryed in shape of ram, which is the cause that at this present tide Jove's image, which the Libyan folk by name of Hammon serve, is made with crooked welked horns that inward still do serve. That Phoebus in a raven lurked, and Bacchus in a jeet, and Phoebus' sister in a cat, and Juno in a neat, and Venus in the shape of fish, and how that last of all Mercurius hid him in a bird, which ibis men do call. This was the sum of all the tale, which she with rolling tongue and yelling throat bowl to her harp before us rudely sung. Our turn is also come to speak, but that perchance your grace to give the hearing to our song hath now no time nor space. Yes, yes, quoth Pallas, tell on forth in order all your tale. And down she sate among the trees, which gave a pleasant swale. The Muse made answer thus: to one Calliope here by name this challenge we committed have, and ordering of the same. Then rose up fair Calliope, with goodly bush of hair, trim wreathed up with ivy leaves, and with her thumb can steer the quivering strings, to try them if they were in tune or no. Which done, she played upon her lute, and sung her ditty so: Dame Ceres first to break the earth with plough the manner found. She first made corn and stover soft to grow upon the ground. She first made laws. For all these things we are to Ceres bound. Of her must I as now entreat. Would God I could resound her worthy laud. She doubtless is a goddess worthy praise. Because the giant Typhon gave presumptuously essays to conquer heaven, the hougly isle of Trinacris is laid upon his limbs, by weight whereof perforce he down is weighed. He strives and struggles for to rise full many a time and oft, but on his right hand toward Rome Pelorus stands aloft, Pekinus stands upon his left, his legs with Lilybe are pressed down, his monstrous head doth under Aetna lie, from whence he, lying bolt upright, with wrathful mouth doth spit out flames of fire. He wrestleth oft, and walloweth, for to wit if he can remove the weight of all that mighty land, or tumble down the towns and hills that on his body stand. By means whereof it comes to pass that oft the earth doth shake, and even the king of ghosts himself for very fear doth quake, misdoubting lest the earth should clive so wide that light of day might by the same pierce down to hell, and there the ghosts affray. Forecasting this, the prince of fiends forsook his darksome hole, and in a chariot drawn with steeds as black as any coal, the whole foundation of the Isle of Sicil warily viewed. When throughly he had searched each place that harm had not ensued, as carelessly he ranged abroad, he chanced to be seen of Venus sitting on her hill, who, taking straight between her arms her winged Cupid, said, "My son, mine only stay, my hand, mine honour, and my might, go take without delay those tools which all wights do subdue, and strike them in the heart of that same God that of the world enjoys the lowest part. The gods of heaven, and Jove himself, the power of sea and land, and he that rules the powers on earth, obey thy mighty hand. And wherefore then should only hell still unsubdued stand? Thy mother's empire and thine own, why dost thou not advance? The third part of all the world now hangs in doubtful chance. And yet in heaven too their deeds thou seest me fain to bear. We are despised, the strength of love with me away doth wear. Seest not the darter Dian and Dame Pallas have already exempted them from my behests, and now of late so heady is Ceres' daughter too, that if we let her have her will, she will continue all her life a maid unwedded still. For that is all her hope, and mark whereat she minds to shoot. But thou, if aught this gracious turn our honour may promote, or aught our empire beautify, which jointly we do hold, this damsel to her uncle join." No sooner had she told these words, but Cupid, opening straight his quiver, chose therefro one arrow, as his mother bade, among 1,000 mo'. But such a one it was as none more sharper was than it, nor none went straighter from the bow the aimed mark to hit. He set his knee against his bow, and bent it out of hand, and made his forked arrows steal in Pluto's heart to stand. Near Enna walls there stands a lake, Pergusa is the name. Castor heareth not mo' songs of swans than doth the same. A wood environs every side the water round about, and with his leaves, as with a veil, doth keep the sun heat out. The boughs do yield a cool fresh air. The moistness of the ground yields sundry flowers. Continual spring is all the year there found. While in this garden Proserpine was taking her pastime in gathering either violets blue or lilies white as lime, and while of maidenly desire she filled her maund and lap, endeavouring to outgather her companions there, by hap Dis spied her, loved her, caught her up, and all at once well near. So hasty, hot, and swift a thing is love, as may appear. The lady with a wailing voice affright did often call her mother and her waiting maids, but mother most of all, and as she from the upper part her garment would have rent, by chance she let her lap slip down, and out the flowers went. And such a silly simpleness her childish age yet bears, that even the very loss of them did move her more to tears. The catcher drives his chariot forth, and calling every horse by name, to make away apace, he doth them still enforce, and shakes about their necks and manes their rusty bridle reins, and through the deepest of the lake perforce he them constrains, and through the Palic pools, the which from broken ground do boil and smell of brimstone very rank, and also by the soil whereas the Bacchis folk of Corinth, with the double seas between unequal havens twain, did rear a town for ease. Between the fountains of Cyane and Arethues of Peas, an arm of sea that meets enclosed with narrow horns there lies. Of this the pool called Cyane, which beareth greatest fame among the nymphs of Sicily, did algates take the name. Who, dancing her into the waist amid her pool, did know Dame Proserpine, and said to Dis, "Ye shall no further go. You cannot Ceres' son-in-law be, will she so or no. You should have sought her courteously, and not enforced her so. And if I may with great estates my simple things compare, Anapus was in love with me, but yet he did not fare as you do now with Proserpine. He was content to woo, and I, unforced and unconstrained, consented him unto." This said, she spreaded forth her arms, and stopped him of his way. His hasty wrath Saturnus' son no longer then could stay, but cheering up his dreadful steeds, did smite his royal mace with violence in the bottom of the pool in that same place. The ground straight yielded to his stroke, and made him way to hell, and down the open gap both horse and chariot headlong fell. Dame Zion, taking sore to heart as well the ravishment of Proserpine against her will, as also the contempt against her fountain's privilege, did shroud in secret heart an inward coursie comfortless, which never did depart, until she, melting into tears, consumed away with smart. The self-same waters, of the which she was but late ago the mighty goddess, now she pines and wastes herself into. Ye might have seen her limbs wax lithe, ye might have bent her bones, her nails waxed soft, and first of all did melt the smallest ones, as hair and fingers, legs and feet. For these same slender parts do quickly into water turn, and afterward convarts to water shoulder, back, breast, side. And finally, instead of lively blood, within her veins corrupted, there was spread thin water, so that nothing now remained whereupon ye might take hold, to water all consumed was anon. The careful mother in the while did seek her daughter dear, through all the world, both sea and land, and yet was ne'er the near. The morning with her dewy hair her slugging never found, nor yet the evening star that brings the night upon the ground. 2 seasoned pine trees at the mount of Etna did she light, and bear them restless in her hands through all the dankish night. Again, as soon as cheerful day did dim the stars, she sought her daughter still from east to west, and being overwrought she caught a thirst. No liquor yet had come within her throat. By chance she spied near at hand a pelting thatched cote, with peevish doors. She knocked thereat, and out there comes a trot. The goddess asked her some drink, and she denied it not. But out she brought her, by and by, a draught of merry-go-down, and therewithal a hotchpotch made of steeped barley brown, and flax and coriander seed, and other simples more, the which she in an earthen pot together sawed before. While Ceres was a-eating this, before her gazing stood a hard fast boy, a shrewd pert wag, that could no manners good. He laughed at her, and in scorn did call her greedy gut. The goddess, being wroth therewith, did on the hotchpotch put the liquor ere that all was eat, and in his face it threw. Immediately the skin thereof became of speckled hue, and into legs his arms did turn, and in his altered hide a wriggling tail straight to his limbs was added more beside. And to th' intent he should not have much power to work and scath, his body in a little room together knit she hath. For as with pretty lucerts he in fashion doth agree, so then the lucert somewhat less in every point is he. The poor old woman was amazed, and bitterly she wept. She durst not touch the uncouth worm, who into corners crept, and of the flecked spots, like stars that on his hide are set, a name agreeing thereunto in Latin doth he get. It is our Swift, whose skin with grey and yellow specks is fret. What lands and seas the goddess sought, it were too long to sayn. The world did want, and so she went to Sicil back again. And as in going everywhere she searched busily, she also came to Cyane, who would assuredly have told her all her things, had she not transformed been before. But mouth and tongue for utterance now would serve her turn no more. Howbeit, a token manifest she gave her for to know what was become of Proserpine. Her girdle she did show, still hovering on her holy pool, which slightly from her fell, as she that way did pass, and that her mother knew too well, for when she saw it, by and by, as though she had but then been new advertised of her chance, she piteously began to rend her ruffled hair, and beat her hands against her breast. As yet she knew not where she was, but yet with rage oppressed she cursed all lands, and said they were unthankful everychon, yea, and unworthy of the fruits bestowed them upon. But bitterly above the rest she banned Sicily, in which the mention of her loss she plainly did espy. And therefore there with cruel hand the earing plough she brake, and man and beast that tilled the ground to death in anger strake. She marred the seed, and eke forbade the fields to yield their fruit. The plenteousness of that same isle, of which there went such root through all the world, lay dead. The corn was killed in the blade. Now too much drought, now too much wet, did make it for to fade. The stars and blasting winds did hurt, the hungry fowls did eat the corn in ground, the tines and briars did overgrow the wheat, and other wicked weeds the corn continually annoy, which neither tilth nor toil of man was able to destroy. Then Arethu's flood, Alpheus' love, lifts from her Elian waves her head, and shedding to her ears her dewy hair that waves about her forehead, said, O thou that art the mother dear both of the maidens sought through all the world, both far and near, and eke of all the earthly fruits, forbear thine endless toil, and be not wroth without a cause with this thy faithful soil. The land deserves no punishment. Unwillingly, God wot, she opened to the ravisher that violently her smote. It is not sure my native soil for which I thus entreat. I am but here a sojourner. My native soil and seat is Pisa, and from Ely town I fetch my first descent. I dwell but as a stranger here, but sure to mine intent this country likes me better far than any other land. Here now I Arethusa dwell, here am I settled, and I humbly you beseech extend your favour to the same. A time will one day come when you to mirth may better frame, and have your heart more free from care, which better serve me may to tell you why I from my place so great a space do stray, and unto Ortygy am brought through so great seas and waves. The ground doth give me passage free, and by the lowest caves of all the earth I make my way, and here I raise my head, and look upon the stars again, near out of knowledge fled. Now while I underneath the earth the lake of Styx did pass, I saw your daughter Proserpine with these same eyes. She was not merry, neither rid of fear, as seemed by her cheer, but yet a queen, but yet of great Goddess the stately fear, but yet of that same droopy realm the chief and sovereign peer. Her mother stood as stark as stone when she these news did hear, and long she was like one that in another world had been. But when her great amazedness by greatness of her teen was put aside, she gets her to her chariot by and by, and up to heaven in all post haste immediately doth sty, and there, beslubbered all her face, her hair about her ears, to royal Jove in way of plaint this spiteful tale she bears. As well for thy blood as for mine, a suitor unto thee I hither come. If no regard may of the mother be, yet let the child her father move, and have not lesser care of her, I pray, because that I her in my body bear. Behold our daughter, whom I sought so long, is found at last, if finding it you term, when of recovery means is past, or if you finding it to call, to have a knowledge where she is become. Her ravishment we might consent to bear, so restitution might be made. And though there were to me no interest in her at all, yet forasmuch as she is yours, it is unmeet she be bestowed upon a thief. Jove answered thus: My daughter is a jewel, dear and lief, a collop of mine own flesh cut, as well as out of thine. But if we in our hearts confine things rightly to define, this is not spite, but love. And yet, madam, in faith, I see no cause of such a son-in-law ashamed for to be, so you contented were therewith. For put the case that he were destitute of all things else, how great a matter is Jove's brother for to be. But sure in him is nothing missed, nor he inferior is to me, save only that by lot the heavens to me, the hells to him the destinies did allot. But if you have so sore desire your daughter to divorce, though she again to heaven repair, I do not greatly force, but yet conditionally, that she have tasted there no food, for so the destinies have decreed. He ceased. And Ceres stood full bent to fetch her daughter out, but Destinies her withstood, because the maid had broke her fast. For as she happed one day in Pluto's orchard recklessly from place to stray, she, gathering from a bowing tree a ripe pomegranate, took 7 curcles out and sucked them. None chanced hereon to look, save only one Ascalaphus, whom Orphne, erst a dame among the other elves of hell, not of the basest fame, bare to her husband Acheron within her dusky den. He saw it, and by blabbing it, ungraciously as then, did let her from returning thence. A grievous sigh the Queen of Hell did fetch, and of that wight that had a witness been against her, made a cursed bird. Upon his face she shed the water of the phlegeton, and by his head was nothing else but beak and down, and mighty glaring eyes. Quite altered from himself, between 2 yellow wings he flies. He groweth chiefly into head and hooked talons long, and much ado he hath to flask his lazy wings among. The messenger of morning was he made, a filthy fowl, a sign of mischief unto men, the sluggish screeching owl. This person for his lavish tongue and telling tales might seem to have deserved punishment. But what should men esteem to be the very cause why you, Achelous daughters, wear both feet and feathers like to birds, considering that you bear the upper parts of maidens still? And comes it so to pass, because when later Proserpine a gathering flowers was, ye mermaids kept her company, whom after you had sought through all the earth in vain, anon, of purpose that your thought might also to the seas be known, ye wished that ye might upon the waves with hovering wings at pleasure rule your flight, and had the gods to your request so pliant, that ye found with yellow feathers out of hand your bodies clothed round, at least that pleasant tune of yours ordained to delight the hearing, and so high a gift of music perish might for want of utterance, human voice to utter things at will, and countenance of virginity remained to you still. But mean between his brother and his heavy sister goeth god Jove, and parteth equally the year between them both. And now the goddess Proserpine indifferently doth reign above and underneath the earth, and so doth she remain 1/2 year with her mother, and the residue with her fear. Immediately she altered is, as well in outward cheer as inward mind, for where her look might late before appear sad even to dis, her countenance now is full of mirth and grace, even like as Phoebus, having put the watery clouds to chase, doth show himself a conqueror with bright and shining face. Then fruitful Ceres, void of care, in that she did recover her daughter, prayed thee, Arethusa, the story to discover what caused thee to fleet so far, and wherefore thou became a sacred spring, the waters wist. The goddess of the same did from the bottom of the well her goodly head uprear, and having dried with her hand her fair green hanging hair, the river Alphe's ancient loves she thus began to tell. I was, quoth she, a nymph of them that in Achaia dwell. There was not one that earnester the lawns and forests sought, or pitched her toils more handsomely. And though that of my thought it took no part, to seek the fame of beauty, though I were all courage, yet the prick and price of beauty I did bear. My overmuch commended face was unto me a spite. This gift of body, in the which another would delight, I, roots by, was ashamed of. Methought it was a crime to be beliked. I bear it well in mind that on a time in coming weary from the chase of Stymphalus, the heat was fervent, and my travelling had made it twice as great. I found a water, neither deep nor shallow, which did glide without all noise, so calm that scarce the moving might be spied, and throughly to the very ground it was so crisp and clear, that every little stone therein did plain aloft appear. The hoary sallows and the poplars, growing on the brim unset, upon the shoring banks did cast a shadow trim. I entered in, and first of all I deeped but my feet, and after to my knees. And not content to wade so fleet, I put off all my clothes, and hung them on a sallow by, and threw myself amid the stream, which as I dallyingly did beat and draw, and with myself 1,000 maestries try, in casting of mine arms abroad and swimming wantonly, I felt a bubbling in the stream, I wist not how or what, and on the river's nearest brim I stepped for fear. With that, O Arethusa, whither run'st? And whither run'st thou? Cried the flood Alfie from his waves again with hollow voice. I hied away, unclothed as I was, for on the further side my clothes hung still. So much more hot and eager then was he, and, for I naked was, I seemed the readier for to be. My running, and his fierce pursuit, was like as when ye see the silly doves with quivering wings before the goshawks die, the goshawk sweeping after them as fast as he can fly. To Orchomen and Sophyland and Scylla I did hold out well, and thence to Menelaus and Erymanth the cold, and so to Ely. All this way no ground of me he won. But being not so strong as he, this restless race to run I could not long endure, and he could hold it out at length. Yet over plains and woody hills, as long as lasted strength, and stones and rocks and desert crowns, I still maintained my race. The sun was full upon my back. I saw before my face a lazy shadow, were it not that fear did make me see't, but certainly he feared me with trampling of his feet, and of his mouth the boisterous breath upon my hairlace blew. For wearied with the toil of flight, help, Dian, I thy true and trusty squire, I said, who oft have carried after thee thy bow and arrows, now am like attached for to be. The goddess moved, took a cloud of such as scattered were, and cast upon me. Hidden thus in misty darkness there, the river poured upon me still, and hunted round about the hollow cloud, for fear perchance I should have 'scaped out. And twice, not knowing what to do, he stalked about the cloud where Dian had me hid, and twice he called it out aloud, Ho, Arethusa! Ho, Arethusa! What heart had I, poor wretch, then? Even such as hath the silly lamb, that dares not stir nor quetch when he hears the howling of the wolf about or near the folds, or such as hath the squatted hare, that in her form beholds the hunting hounds on every side, and dares not move a whit. He would not thence, for why he saw no footing out as yet, and therefore watched he narrowly the cloud, and eke the place. A chill cold sweat my sieged limbs oppressed, and down apace from all my body steaming drops did fall of watery hue. Which way soe'er I stirred my foot, the place was like a stew, the dew ran trickling from my hair. In half the while I then was turned to water, that I now have told the tale again. His loved waters Alfie knew, and putting off the shape of man, the which he took before, because I should not 'scape, returned to his proper shape of water by and by, of purpose for to join with me and have my company. But Delia brake the ground, at which I, sinking in blind by corners, up again myself at Ortygie did wind, right dear to me because it doth Diana's surname bear, and for because to light again I first was raised there. Thus far did Arethusa speak, and then the fruitful dame 2 dragons to her chariot put, and raining hard the same midway between the heaven and earth, she in the air went, and unto Prince Ptolemy her lightsome chariot sent, to Pallas city load with corn, commanding him to sow some part in ground new broken up, and some thereof to strow in ground long tilled before. Anon the young man up did sty, and flying over Europe and the realm of Asia's high, alighted in the Scythian land. There reigned in that coast a king called Lyncus, to whose house he entered for to host. And being there demanded how and why he thither came, and also of his native soil and of his proper name, I hight, quoth he, Triptolemus, and born was in the town of Athens in the land of Greece, that place of high renown. I neither came by sea nor land, but through the open air. I bring with me Dame Ceres' gifts, which, being sown in fair and fertile fields, may fruitful harvests yield, and finer fare. The savage king had spite, and to the intent that of so rare and gracious gifts himself might seem first founder for to be, he entertained him in his house, and when asleep was he came upon him with the sword. But as he would have killed him, Dame Ceres turned him to a lynx, and waking t'other, willed him his sacred teamware through the air to drive abroad again. The chief of us had ended this her learned song, and then the nymphs with one consent did judge that we the goddesses of Helicon had won the day. But when I saw that these unnurtured damsels, overcome, began to fall a-scolding, I said, So little sith to us you think yourselves beholding for bearing with your malapertness in making challenge, that besides your former fault ye eke do fall to railing flat, abusing thus our gentleness, we will from hence proceed the punishment, and of our wrath the rightful humour feed. Euippes' daughters grinned and jeered, and set our threatenings light, but as they were about to prate, and bent their fists to smite their wicked hands with hideous noise, they saw the stumps of quills new budding at their nails, and how their arms soft feather hills. Each saw how others' mouth did purse and harden into bill, and so becoming uncouth birds to haunt the woods at will. For as they would have clapped their hands, their wings did up them heave, and hanging in the air, the scolds of woods did pies them leave. Now also being turned to birds, they are as eloquent as ere they were, as chattering still, as much to babbling bent. Finis Quinti Libri. End of section 6. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland. Section 7 of Shakespeare's Ovid, being Arthur Golding's translation of the Metamorphoses by Arthur Golding. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 6th Book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Tritonia unto all these words attentive hearing bends, and both the Muses' learned song and rightful wrath commends. And thereupon within herself this fancy did arise, It is no matter for to praise, but let ourself devise something to be commended for, and let us not permit our majesty to be despised without revenging it. And therewithal she purposed to put the Lydian maid Arachne to her neck first, who, as had to her been said, presumed to prefer herself before her noble grace in making cloth. This damsel was not famous for the place in which she dwelt, nor for her stock, but for her art. Her sire was Idmon, one of Colophon, a pelting purple dyer. Her mother was deceased, but she was of the baser sort, and equal to her make in birth, in living, and in port. But though this maid were meanly born, and dwelt but in a shed at little Hypep, yet her trade, her fame abroad did spread even all the Lydian cities through. To see her wondrous work, the nymphs that underneath the vines of shady Tmolus lurk, their vineyards oftentimes forsook. So did the nymphs also about Pectolus oftentimes their golden streams forgo. And evermore it did them good, not only for to see her clothes already made, but while they eke a making be, such grace was in her workmanship. For were it so that she the new shorn fleeces from the sheep in bundles deftly makes, or afterward doth kem the same, and draws it out in flakes along like clouds, or on the rock doth spin the handwarp woof, or else embroidereth, certainly ye might perceive by proof she was of Pallas bringing up, which thing she natheless denieth, and, disdaining such a mistress to confess, Let her contend with me, she said, and if she me amend, I will refuse no punishment the which she shall extend. Minerva took an old wive's shape, and made her hair seem grey, and with a staff her feeble limbs pretended for to stay, which done, She thus began to speak: "Not all that age doth bring we ought to shun. Experience doth of long continuance spring. Despise not mine admonishment. Seek fame and chief report for making cloth and arras work among the mortal sort, but humbly give the goddess place, and pardon of her crave for these thine unadvised words. I warrant thou shalt have forgiveness if thou ask it her." Arachne bent her brows, and lowering on her left her work, and hardly she eschews from flying in the lady's face. Her countenance did bewray her moody mind, which bursting forth in words, she thus did say: "Thou comest like a doting fool, thy wit is spent in years, thy life hath lasted over long, as by thy talk appears, and if thou any daughter have, or any daughter-in-law, I would she heard these words of mine. I am not such a daw, but that without thy teaching I can well enough advise myself. And lest thou shouldest think thy words in any wise avail, the self-same mind I keep, with which I first begun. Why comes she not herself, I say? This match why doth she shun?" Then said the goddess, "Here she is." And therewithal she cast her old wife's rivelled shape away, and showed herself at last Minerva-like. The nymphs did straight adore her majesty, so did the young new-married wives that were of Mygdone. The maiden only, unabashed, would not at all relent. But yet she blushed, and suddenly a ruddiness besprent her cheeks, which wansed away again, even like as doth the sky look sanguine at the break of day, and turneth by and by to white at rising of the sun. As hot as any fire she sticketh to her tackling still, and through a fond desire of glory, to her own decay all headlong forth she runs. For Pallas now no longer warns, ne now no longer shuns, ne seeks the challenge to delay. Immediately they came and took their places severally, and in a several frame each strained a web, the warp whereof was fine. The web was tied upon a beam. Between the warp a stay of reed did slide. The woof on sharpened pins was put betwixt the warp, and wrought with fingers. And as oft as they had through the warp it wrought, they strake it with a boxen comb. Both twain of them made haste, and girding close for handsomeness their garments to the waist, bestirred their cunning hands apace. Their earnestness was such as made them never think of pain. They weaved very much fine purple that was dyed entire, and colours set so trim that each, in shadowing other, seemed the very same with him. Even like as after showers of rain, when Phoebus' broken beams do strike upon the clouds, appears a compassed bow of gleams, which bendeth over all the heaven, wherein, although there shine 1,000 sundry colours, yet the shadowing is so fine that look men ne'er so wistly, yet beguileth it their eyes. So like and even the self-same thing each colour seems to rise whereas they meet, which further off do differ more and more. Of glittering gold with silken thread was weaved their good store, and stories put in portraiture of things done long before. Minerva painted Athens town, and Marsus rock therein, and all the strife between herself and Neptune, who should win the honour for to give the name to that same noble town. In lofty thrones on either side of Jove were settled down 6 peers of heaven, with countenance grave and full of majesty, and every of them by his face discerned well might be. The image of the mighty Jove was kinglike. She had made Neptunus standing, striking with his long 3-tined blade upon the ragged rock, and from the middle of the cliff she portrayed issuing out a horse, which was the noble gift for which he challenged to himself the naming of the town. She pictured out herself, with shield and morion on her crown, with curate on her breast, and spear in hand with sharpened end. She makes the earth, the which her spear doth seem to strike, to send an olive tree with fruit thereon, and that the gods thereat did wonder, and with victory she finished up that plat. Yet to th' intent examples old might make it to be known to her that for desire of praise so stoutly held her own, what guerdon she should hope to have for her attempt so mad. For like contentions in the four last corners she did add. The Thracians Hame and Rhodope the foremost corner had, who, being sometime mortal folk, usurped to them the name of Jove and Juno, and were turned to mountains for the same. A pygmy woman's piteous chance the second corner showed, whom Juno turned to a crane, because she was so lewd as for to stand at strife with her for beauty, charging her against her native country folk continual war to stir. The third had proud Antigone, who durst of pride contend in beauty with the wife of Jove, with whom she in the end was turned to a stork. No whit availed her the town of Troy, or that Laomedon her father wear a crown, but that she clad in feathers white her lazy wings must flap, and with a bobbed bill bewail the cause of her mishap. The last had childless Cinyras, who, being turned to stone, was pictured prostrate on the ground, and weeping all alone, and culling fast between his arms a temple's greases fine, to which his daughters' bodies were transformed by wrath divine. The utmost borders had a wreath of olive round about, and this is all the work the which Minerva portrayed out. For with the tree that she herself had made but late afore, she bounded in her arras cloth, and then did work no more. The Lydian maiden in her web did portray to the full how Europe was by royal Jove beguiled in shape of bull. A swimming bull, a swelling sea, so lively had she wrought, that bull and sea in very deed ye might them well have thought. The lady seemed looking back to landward, and to cry upon her women, and to fear the water sprinkling high, and shrinking up her fearful feet. She portrayed also there Astere struggling with an erne, which did away her bear, and over Leda she had made a swan his wings display. She added also how by Jove in shape of satyr gay the fair Antiope with a pair of children was besped, and how he took Amphitryo's shape when in Alcmena's bed he gate the worthy Hercules, and how he also came to Danae like a shower of gold, to Aegeon like a flame, a shepherd to Mnemosyne, and like a serpent sly to Proserpine. She also made Neptunus leaping by upon a maid of Aeolus' race, in likeness of a bull, and in the stream Enipia's shape, begetting on a troll the giants Oath and Ephialt, and in the shape of ram, begetting one Theophany, Isoltes' imp with lamb, and in a lusty stallion shape she made him, covering there Dame Ceres with the yellow locks, and her whose golden hair was turned to crawling snakes, on whom he gate the winged horse. She made him in a dolphin shape Melantho to enforce. Of all these things she missed not their proper shapes, nor yet the full and just resemblance of their places for to hit. In likeness of a country clown was Phoebus pictured there, and how he now wear goshawk's wings, and now a lion's hair, and how he in a shepherd's shape was practising a while the daughter of one Macquarie, Dame Isa, to beguile, and how the fair Erigone by chance did suffer rape by Bacchus, who deceived her in likeness of a grape, and how that Saturn in the shape of Genet did beget the double Chiron. Round about the utmost verge was set a narrow trail of pretty flowers and leaves of ivy fret. Not Pallas, no, nor spite itself, could any quarrel pick to this her work, and that did touch Minerva to the quick, who thereupon did rend the cloth in pieces every whit, because the lewdness of the gods was blazed so in it. And with an arras weaver's comb of box she fiercely smit Arachne on the forehead full a dozen times and more. The maid, impatient in her heart, did stomach this so sore that by and by she hung herself. Howbeit, as she hing, Dame Pallas, pitying her estate, did stay her in the string from death, and said, "You'd Callet live, but hang thou still for me, and lest hereafter from this curse the time may set thee free, I will that this same punishment enacted firmly be, as well on thy posterity for ever, as on thee. And after, when she should depart, with juice of Hecate's flower she sprinkled her, and by the poison had such power, that with the touch thereof her hair, her ears, and nose did fade, and very small it both her head and all her body made. Instead of legs, to both her sides stick fingers long and fine, the rest is belly, from the which she ne'ertheless doth twine a slender thread, and practiseth in shape of spider still the spinner's and the webster's crafts, of which she erst had skill. All Lydia did repine hereat, and of this deed the fame through Phrygia ran, and through the world was talking of the same. Before her marriage, Niobe had known her very well, when yet a maid in Meone, translator's note, Lydia, and Sibyl she did dwell. And yet Arachne's punishment at home, before her eyes, to use discreeter kind of talk, it could her not advise, nor as behoveth to the gods to yield in humble wise, for many things did make her proud. But neither did the town, the which her husband builded had, nor houses of renown, of which they both descended were, nor yet the puissance of that great realm wherein they reigned, so much her mind enhance, although the liking of them all did greatly her delight, as did the offspring of herself. And certainly she might have been of mothers counted well most happy, had she not so thought herself. For she, whom sage Tiresias had begot, the prophet Manto, through instinct of heavenly power did say these kind of words in open street: Ye Thebans, go your way apace, and unto Latin and to Latin's children pray, and offer godly frankincense, and wreathe your hair with bay. Latona by the mouth of me commands you so to do. The Theban women, by and by obeying thereunto, decked all their heads with laurel leaves, as Manto did require, and praying with devout intent threw incense in the fire. Behold, out cometh Niobe, environed with a guard of servants, and a solemn train that followed afterward. She was herself in raiment made of costly cloth of gold, of Phrygia fashion, very brave and gorgeous to behold. And of herself she was right fair and beautiful of face, but that her wrathful stomach then did somewhat stain her grace. She, moving with her portly head, her hair, the which as then did hang on both her shoulders loose, did pause a while, and when with lofty look her stately eyes she rolled it had about, What madness is it, quoth she, to prefer the heavenly rout, of whom ye do but hear, to such as daily are in sight? Or why should Latin honoured be with altars? Never wight to my most sacred majesty did offer incense, yet my father was that Tantalus, whom only as most fit the gods among them at their boards admitted for to sit. A sister of the Pleiades is my mother. Finally, my grandsire on the mother's side is that same Atlas high that on his shoulders beareth up the heavenly axle-tree. Again, my other grandfather is Jove, and, as you see, he also is my father-in-law, wherein I glory may. The realm of Phrygia here at hand doth unto me obey. In Cadmus' palace I thereof the lady do remain, and jointly with my husband I as peerless princess reign, both over this same town, whose walls my husband's heart did frame, and also over all the folk and people in the same. In whatsoever corner of my house I cast mine eye, a world of riches and of goods I everywhere espy. Moreover, for the beauty, shape, and favour grown in me, right well I know I do deserve a goddess for to be. Besides all this, 7 sons I have, and daughters 7 likewise, by whom shall shortly son-in-laws and daughter-in-laws arise. Judge you now if that I have cause of stateliness or no. How dare ye then prefer to me Latona, that same fro the Titan Ceres imp, to whom then ready down to lie the hoggy earth a little plot to child on did deny? From heaven, from earth, and from the sea your goddess banished was, and as an outcast through the world from place to place did pass, until the Delos, pitying her, said, Thou dost fleet on land, and I on sea, and therefore did lend her out of hand a place unstable. Of two twins there brought a bed was she, and this is but the 7th part of the issue borne by me. Right happy am I. Who can this deny? And who shall still continue? Who doth doubt of that? Abundance hath and will preserve me. I am greater than that froward fortune may impeach me, for although she should pull many things away, yet should she leave me many more. My state is out of fear. Of this my huge and populous race surmise you that it were possible some of them should miss? Yet can I never be so spoiled that no more than 2 shall tarry still with me. Leave quickly this lewd sacrifice, and put me off this bay that on your heads is wreathed thus. They laid it straight away, and left their holy rites undone, and closely as they may, with secret whispering to themselves, to Laton they did pray. How much from utter barrenness the goddess was, so much disdained she more, and in the top of Cynthus framed such complaint as this to both her twins. Lo, I your mother dear, who in my body once you twain with painful travel bare, lo, I whose courage is so stout as for to yield to none of all the other goddesses, except Jove's wife alone, am lately doubted whether I a goddess be or no. And if you help not, children mine, the case now standeth so, that I the honour must from hence of altars quite forego. But this is not mine only grief. Besides her wicked fact, most railing words hath Niobe to my defacing racked. She durst prefer her bonds to you, and as for me, she named me barren in respect of her, and was no whit ashamed to show her father's wicked tongue, which she by birth doth take. This said, Latona was about entreatance for to make. Cease off, quod Phoebus, long complaint is nothing but delay of punishment, and the selfsame words did Phoebe also say. And by they through the air both gliding swiftly down, on Cadmus' palace hid in clouds, did light in Thebe town. A field was underneath the wall, both level, large, and wide, betrampled every day with horse that man therein did ride, where store of cars and horses' hoofs the clods to dust had trod. A couple of Amphion's sons on lusty coursers rode in this same place. Their horses fair caparisons did wear of scarlet, and their bridles brave with gold bedecked were, of whom as Niob's eldest son Ismenos happed to bring his horse about, and reined him in to make him keep the ring, he cried, Alas! And in his breast with that an arrow stack, and by his dying hand did let the bridle slack, and on the right side of his horse he slipped to the ground. The second brother, Sipylus, did chance to hear the sound of quivers clattering in the air, and giving straight the rein and spur together to his horse, began to fly amain, as doth the master of a ship, who, when he sees a shower approaching, by some misty cloud that gins to gloom and lower, doth clap on all his sails, because no wind should scape him by, though ne'er so small. Howbeit, as he turned for to fly, he was not able for to scape the arrow, which did stick him through the neck. The knock thereof did shaking upward stick, the head appeared at his throat. And as he forward gave himself in flying, so to ground he grovelling also drave, and toppled by his horse's mane and feet amid his race, and with his warm new shedded blood bewrayed all the place. But Phaedimus and Tantalus, the heir of the name of Tantalus, his grandfather, who customably came from other daily exercise to wrestling, had begun to close, and each at other now with breast to run, when Phoebus' arrow, being sent with force from strained string, did strike through both of them, as they did fast together cling. And so they sighed both at once, and both at once for pain fell down to ground, And both of them at once their eyes did strain to see their latest light, and both at once their ghosts did yield. Alphenor this mischance of theirs with heavy heart beheld, and scratched and beat his woeful breast, and therewith flying out to take them up between his arms, was, as he went about this work of kindly pity, killed. For Phoebus with a dart of deadly dint did rive him through the bulk, and break his heart. And when the steel was plucked out, a parcel of his liver did hang upon the hooked head, and so he did deliver his life and blood into the air, departing both together. But Damasichthon, on whose head came never scissor, felt more wounds than one. It was his chance to have a grievous pelt upon the very place at which the leg is first begun, and where the hamstrings by the joint with supple sinews run. And while to draw this arrow out he with his hand assayed, another through his wizard went, and at the feathers stayed. The blood did drive out this again, and spinning high did spout a great way off, and pierced the air with sprinkling all about. The last of all, Elione, with stretched hands, and speech most humble, but in vain, did say, O gods, I you beseech, of mercy all in general. He wist not what he said, nay, how that unto all of them he ought not to have prayed. The god that held the bow in hand was moved, but as then the arrow was already gone so far that back again he could not call it. Nevertheless, the wound was very small of which he died, for why his heart it did but lightly gall. The rumour of this mischief's self, and moan of people, and the weeping of her servants, gave the mother to understand the sudden stroke of this mischance. She wondered very much, and stormed also that the gods were able to do such a deed, or durst attempt it. Yea, she thought it more than right that any of them over her should have so mickle might. Amphion had fordone himself already with a knife, and ended all his sorrows quite, together with his life. Alas, alas, how greatly doth this Niobe differ here from t'other Niobe, who late, disdaining any peer, did from Latona's altars drive her folk, and through the town with haughty look and stately grace went pranking up and down, then spited at among her own, but piteous now to those that heretofore for her deserts had been her greatest foes. She falleth on the courses cold, and taking no regard, bestowed her kisses on her sons, as whom she afterward did know she never more should kiss. From whom she lifting, though, her blue and bruised arms to heaven, said, O thou cruel foe, Latona, feed, yea, feed thyself, I say, upon my woe, and overgorge thy stomach. Yea, and glut thy cruel heart with these my present painful pangs of bitter griping smart. In courses 7, I 7 times dead am carried to my grave. Rejoice, thou foe, and triumph now in that thou seemst to have the upper hand. What? Upper hand? No, no, it is not so. As wretched as my case doth seem, yet have I left me more than thou for all thy happiness canst of thine own account. Even after all these courses, yet I still do thee surmount. Upon the end of these same words, the twanging of the string and letting of the arrow fly was clearly heard, which thing made every one save Niobe afraid. Her heart was so with sorrow hardened that she grew more bold. Her daughters, though, were standing all with mourning weed and hanging hair before their brothers' coffins. One of them, in pulling from the sore an arrow sticking in his heart, sank down upon her brother with mouth to mouth, and so did yield her fleeting ghost. Another, in comforting the wretched case and sorrow of her mother, upon the sudden held her peace. She stricken was within with double wound, which caused her talking for to blin and shut her mouth. But first her ghost was gone. One, all in vain attempting for to escape by flight, was in her flying slain. Another on her sister's course doth tumble down stark dead. This quakes and trembles piteously, and she doth hide her head. And when that 6 with sundry wounds dispatched were and gone, at last as yet remained one, and for to save that one, her mother with her body whole did cling about her fast, and wrying her, did over her garments wholly cast, and cried out, O leave me one, this little one yet save, of many but this only one, the least of all, I crave. But while she prayed, for whom she prayed was killed. Then down she sate, bereft of all her children quite, and drawing to her fate, among her daughters and her sons, and husband newly dead, her cheeks waxed hard, the air could stir no hair upon her head, the colour of her face was dim and clearly void of blood, and sadly under open lids her eyes unmoved stood. In all her body was no life, for even her very tongue and palate of her mouth was hard, and each to other clung. Her pulses ceased for to beat, her neck did cease to bow, her arms to stir, her feet to go, all power of her went as now, and into stone her very womb and bowels also bind. But yet she wept, and being hoist by force of whirling wind, was carried into Phrygia. There upon a mountain's top she weepeth still in stone, from stone the dreary tears do drop. Then all, both men and women, feared Latona's open ire, and far with greater sumptuousness and earnester desire did worship that great majesty of this their goddess, who did bear at once both Phoebus and his sister Phoebe too. And through occasion of this chance, as men are wont to do in cases like, the people fell to telling tales of old, of whom a man among the rest this tale ensuing told. The ancient folk that in the fields of future Lycia dwelt, due penance also for their spite of this same goddess felt. The baseness of the parties makes the thing itself obscure, yet is the matter wonderful. Myself, I you assure, did presently behold the pond, and saw the very place in which this wondrous thing was done. And my father then, in case not able for to travel well, by reason of his age, to fetch home certain oxen thence, made me to be his page, appointing me a countryman of Lycia to my guide, with whom, as I went plodding in the pasture grounds, I spied amidst a certain pond an old square altar coloured black, with cinder of the sacrifice that still upon it stack. About it round grew wavering reeds. My guide anon did stay, and softly, "O be good to me," he in himself did say, and I with like soft whispering did say, "Be good to me." And then I asked him whether the altar we did see belonged to the water nymphs, or fauns, or other god peculiar to the place itself, upon the which we yod. He made me answer thus: "My guest, no god of country race is on this altar worshipped. That goddess claims this place for whom the wife of mighty Jove did all the world forfend, when wandering restless here and there, full hardly in the end unsettled Delos did receive, then floating on the wave, as tide and weather to and fro the swimming island drave. There maugre Juno, who with might and main against her strave, Latona, staying by a date and olive tree that stead in travel, of a pair of twins was safely brought abed. And after her deliverance, folk report that she for fear of Juno's wrath did fly from hence, and in her arms did bear her babes, which afterward became two gods. In which her travel, in summer, when the scorching sun is wont to burn the gravel of Lycia country, where the fell Chimera hath his place, the goddess, weary with the long continuance of her race, waxed thirsty by the means of drought with going in the sun. Her babes had also sucked her breasts as long as milk would run. By chance she spied this little pond of water here below, and country carles were gathering there these osier twigs that grow so thick upon a shrubby stalk, and of these rushes green, and flags that in these moorish plots so rife of growing been. She, coming hither, kneeled down the water up to take to cool her thirst. The churlish clowns forfended her the lake. Then gently said the goddess, "Sirs, why do you me forfend the water?" Nature doth to all in common water send, for neither sun nor air nor yet the water private be. I seek but that which nature's gift hath made to all things free, and yet I humbly crave of you to grant it unto me. I did not go about to wash my weary limbs and skin, I would but only quench my thirst. My throat is scalt within for want of moisture, and my chaps and lips are parching dry, and scarcely is there way for words to issue out thereby. A draught of water will to me be heavenly nectar now, and sure I will confess I have received life of you. Yea, in your giving of a drop of water unto me, the case so standeth as you shall preserve the lives of 3. Alas, let these same silly souls that in my bosom stretch their little arms, by chance her babes their pretty dolls did retch, to pity move you. What is he so hard that would not yield to this the gentle goddess's entreatance, meek and mild? Yet they, for all the humble words she could devise to say, continued in their wilful mood of churlish saying nay, and threatened for to send her thence, unless she went away, reviling her most spitefully, and not contented so, with hands and feet the standing pool they troubled to and fro, until, with trampling up and down maliciously, the soft and slimy mud that lay beneath was raised up aloft. With that the goddess was so wroth that thirst was quite forgot, and unto such unworthy carles herself she humbleth not, ne speaketh meaner words than might beseem a goddess well, but holding up her hands to heaven, "Forever mote you dwell in this same pond," she said. Her wish did take effect with speed, for underneath the water they delight to be indeed. Now dive they to the bottom down, now up their heads they pop, another while with sprawling legs they swim upon the top, and oftentimes upon the banks they have a mind to stand, and oftentimes from thence again to leap into the pond. And there they now do practise still their filthy tongues to scold, and shamelessly, though underneath the water, they do hold their former wont of brawling still amid the water cold. Their voices still are hoarse and harsh, their throats have puffled gowls, their chaps with brawling widened are, their hammet-headed jowls are joined to their shoulders just, the necks of them do seem cut off. The ridge-bone of their back sticks up of colour green, their paunch, which is the greatest part of all their chunch, is grey, and so they up and down the pond, made newly, frogs do play. One of lice, I wot not who, had spoken in this sort. Another of a satyr straight began to make report, whom Phoebus, overcoming on a pipe, made late ago by Pallas, put to punishment. "Why flayest thou me so? Alas," he cried, "it irketh me. Alas, a sorry pipe deserveth not so cruelly my skin from me to stripe." For all his crying, or his ears quite pulled was his skin. Naught else was he than one whole wound. The grisly blood did spin from every part, the sinews lay discovered to the eye, the quivering veins without a skin lay beating nakedly. The panting bowels in his bulk he might have numbered well, and in his breast the sheer small strings a man might easily tell. The country fawns, the gods of woods, the satyrs of his kin, the Mount Olympus, whose renown did ere that time begin, and all the nymphs, and all that in those mountains kept their sheep, or grazed cattle thereabouts, did for this satyr weep. The fruitful earth waxed moist therewith, and moisted did receive their tears, and in her bowels deep did of that same conceive. And when that she had turned them to water, by and by she sent them forth again aloft to see the open sky. The river that doth rise thereof, beginning there his race, in very deep and shoring banks to seaward runs apace through Phrygia, and according as the satyr, so the stream is called Marsyas, of the brooks the clearest in that realm. With such examples as these same, the common folk return to present things, and every man through all the city mourned for that Amphion was destroyed with all his issue so. But all the fault and blame was laid upon the mother, though, for her alonely Pelops mourned, as men report, and he, in opening of his clothes, did show that every man might see his shoulder on the left side bare, of ivory for to be. This shoulder at his birth was like his t'other both in hue and flesh, until his father's hands most wickedly him slew, and that the gods, when they his limbs again together drew, to join them in their proper place and form by nature due, they find out all the other parts, save only that which grew between the throat bowl and the arm, which when they could not get, this other, made of ivory white, in place thereof they set, and by that means was Pelops made again both whole and sound. The neighbour princes thither came, and all the cities round about besought their kings to go and comfort Thebe, as Arge and Sparta, and Mycenae, which was under Pelops' charge, and Calydon, unhated of the frowning Phoebe it, the wealthy town Orchomenos, and Corinth, which in it had famous men for workmanship in metals, and the stout Messene, which full 20 years did hold besiegers out, and Patri, and the lowly town Cleona, Nelis Pile, and Troezen, not surnamed yet Pythia for a while, and all the other borough towns and cities which do stand within the narrow balk, at which two seas do meet at hand, or which do bound upon the balk without, in main firm land. All only Athens, who would think, did neither come nor send. War barred them from courtesy, the which they did intend. The king of Pontus, with an host of savage people, lay in siege before their famous walls, and cursedly did them fray, until that Tyreus, king of Thrace, approaching to their aid, did vanquish him, and with renown was for his labour paid. And sith he was so puissant in men, and ready coin, and came of mighty Mars's race, Pandion sought to join alliance with him by and by, and gave him to his fear his daughter Procne. At this match, as after will appear, was neither Juno, president of marriage wont to be, nor Hymen, no, nor any one of all the Graces 3. The Furies, snatching tapers up that on some hearse did stand, did light them, and before the bride did bear them in their hand. The Furies made the bridegroom's bed, and on the house did rock a cursed owl, the messenger of ill success and luck. And all the night time, while that they were lying in their beds, she sate upon the bedstead's top, right over both their heads. Such hansel Procne had that day that Tyreus did her wed, such hansel had they when that she was brought of child to bed. All Thracia did rejoice at them, and thanked their gods, and willed that both the day of Procne's match with Tyreus should be held for feastful, and the day likewise that Itys first was born. So little know we what behoves. The sun had now outworn 5 harvests, and by course 5 times had run his yearly race, when Procne, flattering Tyreus, said, If any love or grace between us be, send either me my sister for to see, or find the means that hither she may come to visit me. You may assure your father-in-law she shall again return within a while. You do to me the highest great good turn that can be, if you bring to pass I may my sister see. Immediately the king commands his ships afloat to be, and shortly after, what with sail and what with force of oars, in Athens haven he arrives and lands at Pyre shores. As soon as of his father-in-law the presence he obtained, and had of him been courteously and friendly entertained, unhappy Hansel entered with their talking first together. The errands of his wife, the cause of his then coming thither, he had but new begun to tell, and promised that when she had her sister seen, she should with speed be sent again, when, see the chance, came Philomel in raiment very rich, and yet in beauty far more rich, even like the fairies, which reported are the pleasant woods and water springs to haunt, so that the like apparel and attire to them you grant. King Tyreus, at the sight of her, did burn in his desire, as if a man should chance to set a gulf of corn on fire, or burn a stack of hay. Her face indeed deserved love, but as for him, To fleshy lust even nature did him move, for of those countries commonly the people are above all measure prone to lechery, and therefore both by kind his flame increased, and by his own default of vicious mind. He purposed fully to corrupt her servants with reward, or for to bribe her nurse, that she should slenderly regard her duty to her mistress' word. And rather than to fail, the lady even herself with gifts he minded to assail, and all his kingdom for to spend, or else by force of hand to take her, and in maintenance thereof by sword to stand. There was not under heaven the thing but that he durst it prove, so far unable was he now to stay his lawless love. Delay was deadly. Back again with greedy mind he came of Procne's errands for to talk, and underneath the same he works his own ungraciousness. Love gave him power to frame his talk at will. As oft as he demanded out of square upon his wives' importunate desire, himself he bare. He also wept, as though his wife had willed that likewise. O God, what blindness doth the hearts of mortal men disguise! By working mischief, Tereus gets him credit for to seem a loving man, and winneth praise by wickedness extreme. Yea, and the foolish Philomel the selfsame thing desires, who, hanging on her father's neck with flattering arms, requires against her life, and for her life, his license for to go to see her sister. Tereus beholds her wistly though, and in beholding handles her with heart. For when he saw her kiss her father, and about his neck her arms to draw, they all were spurs to prick him forth, and wood to feed his fire, and food for forcing nourishment to further his desire. As oft as she her father did between her arms embrace, so often wished he himself her father in that case, for not at all should that in him have wrought the greater grace. Her father could not say them nay, they lay at him so sore. Right glad thereof was Philomel, and thanked him therefore. And, wretched wench, she thinks she had obtained such a thing as both to Procne and herself should joy and comfort bring, when both of them in very deed should afterward it rue. To endward of his daily race and travel Phoebus drew, and on the shoring side of heaven his horses downward flew. A princely supper was prepared, and wine and gold was set, and after meat to take their rest the princes did them get. But though the king of Thrace that while were absent from her sight, yet swelted he, and in his mind revolving all the night her face, her gesture, and her hands, imagined all the rest, the which as yet he had not seen, as liked his fancy best. He feeds his flames himself. No wink could come within his eyes for thinking on her. As soon as day was in the skies, Pandion, holding in his hand the hand of Tereus, pressed to go his way, and shedding tears, betook him thus his guest. Dear son-in-law, I give thee here, sith godly cause constrains, this damsel, by the faith that in thy princely heart remains, and for our late alliance sake, and by the gods above, I humbly thee beseech, that as a father thou do love and maintain her, and that as soon as may be, all delay will unto me seem over long, thou let her come away, the comfort of my careful age, on whom my life doth stay. And thou, my daughter, Philomel, it is enough ywis that from her father set so far thy sister Procne is, if any spark of nature do within thy heart remain, with all the haste and speed thou canst, return to me again. In giving charge he kissed her, and down his cheeks did rain the tender tears, and as a pledge of faith he took the right hands of them both, and joining them did each to other plight, desiring them to bear in mind his commendations to his daughter and her little son. And then with much ado for sobbing, at the last he bade adieu, as one dismayed. The fore misgiving of his mind did make him sore afraid. As soon as Tereus and the maid together were aboard, and that their ship from land with oars was hailed on the ford. "The field is ours," he cried aloud. "I have the thing I sought." And up he skipped. So barbarous and so beastly was his thought, that scarce even there he could forbear his pleasure to have wrought. His eye went never off of her, as when the scareful Erne, with hooked talons trussing up a hare among the fern, hath laid her in his nest, from whence the prisoner cannot scape, the ravening fowl with greedy eyes upon his prey doth gape. Now was their journey come to end. Now were they gone a land in Thracia, when the Tereus took the lady by the hand, and led her to a pelting grange that peakishly did stand in woods for growen. There, waxing pale and trembling sore for fear, and dreading all things, and with tears demanding sadly where her sister was, he shut her up, and therewithal bewrayed his wicked lust. And so, by force, because she was a maid and all alone, he vanquished her. It booted not at all that she on sister or on sire or on the gods did call. She quaketh like the wounded lamb, which from the wolf's hoar teeth new shaken thinks herself not safe, or as the dove that seeth her feathers with her own blood stained, who shuddering still doth fear the greedy hawk that did her late with griping talons tear. Anon, when that this mazedness was somewhat overpast, she rent her hair and beat her breast, and up to heavenward cast her hands in mourning wise, and said, "O cankered carle, O fell and cruel tyrant! Neither could the godly tears that fell adown my father's cheeks, when he did give thee charge of me, nay, of my sister, that regard that ought to be in thee, nor yet my chaste virginity, nor conscience of the law of wedlock, from this villainy thy barbarous heart withdraw. Behold, thou hast confounded all. My sister thorough me is made a cucquean, and thyself through this offence of thee art made a husband to us both, and unto me a foe, a just deserved punishment for lewdly doing so. But to th' intent, O perjured wretch, no mischief may remain unwrought by thee. Why dost thou not from murdering me refrain? Would God thou had it done before this wicked rape! From hence then should my soul most blessedly have gone without offence. But if the gods do see this deed, and if the gods, I say, be aught, and in this wicked world bear any kind of sway, and if with me all other things decay not, sure the day will come that for this wickedness full dearly thou shalt pay. Yea, I myself, rejecting shame, thy doings will bewray, and if I may have power to come abroad, then blaze I will in open face of all the world. Or if thou keep me still as prisoner in these woods, my voice the very woods shall fill, and make the stones to understand. Let heaven to this give ear, and all the gods and powers therein, if any god be there. The cruel tyrant, being chaffed, and also put in fear with these and other sucher words, both causes so him stung, that drawing out his naked sword, that at his girdle hung, he took her rudely by the hair, and wrung her hands behind her, compelling her to hold them there, while he himself did bind her. When Philomela saw the sword, she hoped she should have died, and for the same her naked throat she gladly did provide. But as she yearned and called upon her father's name, and strived to have spoken still, the cruel tyrant came, and with a pair of pincers fast did catch her by the tongue, and with his sword did cut it off. The stump wherein it hung did patter still. The tip fell down, and quivering on the ground, as though that it had murmured, it made a certain sound, and as an adder's tail cut off doth skip a while, even so the tip of Philomela's tongue did wriggle to and fro, and nearer to her mistress word in dying still did go. And after this most cruel act, for certain men report that he, I scarcely dare believe, did oftentimes resort to maimed Philomela, and abused her at his will. Yet after all this wickedness, he, keeping countenance still, durst unto Progne home repair, and she immediately demanded where her sister was. He, sighing feignedly, did tell her falsely she was dead, and with his subtle tears he maketh all his tale to seem of credit in her ears. Her garments glittering all with gold she from her shoulders tears, and puts on black, and setteth up an empty hearse, and keeps a solemn obit for her soul, and piteously she weeps and waileth for her sister's fate, who was not in such wise as that was for to be bewailed. The sun had in the skies passed through the 12 celestial signs, and finished full a year. But what should Philomela do? She watched was so near, that start she could not for her life. The walls of that same grange were made so high, of main hard stone, that out she could not range. Again, her tongueless mouth did want the utterance of the fact. Great is the wit of pensiveness, and when the head is racked with hard misfortune, sharp forecast of practice entereth in. A warp of white upon a frame of Thracia she did pin, and weaved purple letters in between it, which bewrayed the wicked deed of Tereus. And having done, she prayed a certain woman by her signs to bear them to her mistress. She bare them, and delivered them, not knowing ne'ertheless what was in them. The tyrant's wife unfolded all the clout, and of her wretched fortune read the process whole throughout. She held her peace, a wondrous thing it is she should do so, but sorrow held her tongue, and words agreeable unto her great displeasure were not at commandment at that stound, and weep she could not. Right and wrong she reckoneth to confound, and on revengement of the deed her heart doth wholly ground. It was the time that wives of Thrace were wont to celebrate the 3-year rites of Bacchus, which were done a night times late. A night times soundeth Rhodope of tinkling pans and pots, a night times giving up her house, abroad Queen Procne trots, disguised like Bacchus' other froes, and armed to the proof with all the frantic furniture that serves for that behoof. Her head was covered with a vine, about her loose was tucked a red deer's skin, a lightsome lance upon her shoulder rocked. In post gads terrible Procne through the woods, and at her heels a flock of froes, and where the sting of sorrow which she feels enforceth her to furiousness, she feigns it to proceed of Bacchus motion. At the length she, finding out indeed the outset grange, howled out and cried, Now well, and open brake the gates. And straight her sister thence by force of hand did take, and veiling her in like attire of Bacchus, hid her head with ivy leaves, and home to court her sore amaze had led. As soon as Philomela wist she set her foot within that cursed house, the wretched soul to shudder did begin, and all her face waxed pale. Anon her sister, getting place, did pull off Bacchus' mad attire, and making bare her face, embraced her between her arms. But she, considering that Queen Procne was a cuck-queen made by means of her, durst not once raise her eyes, but on the ground fast fixed held the same. And where she would have taken God to witness that the shame and villainy was wrought to her by violence, she was fain to use her hand instead of speech. Then Procne chaffed amain, and was not able in herself her choler to restrain, but blaming Philomela for her weeping, said these words: Thou must not deal in this behalf with weeping, but with swords, or with some thing of greater force than swords. For my part I am ready, yea, and fully bent all mischief for to try. This palace will I either set on fire, and in the same bestow the cursed Tereus, the worker of our shame, or pull away his tongue, or put out both his eyes, or cut away those members which have thee to such dishonour put, or with 1,000 wounds expulse that sinful soul of his. The thing that I do purpose on is great, whate'er it is. I know not what it may be yet. While Procne hereunto did set her mind, came Itys in, who taught her what to do. She, staring on him cruelly, said, Ah, how like thou art thy wicked father! And without mo words a sorrowful part she purposed, such inward ire was boiling in her heart. But notwithstanding, when her son approached to her near, and lovingly had greeted her by name of mother dear, and with his pretty arms about the neck had hugged her fast, and flattering words with childish toys in kissing forth had cast, the mother's heart of hers was then constrained to relent, assuaged wholly was the rage to which she erst was bent, and from her eyes, against her will, the tears enforced went. But when she saw how pity did compel her heart to yield, she turned to her sister's face from itis, and beheld now Tone, now t'other earnestly, and said, Why tattles he, and she sits dumb, bereft of tongue? As well why calls not she me sister, as this boy doth call me mother? Seest thou not, thou daughter of Pandion, what a husband thou hast got? Thou growest wholly out of kind. To such a husband as is Tyreus, pity is a sin. No more delay there was. She dragged it as after her, as when it haps in Ind a tiger gets a little calf that sucks upon a hind, and drags him through the shady woods, and when that they had found a place within the house, far off and far above the ground, then Progny strake him with a sword, now plainly seeing whether he should, and holding up his hands, and crying, Mother, mother, and flying to her neck, even where the breast and side do bound, and never turned away her face. Enough had been that wound alone to bring him to his end. The t'other sister slit his throat, and while some life and soul was in his members yet, in gobbets they him rent, whereof were some in pipkins boiled, and other some on hissing spits against the fire were broiled, and with the jellied blood of him was all the chamber foiled. To this same banquet Progny bade her husband, knowing naught, nor not mistrusting of the harm and lewdness she had wrought. And feigning a solemnity according to the guise of Athens, at the which there might be none in any wise besides her husband and herself, she banished from the same her household folk and sojourners, and such as guestwise came. King Tyreus, sitting in the throne of his forefathers, fed and swallowed down the selfsame flesh that of his bowels bred. And he, so blinded was his heart, Fetch Itys hither, said. No longer her most cruel joy dissemble could the queen, but of her murther coveting the messenger to been, she said, The thing thou askest for thou hast within. About he looked around, and asked where. To put him out of doubt, as he was yet demanding where, and calling for him, out leapt Philomel, with scattered hair aflate, like one that fled had from some fray where slaughter was, and threw the bloody head of Itys in his father's face. And never more was she desirous to have had her speech, that able she might be her inward joy with worthy words to witness frank and free. The tyrant, with a hideous noise, away the table shoves, and rears the fiends from hell. One while with yawning mouth he roves to parbreak up his meal again, and cast his bowels out. Another while with wringing hands he weeping goes about, and of his son he terms himself the wretched grave. Anon, with naked sword and furious heart, he followeth fierce upon Pandion's daughters. He that had been present would have deemed their bodies to have hovered up with feathers. As they seemed, so hovered they with wings indeed, of whom the one away to woodward flies, the other still about the house doth stay. And of their murther from their breasts not yet the token goeth, for even still yet are stained with blood the feathers of them both. And he, through sorrow and desire of vengeance waxing white, became a bird upon whose top a tuft of feathers light in likeness of a helmet's crest doth trimly stand upright. Instead of his long sword, his bill shoots out a passing space. A lapwing named is this bird, all armed seems his face. The sorrow of this great mischance did stop Pandion's breath before his time, and long ere age determined at his death. Ericthe reigning after him the government to take, a prince of such a worthiness as no man well can make resolution if he more in arms or justice did excel. 4 sons and daughters 4 he had, of which a couple well did each in beauty other match. The one of these, whose name was Procris, unto Cephalus King Aeolus' son became a happy wife. The Thracians and King Tereus were let to Boreas, so that long it was before the god could get his dear beloved Erythia, while trifling he did stand with fair entreatance, rather than did use the force of hand. But when he saw he no relief by gentle means could find, then, turning unto boisterous wrath, which unto that same wind is too familiar, and too much accustomed by kind, he said, I servant am but well. For why laid I apart my proper weapons, fierceness, force, and ire, and cruel heart, and fell to fawning like a fool, which did me but disgrace? For me is violence meet. Through this the pestered clouds I chase, through this I toss the seas, through this I turn up knotty oaks and harden snow, and beat the ground in hail with sturdy strokes. When I my brothers chance to get in open air and sky, for that is my field, in the which my maestries I do try, I charge upon them with some brunt, that of our meeting smart the heaven between us sounds, and from the hollow clouds doth start enforced fire. And when I come in holes of hollow ground, and fiercely in those empty caves do rouse my back up round, I trouble even the ghosts, and make the very world to quake. This help in wooing of my wife to speed I should have take. Erect thee should not have been prayed my father-in-law to be. He should have been compelled thereto by stout extremity. In speaking these or other words as sturdy, Boreas gan to flask his wings, with waving of the which he raised then so great a gale, that all the earth was blasted therewithal, and troubled was the main broad sea. And as he trailed his pall bedusted over highest tops of things, he swept the ground, and having now in smoky clouds himself enclosed round, between his dusky wings he caught Erythia, straught with fear, and like a lover very soft and easily did her bear. And as he flew, the flames of love enkindled more and more by means of stirring. Neither did he stay his flight before he came within the land and town of Caicons with his prey. And there, as soon as being made his wife, she happed to lay her belly, and a pair of boys she at a burthen brings, who else in all resembled full their mother, save in wings, the which they of their father took. Howbeit, by report, they were not born with wings upon their bodies in this sort. While Callias and Zetes had no beard upon their chin, they both were callow. But as soon as hair did once begin in likeness of a yellow down upon their cheeks to sprout, then, even as comes to pass in birds, the feathers budded out together on their pinions too, and spreaded round about on both their sides. And finally, when childhood once was spent, and youth come on, together they with other minis went to Colchis, in the galley that was first devised in Greece, upon a sea as then unknown, to fetch the golden fleece. Finis Sexti Libri. End of section 7. This recording is in the public domain. Read by Thomas Copeland.